Hello guys, welcome to this course. Now we are going to discuss on requirements to build web applications. First thing we are going to discuss on HTML. HTML is a markup language used for presenting information on web. It is mainly used for presenting information on web. For example, whatever you are seeing it on the screen is as contact us a page, a HTML page without using CSS. It is just only for presenting. So if we want to make this page more attractive, we have to use CSS. CSS, it is used to make the presentation more attractive and responsive. I will show you how it looks. This is the contact us form used with HTML and CSS. This is with only HTML. This is for only presenting. To make our presentation more attractive, we use the CSS style sheets. Yeah. Next, we are going to discuss about client-side script. It is a script that runs on client machine and uses to handle validations and interactions at client side so that it can reduce the burden on server side. We have examples like JavaScript and jQuery, etc. Next, we are discussing on server-side script. Server-side script, it is a script employed on server to generate a response customized to every client request. For example, we have JSPs, PHP, ASP.NET, etc. Next, we are going to discuss on database. Database is a storage. Database we use for store data, and we have examples like MySQL and Oracle, SQL Server, etc. Next, we are going to discuss on content management systems. It provides an IDE. Content management system provides an IDE like integrated development environment. Mainly, it is used to build, debug, test, and deploy our applications. Everything we are going to do on IDE, like integrated development environment. For example, we have Eclipse. We can build, debug, test, deploy, everything we can do on in Eclipse. And we have example like Edit Place, WebStrum, etc. Next, we are going to discuss on DTP tools. DTP tools are used for publishing images and animations for web. For example, we have a Photoshop and Micro Flash. Those are DTP tools. Mainly, those are used for publishing images and animations into our web page. For example, we can see like this shopping page is having some, whatever the image you are seeing in the middle, those are done through DTP tools. Everything is done in Photoshop and Flash, etc. Hello guys, now we are going to discuss on an end-to-end application. Whenever the request is coming from browser, what is happening internally and background. So we are going to see that. First thing we are going to discuss on client side and server side and database. On client side, we have technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. On server side, we have technologies like Java, .NET, Python, and PHP, etc. And database servers like Oracle, MySQL, and SQL Server. So let me take a form into browser. So whenever the form details are filled by someone in browser, whenever client is submitting those form, after clicking on submit button, request will be forwarded from client side to server side. Server side, after request will be forwarding from server side will send those requests and store the data into database. After storing the data, response will be forwarded to server side, and server side, whatever the response is getting from database server, our server side programming technology will forward those response to our client side, and in browser we will get a response like your request or your details are successfully stored. You will get such type of response. So next we are going to discuss on a software application and a software product. So many people having a confusion on what is difference between software application and a software product. So software application is nothing but a software that is designed according to the client requirements is known as software application. For example, we have an IRCTC website. It is for booking a train tickets and it is designed based on client requirements. So it is called a software application. And when we go for software product, a software product that is designed according to market requirements is known as a software product. For example, we have like MS Office. MS Office is not a software application. It's a software product. It is designed based according to market requirements. Yeah. A software that is designed according to the client requirements is known as software application. For example, we have IRCTC application. A software that is designed according to market requirements is known as software product. For example, we have an MS Office. It's a product. So next we will discuss on types of applications and products. We have 4 types of applications and products categorized into 4 types. Those are desktop applications. Desktop applications are nothing but whatever you are seeing it on the screen, like my computer, recycle bin, and whatever the icons you are seeing it on the desktop screen, those are called desktop applications. And next we will discuss about web applications. Web applications are nothing but whatever the websites you are seeing on the screen, like yeah, we have this shopping cart website. This is a website like web application. Next we will discuss about mobile applications. Mobile applications are nothing but like yeah, mobile applications are nothing but the applications which can or cannot run with internet. Those are called mobile applications. For example, we have like you are seeing on the screen, whatever the mobile screenshot is there, you are seeing on the screen like calendar, messages, clock, reminders. Those are called mobile applications. Yeah. Next we will discuss on distributed applications. So many people are having confusion on mobile applications and distributed applications. Mobile applications are the applications which can or cannot run without internet. Without internet also we can use those applications. Those are called mobile applications. But distributed applications are the applications which can run only if we have internet in our mobile. Like we have App Store and WhatsApp and Facebook. Those are called distributed applications. Yeah. Next we will discuss on what is the comparison between desktop applications and web applications. So we have so many steps, like we have 5 steps. First step is build. Between desktop applications and web applications, it is easy to build as it requires only a language and optionally database. For web application, it is complex to build as it requires several languages, tools and utilities. So we have seen an end-to-end programming, like we have used so many languages, technologies like HTML, Java, CSS and Oracle. So it is complex to build. For install, a desktop application need to be installed on every machine. If we install on one machine, it cannot be used in another machines. It should be installed on every machine. But when we come to web applications, it is to be installed only on server. Yeah, next step is upgrade. A desktop application need to be upgraded on every machine if we come to desktop applications. Whenever we go to web applications, it is to be upgraded only on server side. Yeah, next step is framework. every machine must be installed with framework for desktop applications, and for web applications only server requires framework. So when it comes to catastrophic features, the failure of application on any machine, it is individual to that machine or system, and it will not stop any business. But when we come to web application, the failure of application on server will stop the business because the application is running on server and it is visible to everyone. Next, we will be discussing on basic requirements to build a web application. So we have seen before that languages like HTML, CSS, client-side script, server-side script, database, content management system, and DTP tools. So we will be discussing briefly what are those. HTML. HTML, it is a markup language used for presenting information on web. And CSS. CSS is a cascade style sheets. It is used to make the presentation more attractive and responsive. So when we come to client-side script, it is a script that runs on client machine and used to handle interactions on client side so that it can reduce burden on server. For example, we have like JavaScript and jQuery. When we come to server side, it is a script that runs on server to generate a response customized to every client request. For example, we have like JSP, PHP, ASP.NET, Python, etc. And whenever we goes to database, like RDBMS. RDBMS is nothing but relational database management systems. For example, we have like database like MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server, etc. Database is for storing the data, and we have content management system. It provides an IDE, integrated development environment, to build, debug, test, and deploy applications. Everything we can do in IDE. For example, we have Eclipse, Dreamweaver, Edit Plus, WebStorm, Sublime, Brackets, etc. And when we come to DTP tools, these tools are used for publishing images and animations for web. For example, we have like Photoshop and Microflash. Those are called DTP tools. Thank you. Let's discuss on some web terminologies. First, we will discuss on network. What is a network? A computer network comprises of group of computers connected with each other for sharing of information and resources. The group of computers connected with each other for sharing information and resources is called a network. A computer network comprises of group of computers connected with each other for sharing and information and resources. The first network was introduced by ARPANET, Advanced Research Projects Agency Network, is the first computer network introduced in 1960 by US DoD. For their scientific use purpose, they have introduced all this. So we have some types of network. The computer networks are classified into various types based on their range and capacity. We have like LAN, local area network. Local area network is nothing but the group of computers in an office or in a home connected with each other. That network is called a local area network. And when we come to MAN is nothing but a metropolitan area network. Metropolitan area network comprises of a group of computers connected with each other in a city or in a place. In a city or in a place, computers are shared for information and resources connected to a network is called metropolitan. Like we have office buildings, university campus, government building, residential areas. Each office buildings, university campus, all these will be having LAN area networks, local area networks, and all those local area networks are connected to a network called metropolitan area network. So at last we will come to a WAN, wide area network. Wide area network comprises of LAN and MAN. So wide area network is of overall world. All over the world is using a network called wide area network. So next we will discuss on internet. Internet resembles a wide area network that connects computers all over the world. We have so many people will be having confusion on internet and web. Internet, it resembles a wide area network that connects computers all over the world. And when we come to web is a portion of internet with restricted access. Government will be monitoring of all this. Tim Berners-Lee introduced web in 1990. IEFT, Internet Engineering Task Force, developed this web and maintained its web for several years. And W3C, World Wide Web Consortium, maintains the standard of web. So the main difference between internet and web is internet are connected all over the world. Whatever the information will be shared through internet, it is connected to all over the world. When it is come to web, it is a portion of internet with restricted access. Every country will be having some restrictions for their countries. They will separate their web from their internet. Whenever you are trying to open any website, if your government has some restricted action, it has taken some restricted actions on that website, so they will show like the government India has been blocked this website. So those restrictions are taken by a government. It is nothing but a web is a portion of internet with restricted access. Government will be monitoring of all this. Let's start our discussion on web server. A web server resembles both hardware and software. It satisfies the client request by sending and receiving the data. Actually, nowadays everything is going on cloud technologies. But before this, how servers used to be like, I will show you on screen. This is the web servers which will be used before. Like some hundreds of acres land they used to be in web servers. These are called web servers. So the popular web server softwares are, we have like Microsoft IaaS and Apache Tomcat, JBoss, IBM Lotus, etc. Next we are going to see locating web server on Windows. Windows OS inbuilt provides a web server called Internet Information Services, IIS. To locate the server, please follow the steps. Open Windows Control Panel and switch to a large icon view. Next, go to Administrative Tools and look for IIS Manager. I will show you the process. So I open my control panel and I'm going to Administrative Tools. Here I am seeing Internet Information Services. So it is already added to my server. If it is not visible to you, just go to Programs and Features and click on Turn Windows Features on off. Just if it is unclicked, just select it, Internet Information Services. Just select it and click on OK. It will be added to your Windows server. Adding web server to Windows tools. This is the process if server is not added to your Windows. If you have done with the process, just test your web server by opening any browser. Just open the browser and type http localhost. If the screen is visible to you, then your Internet Information Services is working good. So let's discuss on website. A website is a virtual directory on web server. It comprises of all the resources that client requires. The resources for website are kept in a physical path. Either it is any physical path. The website resources are accessible by using virtual path by using a HTTP protocol. Creating a new website on local server. This is the process to create a new website on our local server. So open IIS and run inet mgr, expand local computer and expand sites folder. Right click on default website, select the option add virtual directory. All this process we will do in next slide. Specify the following details for website. We have to give an alias name and our physical path. Just click OK and virtual path, physical path, go to website physical path and add a folders like whatever the images, documents we want to put it on our website. So just click on Windows Run and a pop-up will be appeared here. Just write an inet mgr and click on OK. An IIS manager will be opened. So just expand. I will show you from first. Just expand the local computer and expand sites folder. Just right click on default website and click on add virtual directory. So give an alias name like Hemant. You can give any name like you can create a physical path. Just go to E drive and UI tech. Okay. So I have created my virtual directory. So just go to your website physical path and this is our physical path. So create a folder like images and create another folder with documents. Copy this docs file into documents. So I have an image, car image. Just cut and paste it into our virtual directory in images folder. So now let us try to see it in browser. Just type http /localhost / our virtual directory name Hemant and our physical path folder we have created with images and our file name. We have to, what's our file name here? So it's very big. We will change our file name. Just car. Yeah. Car and just press enter. Oh, sorry. I forgot to write car.jpg. So let's write again. http /localhost / we have our virtual directory name Hemant / and our folder images / and our image name car.jpg. So this is the car I have added into my virtual directory. So we have a document also we want to see. Yeah, in documents folder we have a docs. So let's open it in our localhost. Documents slash docs. It's a txt file. Docs.txt. Yeah. Hello, welcome to this course. We are done. Thank you. So now we will discuss about web page. A web page is an hypertext document that provides an UI to interact with the resources in website. So the web page are classified into two types, mainly static page and a dynamic page. Static page is nothing but it is a predefined page with only content that provide a information across various requests. The the request will not go to any server side or any database servers. They just provide only information or content. Dynamic page can generate a customized response for every client request. So these pages are compiled and processed by server every time. So for example, static pages will be having only HTML mainly, and dynamic page will be having like ASP, .jsp and .py. Yeah, static page. So we have discussed just now the static pages that are predefined with content and provide a constant information across various requests. They just provide only information, nothing more than that. Mostly static pages will be like college websites or any university information related. They just provide only information. Those are called static pages. Yeah, for example. And dynamic pages, the pages that can generate a customized response for every client request are known as dynamic pages. These pages are compiled and processed by server every time when requested by client. Dynamic pages are nothing but whatever the applications like ticket booking, any form submissions, any banking applications, those are called dynamic. Those will be having dynamic pages like .asp, .php, .jsp. Those are. Hello guys. So let us discuss on it. What is blog? Blogs are like journals on internet usually published by individual users and updated periodically. Example, blogger website. So we will see what is this. Just go to the Google and type blogger. So this is the website here. Blogger is nothing but we can create our own journals and our own content in this by using our name. We can sign in. After signing in, we can create our own blogs and we can update it periodically. So next we will discuss about microblog. It is similar to a blog but allows multiple users to post their personal information onto single page. Microblog is nothing but it is like a Twitter. In Twitter we can post anything related to any news or information. We can use it as a microblog. This is called a microblog. Next we will discuss on wiki. Wiki allows any anonymous users to edit its content. We have, for example, we will see, just go to Google and type Wikipedia. Yeah, this is the Wikipedia page. Whatever the content you want to search, like I just want to search for HTML, so we will go to HTML. This is the HTML page. If we want to edit some content, we can do it in this page. It allows everyone to edit its content. So next, Wikipedia. Next, we will discuss on podcasting. A podcasting allows to upload media content, audio or video onto server and broadcast onto various devices like mobile, smart TV. For example, we have YouTube, iTunes, Windows Media Player. So we have like whenever you open YouTube, so many videos, movies, interviews related, everything will be there in YouTube related to video or whenever you are trying to open iTunes, music will be there. All those comes under podcasting. So let's discuss on Web API. What is Web API? It is an application that uses distributed computing architecture where the information can be shared between two different applications running on same machine or different machines. For example, I'm just opening. So I want to buy a product like we will buy iPhone 11. So buy now. Whenever we are buying something, we are buying any product. Whenever we are buying any product in Amazon, so whenever we go for payment method, it is showing options like add debit card, Paytm, ATM card, net banking or EMI. Whenever we are using like add debit card and whenever we write any bank related card numbers from Amazon, the request will go to, for example, we have an ICICI bank. From Amazon, request will go to ICICI bank. ICICI bank web page will be visible to you. Then it will ask your details, card details. After everything done, if everything is good, your product will be ordered successfully. Yeah, this is web API. So next we will discuss on widgets. What is widgets? A widget is gadget for website used to handle various types of calculations and interactions from client. They are mostly designed by using client-side script. For example, we have like EMI calculator, currency converter, etc. We will see one example. Yeah, just we will go some other website like SBI Bank, SBI Online. So whenever we are going to loans portion, here we have calculators. These are called widgets. They provide some calculators in online. So it will show you everything loan related calculators. So this is called a widget for this SBI website. Yeah. Next we will discuss on what is difference between URL and URI. URL is nothing but the uniform resource locator. It is a virtual path generated by web server in order to access the resources from a website. URI is Uniform Resource Identifier. It specifies any named locations within the defined resources. Yeah, this is the example of URL. All this portion, everything from starting to ending is called a URL. And the last portion, whatever you're seeing after hash, JavaScript, only that part is called a URI. URI, it is a uniform resource identifier within the defined resource. Next, we will discuss about protocol. The computers in a network communicate with each other for sharing of information of resources by following a set of rules are known as protocols. Computers in various networks have to follow different types of protocols according to the nature and restrictions of network. The commonly known protocols are HTTP, HTTPS. HTTP is a hypertext transfer protocol and HTTPS is hypertext transfer protocol with security. Mainly we will be using this both. So all MSMQ, name types, SMTP, everything are outdated. For accessing resource from file system without using any HTTP protocol, this is the URL accessing from file system. So if you want to access it from HTTP request, accessing resource from web server, this is the URL. You have to type it on browser. Next we will discuss about domain. A domain is used to identify the resource location and also to organize the resources under a repository so that it can be given access to client. You have to register a domain and buy space for the domain in order to keep the resources. Domain is nothing but the website name. We have to buy it from any domain resources. You have to register those names. We will see that with example. So one of the domain provider are GoDaddy. GoDaddy is a domain GoDaddy is a domain provider. A domain can have various domain suffix that specifies the nature of your site or applications like. So we will be seeing .com, .in, .edu. So this .com indicates it's a commercial website and it is benefited by user. If you are seeing .org, it indicates it's an organization website that provides information for free to user. It's a non-beneficial. If you are seeing .edu, it indicates it's an educational page. And if you are seeing .gov, it indicates it's a government website. If you are seeing .nse, it indicates it's a national informatic center. If you are seeing nse.in, this in is known as a subdomain. In indicates Indian. Yeah. We will see an example of a domain provider. We will go to GoDaddy. So this is the official website. Here we can buy a domain name by paying some amount. This is the website where you can buy your domain name for your website. So you can type any name. So hemant.com is taken. Already this name is taken by someone. So they are saying we still might be able to get it for you. Yeah, hemant-h.com is available and we have to buy it for $4.99. Yeah. So next we will discuss about web debugger. It is a software tool used by developers to track the performance and errors on web page. Every browser have a web debugger that can be invoked by using the function key F12. The other popular web debuggers are Fiddler, Postman. Postman is used for web API developers. like for bug, etc. So we will see a live example how to use web debugger. So this is our website. Just click on F12, function F12. So this is the web debugger, which whatever you are seeing, the errors you can see here, everything will be accessed to here. Hello, now we are going to discuss on HTML. So what is HTML? HTML is a hypertext markup language. So the term markup is derived from general computer terminology where markup means preparing for presentation. A markup language is used in web development to present information on browser. So before HTML, browsers used to GML language, generic markup language they used. After that, they have used SGML, standard generic markup language. This GML and SGML are the first markup languages used by the browser. Actually, before how the web browser website used to be like, I will show you the image. This is the browser before HTML. It's very hard, it's very difficult to go to any website or searching URL or typing URL. It's very hard at that time. We have to type our URL without missing any letter in this browsers. But now it's not like that. Now we whatever the HTML we are using, and we have Google search engine browsers. So whatever, if you want a shopping website, whenever you search for shopping, all the shopping related website will come down. Whatever you want, in whatever website you want to do shopping, you can get it easily. Tim Berners-Lee introduced HTML as a markup language for designing pages on web. It is a markup language used over HTTP. Yeah, that's why this markup language is called hypertext markup language. It is used over HTTP. HTTP is nothing but hypertext transfer protocol. Hence it is named as hypertext markup language. So HTML standards are maintained by W3C, World Wide Web Consortium. So the latest version of HTML is HTML5. Hello, now we are going to discuss on collection of HTML, a collection of elements. HTML is a collection of elements used for presenting information on a web browser. These elements are classified into 5 types. You have to remember that HTML is not a collection of tags, it's a collection of elements. So many people will be having confusion on this. So we will see briefly what are those. First are normal elements, second void elements, and third are RC data elements, rich content data elements. Next, raw text elements, and the other is foreign elements. So we will see briefly what are those. The elements of HTML can be presented dynamically by using functions of any client-side script, JavaScript, or statically by using tags. This image is an element, and this tag which we are seeing is img is a tag, image is an element. Tags we use for only statically, and we want to present anything dynamically by using functions, we have to use elements. Yeah. Element type and description. First one is normal elements. A normal element can directly return a presentation on callback. It cannot stop returning the presentation. Hence, it requires an end tag. For example, we have a B. B tag is a bold tag and it is an end tag. Whenever we are using this tag, this will return presentation directly when we open browser. And the other is void elements. The term void indicates that element cannot return any presentation directly on callback. It can return only specified value and stops returning the value. Hence, it is a self-ending element without any end tag. For example, we have an img tag. Img tag cannot return any presentation directly on callback. If we are using only img tag, it cannot return any presentation. We have to use with tag, we have to use an src location. We have to use all those. Only with img tag, nothing will be presented on browser. So it's called a void elements. Hence, it is a self-ending element without any end tag. So next element is RC data elements, rich content data elements. It is an element used for presenting rich text contents. However, it will not allow any formats for text. You cannot use any another element within RC data elements. For example, we have like Textarea. Textarea is a tag or an element. This element is a rich content element. It will not allow any other formats and it will not allow any other element into this element. These are called rich content data elements. And next, raw text elements. The elements in HTML that can be presented by using raw text like ampersand, greater than, less than are known as raw text elements. For example, we have ampersand copy. This ampersand copy, whenever we use this, we will get a C with circle symbol. This is a raw text element. And the next is foreign elements. These are the elements used in HTML but are not native to HTML. They require libraries to be linked with web page. So these elements are not native to HTML. When we are using these elements, we have to link it through libraries. For example, we have mathml, svg. All these are different from HTML. If we want to use these elements, we have to link those libraries to our web page. These elements are called foreign elements. So we will see what is the structure of HTML document. A typical HTML document comprises of two major components: document declaration and document scope. Document declaration. A web page is accessed and viewed on browser. A page comprises of tags that are converted into elements. Whenever we are using tags in our web page, after returning it to our browser, this browser, by using internal parsers that will convert our tags into elements. Every browser have a parser that translate HTML tags into elements. A parser can use several versions of HTML. Hence, developer have to define document declarations in the code. For example, the latest version of HTML is HTML5. So we have to mention that related which version we are using. Browser should not get any conflict. So if we are using this tag like doc type HTML, if we are using this document declaration in our page, then browser will understand that we are using the latest version of HTML, which specifies the page is designed in HTML5. So next one is document scope. A browser window can display multiple documents. Hence, every document scope is defined by using the tag. This is the document scope, HTML start tag and end tag. This is the document scope. Whatever the tags we are using, we will be using inside this HTML tag. So we are seeing the example, whatever we are seeing, doc type HTML is a document declaration, and the start tag of HTML and end tag of HTML, this is a document scope. We will be using entire tags, whatever are there in HTML, we will be using those in HTML tag insert. Yeah. Hello. Now we are going to discuss about structure of HTML document scope. So a document scope, a HTML document scope separates document into two sections. One is head section and the other is body section. A typical head section of HTML comprises of following elements. So in head section we have title element, a link element, a meta element, a script element, and a style element. So we will see an example with all these elements. First we will discuss about title. It defines text that is displayed as title for page in the browser title bar. So this is the syntax. A start tag of title and end tag of title. In between, whatever the name we want to give, we have to mention those names. So next we will discuss about link. It is an element used to link any external file to the web page, which includes favorite icons, style sheets. So this is the syntax of a link. We will see an example with this. So we will see an example. These are the steps. We will do this with example. First, just go to a paint and create a icon. First make your page with 16 into 16 pixels. If it is not visible, just zoom in. Then make it 16 into 16 pixel. Yeah. Yeah, I am done here. Just zoom in. So I want to put an icon. I will just take a circle and put into this, and inside that circle I will just put a color orange, or we will take red color. Yeah, just save it in our website physical path. This is our website physical path. Go to images folder and put it as fave icon. It's a PNG type. Just save it and click on Windows R. It opens a run command prompt. Just open it, type CMD and just click on enter. A command prompt will be opened. Go to our website physical path. It's E drive, and our website physical path name is UI Tech. In UI Tech we have a folder with images. In images we have our favorite icon. We have to rename, we have to change the name of icon from PNG file to icon file. Just type rename fave icon dot png to fave icon dot ico. Yeah, it has changed now. So just open a Visual Studio Code and take a new HTML file. First save it in our website physical path. I am saving it as about.html. Now we have to mention a document declaration first. This is the document declaration, and we will go to document scope, HTML. This is the document scope. In document scope we have two elements, two sections, like first is head section and the other is body section. Head section consists of title, link, script, style, all those we are going to see now. So I'm giving a title as Hemant slash shopping. So I want to link my icon to this web page using link element relation. Just mention it as icon. Next, href attribute. We have to mention where is our favorite icon located. We have to mention those locations. In images folder, yeah, it is showing here favicon.ioc. Just print enter on those. Yeah, I am done with this. Just save it, control save. Go to any browser like /localhost / our website alias name Hemant / about.html. Yeah, our favorite icon is visible to us, whatever this icon I have created in paint. So title I have mentioned as Hemant / shopping. So here we can see this. So this is about title and link. Next we will discuss about meta element. So what is meta element? Meta element is nothing but, for example, you are buying a product. For example, you are buying a iPhone. So when you want to buy an iPhone, first you will check all the features and about information about that phone, what that phone is having, any special features. You will gather all those information about that phone. So meta is an example of that information, knowing the information. So if you want to buy a product, you want to know about that. Meta is nothing but, meta describes metadata, that is information about the page. It describes the information about the web page, why we use this web page, what is the use of this web page. Everything will be mentioned in meta type. Meta comprises of details like language, culture, keywords, etc. Meta makes the page more SEO, search engine optimization friendly. So what is SEO means? Whenever you are opening Google and you are searching for some, like you want to open a shopping website, you will go to Google and you will type for shopping. Whenever you type shopping, all the shopping related website will be coming to your screen. So that is called SEO friendly. Meta, the most commonly used attributes and values in meta are, first we will discuss about char set. What is char set? It specifies the character set used to design web page. It is according to UTF standards. So UTF-8 English US, you will see an example with this. So just go to our web page, HTML page, and we have a meta tag. So we will mention a char set UTF-8. Save. Whenever we are mentioning UTF-8, it specifies the character set used to design web page. It is according to UTF standards. So next we will discuss on keyword. It specifies the keyword used by SEO to search for your page and show in the search result. So we'll see a live example. What is keyword? Just go to Google and type for shopping. So whenever I have typed shopping websites, all the shopping website related websites came into my screen. Limeroad.com, online shopping site for men and women, and Shopcluse, online shopping site India, and cows.com, online shopping, Snapdeal, Paytm Mall, everything. This is the example of keyword. It specifies the keyword used by SEO to search for your page and show in the search result. So description. It defines the summary that is displayed in search result for your page. Description is nothing but whenever you are searching for any shopping website, all the websites will be coming to your screen and they will show you the description like best offers from online shopping with providing no cost EMIs. Like they will show some description under the web page. That is called a description. Next we will discuss about HTTP EQ. It specifies how the request is handled and client trying to access the page. HTTP EQ we use to reload our page. This is the syntax example. HTTP EQ is equal to refresh. Whenever we are using this, it will reload our web page. So we will see an example. Just mention as meta and we have name, like we want to use keyword keywords. We will mention a description. So in description, shopping, comma, footwear, comma, mobiles. Yeah. So I'm mentioning a meta with keywords and in description I am writing shopping, footwear, mobiles. Whenever someone is typing in net for shopping or footwear or mobiles, whenever they are typing this, my website should be displayed for shopping, footwear and mobiles. Next we will discuss on meta. Description. And context we want to display. So whenever someone is typing for shopping, our website will be revealed to them. Whenever they are saying this, we have to mention some summary, what our website is different from others and what the offers we are mentioning. So we will be writing like best offers from online with no EMI. So I want to mention this summary down to our website. So I am mentioning this context. So next we will discuss on meta HTTP EQ. I just want to refresh our page. So we have to mention a time. So for every 4 seconds, I want to reload our page. with new offers, with the new features. So this is about Meta. Thank you. But real world example, we can't see this because our website is not hosted into internet. So you can search from Google whenever you're searching for shopping, they will be showing shopping websites. And under the shopping websites, whatever description, context we are using, best offers from online with no EMI, everything you can see this. You are seeing that because their websites they mentioned metadata like how we have mentioned. Yeah. So we have two more elements to discuss. The next element is a script tag. Script tag, what we use for? It is an element used to embed client-side and server-side script into page. Script tag we use for writing scripts. And we have another element, style element. It is an element used to embed the styles that make the presentation more attractive and interactive. For that we use style tag. So now we will discuss on body section. The body section specifies contents to display in the browser workspace. The element body defines the body section with following attributes. This body element consists of some attributes. We will discuss about all those. So first attribute is BG color. It defines a background color for page. We can see syntax. Inside body tag we are using background BG color attribute is equal to yellow. So it will change background color to yellow with this attribute. Background, it sets a background image for page. So down we are seeing the syntax. Inside body tag we are using background attribute and image. Text, it defines a color for text display in the body section. So we are seeing syntax. Inside body tag text is equal to blue. V-links, it defines a color for visited links on page. Whenever you have visited those page, the page you have visited, that link we can change that link colors. A-links, it defines a color for active links on page. Syntax we can see body. V-link, for visited links we are changing the color to red. For active links we are changing the color to green. Left margin, right margin, top margin and bottom margin. This defines the space between text or contents in page with regard to the browser window. It is defined in pixels. Syntax we can see there on screen. Inside body tag, left margin 50, right margin 50. So now we will discuss what are the elements of body section. Elements are nothing but tags. Attributes are nothing but which we will be using inside elements. Inside tag we will use attributes. HTML5 introduced several new elements into the body section. To make it more SEO and user friendly, they are aside. It is a container that comprises of constants which are non-related to HTML. That is ads advertisement. It's just like whatever the ad we will see when we open a browser, any website. That is possible through aside. Article, it publishes constants that are related to website. Dialogue, it specifies an area from where user can interact. It is an optional area that can be closed dynamically. Figure, it encapsulates an image along with caption. Fig caption, it defines a caption bound to image. The next element is header. It specifies that contains to be displayed at the top margin of page. Footer, it specifies that contains to be displayed at the bottom margin. Next is section. It defines an area between header and footer. Next element is menu. It organizes that elements according to behavior and defines navigation within the page. Nav. It defines the navigation area within the menu. Nav we are going to use within the menu tag. Div. It is a container used to represent large block of code. Span. It is a container that defines inline block of code. So we will see an example with all these elements and attributes. So let's go to our Visual Studio Code. Just create a new file and save it in our website physical path. I'm saving it as index.html. Enter. So whenever we are creating our HTML page, first we have to think about document declaration. So we are telling to browser that we are using the latest version of HTML by mentioning this doc type HTML. Next, we have to go for document scope HTML. Inside document scope, we have two sections, a head section and a body section. Head section we have discussed in the before videos. Now we have to discuss about body section. Inside body section we have discussed about so many elements. So we will see with example of all those elements. So first we will be using header element. A header element and a section element and a footer element. So we have discussed before that header section will be top of the page and section is between the footer and header. Footer will be down to the page. Now we will use the elements inside header section. So we will use a menu tag. Inside menu we will use a navigation tag. Inside navigation we will use span tag. Inside span I just want to mention home and we will use another span tag. Sorry, we should not mention any caps lock. Span tag. Inside span contact and we will use another span about. So we have done with header section. This home, contact and about will be seen like in the inline argument. Once we will see in browser how it will be visible to us. So we will put some styles to our header section. Inside style tag belongs to head section. Inside head section we have style. Inside styles I want to put some styles for header section. So header, I just want to put background color. Background color for I will put red and I want to put text color as white. Text alignment, I will put it in middle, center. Now save it, save this file and go to browser, Google Chrome. Just type for our page http://localhost. Our physical website alias name is Hemant / and inside Hemant we have a HTML page with index.html. Yeah. Now we can see on the screen the header section. Background color we have given red. Yeah, red. And text color has white. Text align center. Text came to center. Text color is white. Now we will discuss about, we have done with header section. Now we will go to section element. Inside section element we will use a dialog box. Inside dialog we will use a form. Inside form I will just mention as comments. Then I will use an input tag. Inside input I will mention type as text. Just put a button. Post comments. Save it. Go to browser. Refresh it. It's not, oh sorry, we have to mention for our dialog box. We have to mention open attribute. Just open, control and save it. Go to browser and refresh it. Yup, this is our dialog box. In comment section we have to mention something, comments, to post some comments on anything. In websites we will be saying this. So next we will see about an element called figure. We have a figure element. Inside figure element I will use an image tag ing and I will mention a location. Image / I want to see this car image, so I will mention a width as 100 and I will mention a height as 100, and I want to see this image car name. For that we can use fig caption tag. Inside fig caption tag I will mention a car name, Ferrari. So just save it and go to a browser, refresh it. Yeah, I'm seeing the image. Down to the image I'm seeing the name Ferrari. Now we will see a aside tag. Aside tag mostly we will use for ads, advertisements. Whatever in some website we will see advertisement for left side or right side. Those advertisements are displayed by using a tag called aside tag. Like we will mention advertisement here. Just control save it. Go to browser. Sorry, We have to use it outside the dialog box. Control save it, go to browser, refresh it. Yeah, advertisements here, it is visible to us. And next we will see about an article tag. Inside article tag, I just want to put offers on mobiles. Yeah, we have done with our section. Next we will see about footer section. Next we will see about footer. In footer, I just want to display some div tags @copy. This indicates it will be displayed a copyright symbol. Copyrights 2020. I will put another div tag with a course and HTML and CSS. Yeah, just control save it, go to our browser, refresh it. Yeah, I'm seeing this footer section part should come in downside, so we have to mention, we have to go to style section. For section, I just want to put a background color. Background color has, we will put yellow. Next we will put height 200 pixels. Just save it, and our footer part will come down. Yeah, don't worry how this footer part came down. I just have mentioned a height for our section portion. I have mentioned 200 pixels. That's why this 200 pixels belong to section. That's why this footer part came down. So we will put some styles to our footer section. I just want to change background color. Background color I will put green color. Then we will change text color to white. We have to put text alignment to center. Just save it, go to browser and refresh it. Oh, sorry, green spelling I have written wrong. Just save it, go to browser, refresh it. Yup, I'm saying this, but it has gone some inside to section. We will put 250 pixels for section. Go to browser, refresh it. Yeah, now it's looking good. Now we'll put some styles for a sidebar. For advertisement, we'll put some styles like border style, dashed, we will mention width as 200 pixel. Next we will change display. All this style section we will see in CSS how to put. We will discuss briefly about all this. Just see how I am doing this. Display block none. Just put it as none. Control and save yes. Go to browser, refresh it. Yeah, I'm seeing it in a dialog box. Because of border style, it is looking like that. Next, we will put some styles for our article section. For article, we will change border style to double. Next, we will change width. Width we will give as 100 pixel. So just save it. Go to browser, refresh it. Yeah, I'm seeing it with styles offers on mobiles. So this is the body section part. Once again we will see this header part is to see a header section with this home, contact and about are separated with span tags. After header section, after header section belongs to in between header and footer, in between whatever the place is called a section header. This is a section. After section we have a footer. This is the footer. To put styles for all this, you have to use a style tag, insert style tag. If you want to put it for header element, you have to mention it here. For which element do you want to put styles? Those elements name you have to mention here. Inside that you have to use attributes like text element, text align, background color. Using this you can put styles for your elements. And your web page looks like this. Thank you. Next, we will discuss about headings. Headings in HTML are defined by using a tag H, where N refers to the level number 1 to 6. Syntax we will be seeing H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. Heading tag will be having start tag and end tag. So all these levels are to increase the size of a word or a sentence. We use levels from 1 to 6. We will see an example with all this. We will see each tag, how it is going to work on our web page, HTML web page. Just open a Visual Studio Code, create a new file. First save it. I will save it as my first page. I will save it as first page .html. So first I have to go for document declaration. After document declaration, we have to go for document scope. Document scope consists of two elements. Head section, two sections, head section and a body section. So now we are discussing about headings, right? In body section, I will use H1 tag. In H1, I will mention 1. Then I will use H2 tag. I will mention 2. Then I will mention h3. I will use 3. Then we will use h4. FOUR4. Then we will go for h5. F5V5. Then we will use h6. 6. Just save it and open it in a browser. Open Google Chrome. Just type our URL http://localhost/HTML5 our HTML page name is first page.html. Yeah. Here you are observing that the size of the word and sentence is decreasing. Last h6 is looking very small. 5 is little big, 4 is little big. So h1 is more bigger. So this is the usage of headings and headings related tags. You cannot use headings to highlight any word or sentence in a paragraph. You should not use it in paragraphs. Headings can use align attribute to align the heading left or center or right. This is the syntax. We will see an example how to use align attribute. So just open Visual Studio Code. I want to use this h1 element with align attribute. Align. I will use center. Just Control S, save it, go to browser, refresh. Yeah, one is came to center. This is the purpose of align attribute in headings. Next we will discuss about paragraph and block quotes. HTML ignores the default paragraph marks defined in source code and presents in a single block. To add manual paragraph, you can use the tag P with align attribute left, right or justify. This is the syntax. We will see an example how to use it. So next we will discuss about block quotes. A block quote is similar to paragraph but defines the content with the left and right indentation. This is the syntax. We will see the example how to use it. The paragraphs and block quotes by default have a line break before and after the content. So we will see an example how to do this. So we will see an example how to use and where to use this paragraph and block quote. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, first save it. I will save it as second page.html. Save it. Then I will go for document declaration. After that, document scope. Document scope consists of two sections, head section and a body section. So now we are discussing about paragraph and block quote. So first we will see paragraph P tag. So I will write some text here. Welcome to my course. So we have an attribute called align in paragraph. We will use justify. Just Control S, save it, go to browser, Google Chrome and search for http://localhost/HTML5 slash, and our HTML page name is second page dot html. So welcome to my course. Our paragraph is visible to us. So this is the use of paragraph. Next we will see about blockquote. So I will mention as hello, and we have align attribute in blockquote also. I will just mention justify. Just refresh it. Yup. We can see the blockquote tag and a paragraph tag. This is the use of paragraph and blockquote. Thank you. Next we will discuss about ordered and unordered list. Ordered list is an auto numbering style defined for items in a list so that the numbering updates automatically when you add or remove list item. The list is defined by using the tag OL, and the items are defined by using the tag LI. This is the syntax. We will see an example with this, how to do this and what is the use of this. So inside OL I am having list items item 1 and item 2. So output will be like this: item 1 and item 2, two lists, and the number 1 2 is an auto numbering style that is defined because of OL tag, order list tag. So the numbering style for order list can be defined by using the attribute type. This is the syntax. We can mention type by changing the types, or OL type by using numbers, or type by using a small numeric characters, small alphabetic characters, and capital letters by type. The numbering for list items always starts from level 1. You can change it by using the attribute start. So we have two list items, item 1 and item 2, and we are using the type capital letters, alphabetical A. But we want to start from we don't want to start from A. We want to start from fifth letter. For that we can use an attribute called start. Then list items will be started from auto-numeric alphabetic starts from fifth letter. This is the output. Fifth letter is E. From E, the numbers auto numbering will be occurred. We will see an example how to do this. The numbering will reset for every order list. If you want to continue the number list, you can add your contents into OL tag without defining as LI list item. We will see a syntax. This is the syntax. OL tag, we are using a type 1, and we are using two items, and then paragraph tag, image tag, blockquote. Then I am using item 3. An ordered list can be nested, that is, it can use a multi-level numbering style by changing the type at each level. So we will see an example how to use this ordered list tag. We will see an example of ordered list. Just open Visual Studio Code and create a new file. Just save it, Ctrl S. I will name it as third page .html. Press enter. So I will mention document declaration. Then we will go for document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections, a head section and a body section. our head section explanation is done, and in body section we are going to see how to use ordered list. So in head section we will mention a title called, we are using nested list, a ordered list inside a ordered list. Now come to body section. We will use a div tag. Inside div tag I will put a heading called table of contents. Then we will create a ordered list. Inside ordered list I will create a list. I will create two list items. For outer order list I will put type as 1. For list items, what the name we will give for list items, I will give HTML. Inside this list item we will use another ordered list by using type small a. This is a nested ordered list. Inside this we will use two list items. Like we will use bold and italic. So we have another list item. For that we will mention a name as, for this list item I will mention a name as void elements. So inside this we will create another ordered list. In this ordered list we will use two list items. I will give it this OL has type as small a. Then we will use BR and HR in this, just writing some letters. So inside this LI I am going to create another OL. So just cut this ending OL tag and paste it, and already it is there under italic. So for this OL I will give a type as 1. Then I will write NLI. I will give a name with normal elements. Just copy paste this OL inside that. So this is one OL. Inside a OL I am using another OL. After closing this LI, we will use another list item. We will give a name for this as JavaScript. In this we will use another OL. For this OL, I will give type as 1. In this OL, we will create a list items. So I will give this list items as variables. Inside this, I will create a OL. For this OL, I will give a type as small a. Inside this OL, I will create a list item like let, and I will create another list item with var. So I will close this ordered list. It will come out. Next, create another list item. Give the name for it as data types. Then create a OL. Give a type as small a. And we will create a list items called string. And I will create another list item as boolean. So just control save it and go to Google Chrome. Just open our website http://localhost/hemant/ our page name third page.html. Yeah, here I am using this. I have to remove this. Then control save. Go to browser, refresh it. Just remove all this. Go to browser, refresh it. Yeah, this is what we are looking for. List inside nested ordered list, and inside that another ordered list, and we are creating another list item. Inside that we are creating another ordered list. So this is the example of ordered list with nested ordered list. Thank you. Unordered list. It represents a collection of items as bulleted list with type as disk, square or a circle. The list is defined by using tag UL and the items are defined by using the tag LI. This is the syntax of unordered list. So we will see an example how to use unordered list. We will see an example of unordered list. Just open a Visual Studio Code and create a new file. First save it, Ctrl S. I want to save it as 4page.html. So first document declaration, then document scope HTML. Inside HTML we have two sections, a head section and a body section. Inside body section I want to create a div section. Inside div I want to use a heading tag h2, table of content. After heading tag I want to use unordered list tag. Inside unordered list we will create an nested unordered list li. Inside li I want to write HTML. HTML, press enter. It's using tags. So we'll create HTML. So inside li, HTML, in li, I want to create a nested unordered list. Inside this, I want to create a li, and I want to name it as normal elements. For this, I will give a type as square. I will create another list item and I will name it as void elements. So next we will create another list item. Inside this, I will write JavaScript. Then I will create a nested unordered list. Inside this, I want to create a list item, name variables, and I want to use data type. For this, I want to give a type as square. So just save it, Ctrl S, and go to browser. Just type the URL http://localhost/a month/our page name 4th page.html. Yeah, I have created with heading table of content. Then I used unordered list, nested unordered list. Inside unordered list, I have created another unordered list, normal elements and void elements. So with bullets, square bullets. So this is the usage of unordered list with example. Thank you. Basic HTML elements and entities to present content in browser. The code that you write any editor to present on browser is not presented exactly as expected. HTML ignores the line brackets, blank spaces, and paragraph marks that you manually define in your code. You have to use following elements and entities. A manual line break in HTML defines by using tag BR. So we will see one example about manual line break. Just go to Visual Studio Code and create a HTML page, save it, 5th page.html. So first document declaration, then document scope. Inside document scope, two sections, a head section and a body section. So here we want to see about a manual line break. In body section, I am writing hello and I am using BR tag. Then welcome. Then I am using BR tag. Then I will write 2. Then I will use BR line break. Then I will write HTML. So this is the way we can use BR tag. Just save it, Control S, and go to browser, Chrome. Just type http://localhost hemant/hemant/fifth page.html. Yeah, I have written hello and BR tag, welcome to HTML. In between I used BR tag, that's why it is displaying in a line break format after one another. This is the use of a BR tag. Next we will discuss about blank spaces. HTML allows one character space between words or characters. The additional spaces are ignored. Use can manually define a blank space by using entity &NBSP, and we can see the syntax. I will show you the example. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a page, new HTML page, new file, just save it, 6th page.html. I have created a page. Then document declaration, document scope, then head section and a body section. Inside body section, I want to print HTML with blank spaces. So I will use &NBSP. First I will type H, then I will use &NBSP, then I will type T, then &NBSP, then M, then &NBSP, then L, then &NBSP. I want to print HTML with space, blank space. So this is the code. Just press Ctrl S, save it, go to browser, type http://localhost/hemant/6th page.html. So you are seeing that on the screen, HTML with in between blank spaces. This is the use of blank space. Thank you. Next we will discuss about pre-formatted text. HTML present any block of content exactly as defined in the editor without losing the format by using a tag called pre-tag. It affects only the formats defined in source and not the elements. We will see an example about pre-formatted text. Just go to Visual Studio Code and just create a new file, save it, Ctrl S, 7th page.html, just save it, create a document declaration, document scope, head section, and a body section. Inside body section, we will use a div tag. Inside div tag, we will write a sample C program. After this, I will put another div tag. Inside this div, I am going to use pre tag. In this tag, I will write a C program, hash include and lt studio dot h. studio dot h, then ampersand gt. Yeah. Then I will write a main method. Inside main method, I will write a printf. Then I will write a welcome to this course. So I will save it. Here instead of you write studio.h, HTML treat it as a tag. It will not display on browser. So just go to browser and type http://localhost/hemonth/7th-page.html. So this is what we have written in our HTML page, exactly same. Hash include studio.h, main method, printf, welcome to this course. So we have done with this. Thank you. Next we will discuss about acronyms. A HTML document have to present several contents that may be optional to display. We can use acronyms to display the contents only on mouse over. The contents are shown as screen tip and it is also called as tooltip. So we will see an example on this acronyms. Just go to Visual Studio, create a new file, save it. I will create with a capital A dot HTML. So this is our HTML page. I will have to create documentation, declaration scope. Then I have to clear a document scope. Inside document scope, I have to create head section. After head section, we have to create body section. Inside body section, I want to use a div tag. Inside div tag, I just want to write host your website on. Then I will use acronym. Acronym tag I am using I will mention IAS. In acronym, we have an attribute called title. Inside title, I will mention internet. Internet information services manager. So just save it, go to Chrome. So this is our code. Just control save, control S, then go to Google Chrome, type http://localhost/HEMANTH/ our HTML page name a.html, then press enter. So here it is showing host your website on IAS. Just keep your mouse on IAS. Then it is showing you Internet Information Services Manager. This is the use of acronyms. Whenever you are keeping your mouse on the name, whatever we have used by using acronyms. So whatever that in title attribute, whatever the information we have written, those information will be displayed on mouse over. This is the use of acronyms. Thank you. Next we will discuss about details and summary. HTML provides details element to encapsulate a caption and its definition so that user can expand the definition dynamically. The element summary is used in details to define a caption for definition. The attribute open is used in details to keep the summary open always. Open is an attribute. We will see an example on details and summary. Just go to Visual Studio Code and create a new file. Just save it, Ctrl S. I want to save it as b.html. So I will create a document declaration tag. Then we will go to document scope, HTML. Inside HTML we have two sections, head section and a body section. Inside body section, I'm going to use div tag. Inside div tag, I will mention title of content, then we will go to div tag, another div tag. Inside div tag, we will use details. Inside details, we will mention some matter like HTML is a markup language used to present contents on browser. So I want to see this. Inside details element, we have another element called summary. So yes, in summary, I want to show HTML. So in details, we have to mention an attribute called open. So I want to use another details element, details. Inside details, I want to write a statement called JavaScript is a client side script so I want to mention a summary element. In summary element, I will write JavaScript Then in details I will mention open. I will save it, control save. Just go to any browser. I'm opening Google Chrome. Type for our web page http://localhost/hemant/b.html. Press enter. So here it is visible, whatever the content we have written, here it is showing. This is the use of details and summary. We can hide the details by pressing a HTML bullet. So this is the details, this is the summary of details and summary. Thank you. Now we will discuss on data list with terms and definitions. A data list encapsulates terms and definitions which are presented with indentation and margins. The list is defined by using the tag DL. DL is a list and it contains the term defined with DT. DT is a term. With definition has DD. DD is a data definition. We will see a syntax how it will be. This is the syntax of data list with terms and definitions. We will see an example what we will achieve through data list. So we will see one example of data list. Just go to Visual Studio, create a new file. First save it in our website physical path. I am giving the name as c.html. Just save it. Document declaration, document scope. Document scope consists of two sections, a head section and a body section. So now we are discussing about data list. In head section I just want to give a title name as data list. Then we will come to body. In body we will use a heading. I will use h2. Inside h2 I will just mention a web terminology. Then we will use data list, DL. Data list consists of data term. Data term I will give just name a web. Then we will go for data definition. Data definition is an explanation of web. Web is a portion of internet. Next we will create another data term. I will name it as web server. And this web server definition is it resembles both hardware and software. It satisfies the client request by sending and receiving data. This is my data definition of web server. So we will write another data term. We will write a website. We will give a data definition of website. Website is a virtual directory on web server. Yeah. Here we are using a data list term. Data list consists of data term and data definition. So our first data term is web, and I want to define this web in data definition. This is the definition of web, and I'm using another data term. I want to define this data term in data definition. So I have written here. So next is the same. Just save it. Control S. Go to any browser. I'm just going to Google Chrome and search for our web page. http://localhost/ our website alias name /, and our HTML page name c.html. Yeah, this is what we are expecting. Web terminology, this I have written in h2 tag. So web is a data term and this is a data definition. Web server is a data term and this explanation is a data definition, and website is a data term. For this data term, this explanation is a data definition. So we have done with this. Thank you. Now we will discuss about text formatting in HTML. How you will define text with formats. Formatting of text in a HTML document doesn't depend on how it is defined in the editor. You have to use various elements to format text. We have some elements to format a text. They are these three. We have font tag, and we have font styles, we have font effects. To format a text, for formatting the text in a HTML document, we have to use all this. So we will see with example how we will use font tag and font styles and font effects. First we will discuss about a font element. It defines the appearance for text by changing the face, size and color. So we have three attributes inside font elements. Those are face, size and color. We will see briefly what these attributes will do our font elements. Face. It defines the font family, name like Arial, Times New Roman. It changes our font appearance. Next we have size. It defines the character size in 7 levels. The default size is 3 and the font size increases gradually from 1 to 7 levels. We can change size through this attribute. Next we have color. It specifies a color name or code. So we will see an example how to use a font element with these three attributes. So just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, first save it, Ctrl S. I'm giving a file name as d.html. So document declaration, next document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections, a head section and a body section. So inside body section I am using a font element, font tag. Inside font I am writing welcome to this course. I want to change the format of this text. So just go to font element. In font element we have three attributes. Just now we have discussed that. So first we will see about face. A face attribute is to change the text formatting. So in face we will use Arial. And next we have another attribute called size. Size I will mention as 6. So another attribute we have like color. Color I will mention as red. Yeah, so just save it, Ctrl S, go to Google Chrome, type the URL http://localhost/HEMANTH/ and our HTML page file name is d.html. Just press enter. So this is what we want to get through font element. Everything is good. We have changed the text color and size and a face. Face has a Arial, the text format. So once we will change size to 2. I have changed size to 2. Ctrl S, save it, go to browser, refresh it. See, the text size has been changed. So this is the use of font element. Next we will discuss about font styles. The character font styles include bold and italic, which are defined by using following tags. We have bold and italic, which are defined by using following tags. Those are, we have bold with B tag and strong tag. We have italic with I tag and EM tag. EM is nothing but emphasized. We will see what is this strong and emphasize. The elements strong and emphasize are used while reviewing a document. A developer can highlight the changes made in the document. We can highlight the changes made in the document by using a strong and emphasize tags, EM tags. We will see an example how to use it in our HTML page. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, Ctrl S. I'm giving a name as e.html. So first document declaration, then document scope. Inside we have two sections, head section and a body section. Inside body section, I will create a div tag. Inside div, I will just write say sentence, the tag, then I will use B tag. Inside B tag, I will write bold is similar to the tag. Then I will use a strong tag. Inside strong tag, I will write strong. After this, I will use a tag called BR. BR we use for line break. Then we will write a sentence, the tag. I want to use italic tag, I tag. Inside I will write italic. Is similar to the tag. We will use emphasize tag, EM tag. Inside EM tag, we will write emphasize. So just save it. Go to any browser. Type the URL http://localhost/hemanth/ then our page name e.html. So this is what we are expecting. with our font styles, bold and italic. So just see the code. I'm writing the sentence. The tag bold is similar to the tag strong. In this line, I'm highlighting bold word with a B tag, bold tag. That's why we are seeing it a bold. Is similar to the tag. This is, I'm writing it simply without any font styles. Then for strong word, I'm using a strong element. That's why strong is highlighting in our sentence. Then the tag italic. This italic word I am using inside I tag. That's why italic is different from other words. Then is similar to the tag emphasize. Emphasize I am using inside em tag. That's why emphasize is looking different word. So these are about font styles. We have done with this. Next we will discuss about font effects. The font effects will change the character display mode by highlighting or by changing the position raised or lowered from baseline. So we have the tags used for font effects are, we have underline tag, U and INS inserted, we have strikeout tag, and we have delete tag, and we have superscript tag, and we have subscript tag. We will see an example where we use these tags in our font effects, how it is useful to us. So we will see an example. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, f.html. So first document declaration, then document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections, a head section and a body section. Inside body section I am using a div tag. Inside div tag we will use Datalist. We will use a Datalist. Inside Datalist we will use a data term. Inside data term I will write underline and strikeout. So for this data term we will write a data definition. Inside this data definition we will use the tags. The tag we will use underline tag. Inside this underline tag I will write underline. After this, to highlight and the tag we will use INS tag. Inside INS I will write inserted. To review. So I will write a tag BR for line break. Then we will use a strike tag. So I will just mention a month. Course. So I will use a strike tag. Inside strike tag I will mention a 1000. This I am using inside strike tag. so that amount will be strike off whenever we see it on the browser. So next I will use a BR tag for line break. After this I will mention here, I will use HTML. After BR I will mention HTML course. Then I will write 3000 here, sorry, 2000, just for example. Then I will write another data term. So I will name it as delete text. So I will write a data definition. Inside this data definition, I will use some matter like HTML is a markup language used to present UI screen on browser. So I want to use a delete tag here. For browser I want to use a delete tag. We will use del. So this end tag we have to use after browser. Just cut it, Ctrl X and paste it, Ctrl Z, sorry, Ctrl X, cut it and Ctrl V, paste it and just save it. So next we have another two elements like superscript and subscript. We will see where we will use those two elements. We will write a data term. Inside this data term I will write superscript. So we will use a data definition. Inside this data definition I will just mention HTML and I want to use a superscript tag SUP. Inside this SUP I just want to mention a number 5, HTML5. This number will not be equal to HTML. It will come upside of our HTML. So we have another element called subscript. So we will use that. Where to use that? Subscript. Then I will create a tag called data definition. Inside this I will just create H. Then I will use sub. Inside this sub I will write a number 2 and I will write O. I'm just writing H2O. This 2 will not be equal to H2O. This 2 number will be visible down to H2O. We will see this. Just save it and go to browser. Type the URL of our page, http://localhost/hemant/ our page name f.html. So this is what we are expecting with underline and delete and strikeout, superscript and subscript. So whenever we are using underline tag with this underline word, for underline word it is underlined. This is the use of underline tag. And we are using inserted tag. This is also same equal to underline tag. Inserted word is underlined. Next we are using a strikeout tag. A strikeout tag I have used for 1000 rupees. That's why this 1000 rupees is striked off. Then I am using a delete text. Delete I am using for a browser word. That's why browser is striked off. This is the use of a delete tag. Then we are using superscript tag for a 5 number. That's why this 5 is visible upper side of our HTML word. Next we are using subscript tag. This two number I am using with subscript tag. That's why this 2 is visible down to HO. This is the use of subscript. So we have done with this font effects. Next we will discuss about images in HTML. Web can display images by using markup languages. The image formats supported for presentation in a web page are shown below. These are the image formats supported for presentation on web pages. We will see all those. First we will discuss about .png. It is high resolution image type. It have more pixel depth and it occupies more space. For displaying images on web page so that user can zoom and view in detail. Second we have .jpg or .jpeg. Both are same. It is also high resolution, more pixel depth but less than the PNG format. So it is a compressed image format. Displaying buttons, icons, bullets and logos, etc. So next we have .gif, GIF. It has low resolution image with 256 colors, very low pixel depth. It can be animated for displaying buttons, icons, bullets, logos, etc. Next we have .svg. It uses vector graphics instead of pixels. Have high resolution than PNG. Use it for displaying architecture diagrams, mathematical equations, etc. So we will discuss about what are this image type names, what are the full form of this image type names. First we will discuss about PNG. PNG is a portable network graphics. Next we will discuss about JPG. JPG is a joint photographic group. Next we will discuss about JPEG. JPEG is a joint photographic expert group. Next we will discuss about GIF. GIF is a graphic interchange format. Next we will discuss about SVG. SVG is a scalar vector graphics. Yeah. So to display images in a web page, HTML provides an image element with the img tag. The attributes for image elements are, for image elements we have some attributes. Those are, first one is src. It specifies the name and path of the image to display. And we have alt attribute for image element. It defines an alternative text to display when image fails to load. We have another attribute called border. It sets a border for image by specified pixels. And we have another attributes width and height. It defines width and height of image in pixels or percentile. The size defined in percentile will adjust image height and width according to browser window. And we have vSpace and HSpace attributes. It defines the horizontal and vertical space between the text and image when text is wrapped around image. And we have align attribute. It defines the image alignment left or right. The text is wrapped beside image only when align is defined. So these are the attributes of image element. So we will see one example with all these attributes we will use in an image element with example in next video. Thank you. We will see an example how to use this image element in our HTML page. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file and save it, Ctrl S. I will give a name as g.html, save it, and document declaration, document scope. Inside we have two sections, a head section and a body section. Inside body section I will use a div tag. Inside div tag I will use a img tag. Inside img we have attribute called src. We have an car image in images folder. Just go to images folder. Here it is showing images folder, and we have a car image. I have given location of our car image. Then we have another attribute called width. Width I will give 50 percentile. Next we have another attribute called height. Height also I will give 50 percentile. Next we have align attribute. Align I will give it as center. Next we have vSpace attribute. vSpace attribute I will give as 5. Then we have HSpace. HSpace attribute I will give a number as 10. Then I will use a paragraph tag. Inside I will write some text like welcome to this course. So just save it, Ctrl S, and go to any browser. Type the URL http://localhost/heymonth/ and our HTML page name g.html. Press enter. So this is the use of image element and img tag. I'm using this car image location in src attribute. So this is the image tag and these are the attributes: src location attribute, and width and height I'm giving 50%, and I'm using align attribute to center, vSpace and HSpace, and I'm using a paragraph tag, welcome to this course. So welcome to this course, this is what we will get through image element. So we have done with this. Thank you. Next we will discuss about horizontal line. A horizontal line is defined by using the tag HR. By using a HR, we can get a horizontal line in our HTML page. It separates the content on page by using a horizontal split. It comprises of the following attributes. This HR element, HR tag has some following attributes inside that element. Those are, we have size attribute, specifies the height of line. We have width attribute, it specifies the line width. We have align attribute, aligns line to left, center and right. We have no shade attribute, removes the shallow shape. We have color attribute, it sets a color for line. We will see an example of this horizontal line element. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it. I'm saving it as h.html and document declaration, document scope, inside two sections, head section and a body section. Inside body section, I'm using a div tag. Inside div tag, I'm using a HR tag, horizontal line tag. Inside horizontal line tag, we have attributes like, we have size attribute. I'm mentioning it as 15. We have width attribute. I'm giving width as 400. And we have color attribute. Color I'm giving as red. And we have no shade attribute. And we have align attribute. Align I'm giving as center. So just save it, Ctrl S, and go to any browser. Type the URL http://localhost/Hemant, our website physical path alias name Hemant /h.html. So this is what we want to get through horizontal line and HR tag. Through HR tag, we are getting this horizontal line, and we have used all the attributes which are there in HR tag. Size attribute we have given 15, width we have given 400, and color red, and align to center. So everything we are getting as expected. So we have done with this. Thank you. Next we will discuss about links in HTML. A link is clickable text, picture or graphic that navigate the user to any specified location when clicked. The links that handle navigation over HTTP protocol are known as hyperlinks. A hyperlink can navigate to any specified location or a file. Hyperlinks in a web page are classified into two types: intra-document links and inter-document links. Hyperlinks in HTML are created by using anchor element, a tag. We use a tag for hyperlinks. The navigation for anchors is defined by using the attribute href. This is the syntax of anchor tag. Our next topic is, we will see a brief description on intra-document links and inter-document links. First we will see on intra-document links. The hyperlinks that are used for navigation within the page are known as intra-document links. A hyperlink designed for navigation within page will use href attribute starting with hash. This is the syntax of intra-document link. So we will see an example of an intra-document link. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it. A1.html. So document declaration, document scope, we have two sections, a head section and a body section. So in head section, I want to mention a title. Inside title, I will give a name called tutorial. So we will go to body. Inside body, I will use a tag div. Inside div, I will use a heading tag h1. Inside h1, I will write a table of contents. For this h1 tag, I will use a id with name, table of content TOC. Next, I will create a ordered list. Inside this ordered list, I will create a list item. Inside list item, I will create an anchor tag. In anchor tag, I will mention HTML. Then I will use a href attribute. Inside href attribute, I will use hash HTML. Next, we will use another list item. Inside this list item, I will use an anchor tag. Then I will name it as JavaScript. For this anchor tag, I will use a href attribute and I will give a name. JavaScript. Hash JavaScript. Yeah. Or we can use a shortcut name called hash.js. Outside of anchor tag, I will give a name called JavaScript. Next, we will use another list item called li. In this, I will use an anchor tag. Then we will see about CSS basics. Href. I will use hash CSS. Then I will come out of this ordered list. Then I will use another heading h2 with HTML. For this h2, I will give a ID called HTML. And then I will use an anchor tag. I will use a href attribute with location hash table of contents. Inside anchor tag, I will use an image tag img. In this image tag, I will give a location with images slash we have one car image. I want to display that. I will give width has 30. and height also I will give as 30. Then I will come out of this anchor tag. Then I will use a paragraph P. I will just write something like welcome to this course. Then I will come out of this paragraph. Then I will use another H2 inside this. For this H2 I will give an ID name called JS. Then I will use JavaScript. After this H2 I will use an anchor tag. In this anchor tag I will use a image tag img. For this anchor tag I will give a use a href attribute. Then I will use hash table of contents TOC. For image I will give a location called images slash I will use a bike image. I want to display this bike image. Then I will give a width with 30 and I will use height also with 30. Then I will use a paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph I will just mention like welcome to JavaScript. So next we will use another heading H2 tag. Inside this is for CSS basics. So for this I will give a link called in H2 I will use an ID with CSS. Next I will use an anchor tag. Inside anchor tag I will use an image tag. For anchor tag I will give a location href attribute. I will use href attribute. Then hash table of content. Then for image I will use src attribute. Then images. Then I will use images slash I want to see a tree image. So next we will use a paragraph P tag. Inside this I will write welcome to CSS. So just save it, control, just increase the width and height, width to 100 and height to 100 for 3 images. Then control save, control S, just go to Google Chrome, type for URL http://localhost /hemant/ our HTML page name html1.html. Yeah, I'm having 3 hyperlinks with anchor tags. Whenever I click on HTML is coming. Whenever I click on JavaScript is coming on my screen. Whenever I click on CSS, control is going to CSS. So this is the use of intra document links by using anchor tag. Next we will discuss on inter document links. The hyperlinks that enable navigation from one page to another are referred as inter document links. The navigation can be defined to any file or any URL. The target file contents can open in your browser if it supports relative plugins. The file is downloaded if plugins are not available. So we will see an example of inter-document links. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file and save it. Ctrl S. I'm giving a name as p1.html. Just give a document declaration. Next, document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections, a head section and a body section. So inside body section we will create a div tag. Inside div tag I will use a h2 heading and I will give a name quick navigation and we will use OL. Ordered list. Inside ordered list I will create a list item. Inside list item I will create anchor tag. Anchor tag I will use a href attribute. Inside that I want to open another HTML page from this HTML page, so we can achieve it through anchor tag and it is also called as inter document links. Here you have to mention the address. For example, I want to see, we have created so many HTML pages, like I want to see second page dot html. We have those pages in our website physical path, so I will give a name as view our tutorial. So next we will create another list item li. Inside this list item I will create another anchor tag, so I will mention it as view PDF tutorial. For this I will give a href attribute, href, then I will mention a location, documents, slash, I have a CSS PDF, I want to see the PDF in my browser, so CSS PDF, just save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, type the URL http:// /a month/ then our file name b1.html. Yeah, this is our inter document links. So first one is view our tutorial. Whenever I click on view our tutorial, our second page.html, another HTML page is opening from our HTML page, then go back, then second list item, first list item we have second page.html in our anchor tag has inter document links. In second list item we have a PDF file, I want to see that PDF file, just click on this hyperlink. This is opening a PDF file in browser itself, so this is the PDF file. So we have done with this. We have seen a real world example of inter document links, so we got an idea how to use inter document links. Next we will discuss about link target. A hyperlink in HTML always opens its target in the same browser window by removing the current page. So we don't want to remove the current page, we want to see with the link which we open, we want to see it in other tab or another window. So we can achieve it through target. You can change the link target location to any one of the following. So we have link target location in a new tab. We have to use target attribute is equal to underscore blank. This is the syntax. We have another option, link target location in a new window. If you want to open a new window, we can use a JavaScript : window.open. This is the syntax. We will see a live example how to do this. So just open Visual Studio Code. This is our current program of Intra document links. So this first hyperlink, I want to see it in another tab. So I will mention a target is equal to underscore blank. Just save it and open Google Chrome, refresh, just click on view our tutorial. Yeah, it is opening in another tab. So this is what we can achieve it through target is equal to blank. So we want to see, whenever we click on view our tutorial, we want to see the screen in another window. I want to open other window. We can achieve it through JavaScript window.open. We will see the live example. Just remove this target is equal to blank. Remove all this. href. Just I want to mention JavaScript window.open. Open and close bracket. Mention our HTML page name, second page .html. Just give a name for it. I will give a page. Next mention height and width. Width is equal to, I will give it 400, and height I will mention as 300. Just save it. Ctrl S. Go to Google Chrome. Refresh it. So just click on view our tutorial. Yeah, it is opening in other window. It has opened in other window. I am going to click again, view our tutorial. It is opening other Google Chrome window. It is showing in other window. So this is what we can achieve it through JavaScript window.open. So this is the information about a link target. Thank you. Next we will discuss on tables in HTML. Tables are used to organize the contents in rows and columns. A table in HTML can present data as well as the page contents with absolute position. The tags that are used for tables are, we have table tag. Table tag is used for scope of a table and compresses of a collection of rows and columns. Caption. It sets a caption bound to table so that it is more SEO friendly. We have head. It defines the rows and headers to display at the top margin of table. Foot. It defines the rows at the bottom of table. Body. It specifies the rows between header and footer. It specifies the column header, that is the content to display as field names while presenting data. It defines a table row with collection of cells. It defines the data to display in table cell. Call group. It is used to group a set of columns to define a style. We will see an example of tables in HTML. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, Ctrl S. I will just save it as a2.html. This is my HTML page. I'm creating a document declaration and I'm creating a document scope. Inside document scope, I'm creating a head section. We have two sections, head section and a body section. I'm going to a body section. Inside body section, in head section, I want to give a title name as table. So let's come to body section. In body section, I'm using a div tag. Inside div tag, I'm using a table tag. In table tag, I'm using a align attribute as center. Then I'm giving a width as 400. Then I'm giving a border. Let's give 1. So this is my table. I will just give a caption. I'm using caption tag. Inside caption tag, I will give a name called products table. Then we will use a call group span. So inside call group, I'm using a span attribute. In span, I'm mentioning a 2, and I'm using a style attribute. Inside style, I'm giving a background color as yellow. Next, we will create a t-head. I'm using a t-head tag. Inside t-head tag, I'm using a th. In th, I'm writing product ID. This th indicates a head or sections. And I'm using another th. I'm giving it as a name row, and I'm giving another th. In this, I'm mentioning as price. So this is our t-head. Let's come out. We will use a t body. Inside t body, I'm creating a tr table row. Inside table row, I'm creating a td table data. In table data, I will mention as 101. This is my product ID. Then I will use another td. In this td, I will mention a product name like Samsung TV. Then I will mention another td. In this, I will give its price like 45,000. This is my first table row. We will create another table row. We can copy paste it. Just Control C, copy, Control V, paste it. We will create another row. Just change the product ID number 102, then product name. Just change it as any like Bata shoe. Price I will give as 2000. Then we will go to last row. I will change name to, so name we will give as any mobile, iPhone. Amount I will give as 80,000. So just save it, Control S, go to browser, and type the URL of our web page, http://localhost/heymonth/a2.html. So this is what I have written in my HTML page. So whatever the caption I have written inside table, products table, it is appearing on the top of the screen. So product price is not, for price it's not applying yellow. Yeah, I did not mention here. For span I have to mention 3, then save it. Now go to browser, refresh. Yeah, whenever I am using call group span 3, style is equal to background yellow, table will be having 3 columns by using call group tag. Then whatever the t-head portion I am using inside th tag, those will be appeared on the top of the table, the names, IDs and price of the list items. After that, t-body indicates the body of the table. This is a body of the table. Inside t-body I am giving a table row. This is a row, a single row, 101 Samsung TV 445,000, and this is my first row. Like that we can give many number of rows like this. So this is the use of tables in HTML, like how we can create the tables in HTML. So I'm done with this. We have seen the example how to create tables in HTML. Thank you. Now we will discuss about forms in HTML. A form provides UI that allows the user to interact with website. User can input the data or query the data by using forms. A typical web form comprises of collection of several elements like buttons, text box, checkbox, radio button, list box, drop-down box. All these elements comprises a form. HTML provides the following tag to design a form and its elements. We will discuss about all those elements. So these are the elements. We have a form, input, data list, select, option, text area, field set, a legend, meter, progress. All this we can use inside a form. So we will be discussing about form. Form is an HTML element that encapsulate all the controls and submit their value to server. A typical web form is designed for request headers, get and post. We use the get request to fetch a page from server. We use post request to submit form data to the server. So we will see what is the difference between get and post methods. In get method, data will be arranged in HTTP header appending to the URL as query string. In post method, data will be arranged in HTTP message body. In get method, data is in query string, so user can view the data. In post method, data is not visible to user. Get method is less secured compared to post method because data is in query string, so it will be saved in browser history and web server logs. Post method is bit safe than get method because data is not saved in history and web server logs. In get method, as data is saved in URL, So it saves only 2048 chars. Post method can be used for any amount of data for unlimited. Get method can be bookmarked. Post method can't bookmark. Get method hacking is easy. Post method hacking is difficult. Only ASCII character data type is allowed in get method. In post method, no restrictions allows binary data also. In post method, there are no restrictions. It allows binary data also. In get method, caching is possible, but in post method, caching is not possible. So we will see the attributes and its descriptions, which will be used in form and elements. So first attribute is name. It specifies a reference name for form in the page. ID. It refers to CSS ID. We have a class attribute. It refers to a CSS class. We have a method attribute. It specifies the request header to which a form will respond to either get or post. We have an action attribute. It specifies the target URL when the data is submitted. We have no validate attribute. It disables the default HTML validation while submitting the form. So we have input element. We will discuss about this. HTML form provides an input tag that enables the user to input any value. You can restrict the data type of input value by using the attribute type. HTML supports the data type like text, no password, range, date, mobile, URL, file, month, year, email. This is the syntax of input type. Type we can give a text or a number or date or email. So these are the attributes which we can use in input element. We have a type attribute. It specifies the data type of input value which can be text, number or date. We have a name attribute in input element. It defines a reference name for element form. Can submit the element value only when it is defined with name. We have a value attribute. It specifies the default value for the control. We have a placeholder attribute. It sets focus to the control automatically on page load. We have an autofocus attribute. It sets focus to the control automatically on page load. We have a required attribute. It specifies that the control must have a value while submitting the form. We have a disable attribute. It disables the input control so that user cannot set a value or use the element. We have a read-only attribute. It indicates that the value in the control is not editable. We have a max length attribute. It specifies the maximum number of characters that are allowed in the input control. We have min and max attribute. It defines the minimum and maximum value for specified number range. Min and max are different attributes. Both are not a single attribute. We have a size attribute. It sets the width for text box. We have a pattern attribute. It verifies the input value with regular expression. The expression are built by using meta characters. We have an example, A to Z, only uppercase. We have a list attribute. It uses a data list that contains option to display while user is typing the text. We will see an example how to create a form and how to input the values into form. So just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file. First save it, Ctrl S with name a3.html. First document declaration, then document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections, a head section and a body section. So we will see. First, in head section, I want to give a title name. Title I will give as registration form. Next, we will come to body section. In body section, I will create a form tag. Inside form, we will create a table. For this table, I will give a align attribute with center. I will give a width is equal to 500. Then come down. I want to give a caption. Caption we will write as registration form. Next, we will create a table row. Inside this table row, we will create a table data. In table data, I will use I want user to input their username. Table data. In this table data, I will create input tag. Inside input tag, I will give a type as text. Next, I will give a name to this username as txt name. Next, we will use a placeholder max 10 chars only. This placeholder we use for whenever we are opening a form in the input area. Before typing anything, it will show something like you can use only capital letters, you can use only small letters. Yeah, on that place I am writing a placeholder with max 10 chars only. So next we will write autofocus required. Next I will write a max length. I will give a max length. User can input a max length of only 10 characters. I will give a size I will give as 20. Then we will give a pattern I will give as capital letters, caps A to Z. They can use only capital letters. So come down. Next we will create another table row. Inside this table row, we will create a table data and we will write a password. For password, we will create another table data. Inside this table data, use an input tag. Inside this input, we will give this input as a password, type as a password. Then I will give a name for this like txt password. Then I will give a placeholder Placeholder we will write as password should be 4 to 15 chars. Yeah. Next I will mention this is required, it's compulsory, password they have to give. Then I will give a pattern. In pattern I will mention, like we can mention small a to small z and capital A to capital Z, and we can give 0 to 9. Next we will create another table row. Just caps lock of it, create another table row. Inside this table row create a table data, give a name with age, create another table data. Inside this table data use an input tag. Inside this input tag, for this input type I want a number because age is a number. Then I want to give a name for this. I want to give it as name text age. Then I will give a minimum characters. Minimum they have to give. Minimum his age should be 15 and max his age should be 30. We will use value attribute. Value should be 2 digits. Next we will create another table row tr. For this we will give, inside this tr I will create a td as email. I will create another td. Inside this td I will use a input tag. Inside this input type I will give as email. Then I will give a name for this like txt email. So done with this. Next we will create another table row. Inside this table row we will create a table data. This we will give them as favorite color. They have to choose a color. Create another td. Inside this td I will create an input tag. I will give a type as color. I will give a name for this txt color. Yeah. Next we will create another table row. Inside this table row we will create a table data. So we want user to give their name, favorite cricketer name, favorite cricketer name, create another table data. Inside this table data, create a input tag. Inside this input tag, give a type text and give a list. We can use a list as players. They can give more than one player name. So to use this, we have a element called Datalist. We have to use that in this. I will show you how to create it. Datalist. Inside this Datalist, we have a element called option. We can give so many options for them. Just copy it, Ctrl C, paste it, Ctrl V. We will give a 4 names. For this data list, I will give a ID as players. For options, I will give names like Sachin, Dhoni, Dravid, and we have like Saurav. We will use these names. Next, come out of this table row. We will create another table row. Just create another table row. Create a table data. And we will create another table data with price range. So we will create a table data and we will give an input tag. For this input tag, I will give a type as range. And I will give a name txt price. So we have done with this table row. We will create another table row. Inside this table row, we will create a table data. In table data, we will give user to upload a photo. Upload photo. For this, create a table data. Inside this, use an input tag. Inside this, type is equal to, for file, you have to give a type file. For photo, photo type is a file. Give a name for this, txt file. We will give for this input type, and why we will give this name is because to send all this data from client side to server side programming, we use these names. By using all these names, we can convert those data from client side to server side. We can copy those properties. So next, we will create another table row. We will create a table data. Inside this table data, I will create input. I will give a type as submit. Value, I will give as register. This is a button. So for this TD, I will give a call span. as to and align. I will put it in center. So this is our form with input tag and all the elements which is inside form. Just control save, go to a browser, type the URL of our web page, http://localhost/hemant/ and our website, our HTML page name a3.html. Yeah, this is the registration form we have created in our HTML form. So username, in placeholder whatever I have written it is showing here, max 10 characters only. Password also it is showing. Age should be 2 digits, more than 15 they have to give, or less than 30. Email ID, then they have to choose a favorite color. This is the type of favorite color. Then they have to choose a favorite cricketer name. This is the data list and options we have chosen. From these 4 they have to choose any one. Dhoni. Yeah, and the price range, this is the range we have chosen. This is the type of range. Then upload photo. For upload photo we have given a type choose file. For upload photo we have given a type file. So in images we have a tree image. I just want to open it. I want to send it to my form. Yeah, this is came into my form. I have given register. So submit button and insert to register. This is the total form page with form elements and input elements. So we have done with this. Next we will discuss about a drop down list and list box. First we will discuss about drop down list. It is a form control that enables the user to select any one option from a list of choices. The drop down list is defined by using the tag select, and it contains collection of items that are defined as option tag. We will see a syntax. This is the syntax, and we will see an example how to do this. Just create a new file, save it, Ctrl S, a4.html, HTML, head section, body section. Inside body section I am using div tag. Inside div tag I am using select tag. Inside select tag we have option tag. Just copy paste it, Ctrl Shift right arrow, Ctrl C, copy, paste, Ctrl V, just give a cities names, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, search for our page, HTML://localhost/hemant/ our page a4.html. So this is the drop down list what we want to get it. User will select any one from these options. This is the use of drop down list. So we have done with this. Next we will see about list box. The list box control is similar to a drop-down list but enables the user to select more than one option from a group of choices. The tag selected is used to display a drop-down. You can change into list box by using the attribute size. Size is an attribute. User can select more than one option when the attribute multiple is defined. Multiple is an attribute. This is the syntax. In select element, we have two attributes. A size attribute. Size attribute is to define to select more options, and we have to use multiple to select more than one option. So we will see an example how to use this. Go to Visual Studio. So we have a select. In select, I will use a size. I will give it as 2. Then I will mention multiple. This is the list box. Just open the browser, refresh it. So user can select more than 2 items. This is the use of list box. So this is what the drop down list and list box we have done with the example. So we have few more attributes in drop down list. Every option of drop down list comprises of following properties. We have a value property. It specifies the value to submit when any option is selected. Text. It defines the text to display for item in list. We have a selected. It selects the item automatically on page load. Disabled. It disables any item in the list so that item is displayed but not selectable. We will see an example of all these properties. Just go to our page, HTML page. For option, for Hyderabad option, I am using a value. In value, I will put a value and I will disable it. For Mumbai, I will mention as selected. For Bangalore, I will use a value as value. Go to Google Chrome, just refresh the page. So this is what we are trying to see. For Hyderabad, I have used disabled. That's why we cannot select Hyderabad. See, Hyderabad is disabled. And for Mumbai, I have made it selected. That's why Mumbai is always selected whenever page is reloaded. This is what about the properties in drop-down list. Next we will discuss about field set and legend. A field set is a container used to group all controls in a form visually into a category. Legend is used to set a caption for field set. This is the syntax of field set and legend. Legend is used inside of field set. So we have radio buttons. A radio button enables the user to select one or multiple options. A radio button once checked cannot be unchecked. To uncheck the radio buttons, you have to restart the process or define mutex, mutual exclusion multithreading. Mutex enables to execute all tasks on a single thread, so that process will allow only one task. If a new task is sent into process, then it eliminates the existing task. The radios in HTML are defined by using input type is equal to radio. So we have some attributes in radio. Name. It specifies a reference name for radio button. You can define a common name for multiple radios so that only one radio can be selected. We have value attribute. The videos by default submit the value on or off. You have to define any another value so that form can submit the value on selection of specific radio button. We have a checked attribute. It makes the radio button selected by default. So we have another element called checkbox. Checkbox is a form element that allows the user to select one or multiple options. Checkbox can be selected and unchecked. Checkbox can be checked and unchecked. Checkbox can have a common name in a group so that all values can be stored in single reference. The attributes are name, value, checked. We will see an example how to use and where to use this field set and legend and radio box and checkbox. So just open a Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, Ctrl S, a5.html, then document declaration, document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections. So in body section I will create a div tag. Inside div tag we will create a form. Inside form I will create a field set. Inside field set we have a legend. So I will give a name as gender. Then I will give an input type. Type as radio. Here we will use radio. Name, gender, then value. Value I will give as male. We have a checked attribute in this. Yeah, male. We will use another input tag. Inside this I will give a type as radio. I will give a name. Name should be same because for both inputs we are using only one field set, like gender. Name is equal to gender. One should be selected, right? That we can access through only with name. Value, female. Female. Next, after field set, I want to use line break, BR. I want to use a button tag with submit. Just save it. Go to browser. Type for a5.html. Yeah, this is the radio box and field set and gender legend. All this box is called a field set. This gender I have mentioned in legend. Through legend we can achieve it through this. So as radio buttons I have given male and female. So we can select any one of these. And we have a button called submit. This is the use of field set, legend and a radio button. Now we will see where to use a checkbox. So checkbox, here itself I will show you. Just change the legend to select course. I will change type to checkbox. Both I have to change checkbox. Name I will give as course. Both should be same, course. Value I will give as HTML, and the next one I will give as Java. HTML and Java. Yeah. Just control save it, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah. This is the use of checkbox. We can select both at a time. We can uncheck both at a time. We can check any one of this. This is the usage of checkbox. And we have a submit button to submit the checkbox. So we have seen field set, legend, radio and checkbox with example how to use and where to use. So thank you. Next we will discuss about progress. The progress control is used to show the status of any task performed by your page, such as downloading, uploading, copying, installing, etc. This is the syntax of progress. We have min attribute, max attribute, value attribute in progress, and we will discuss about meter. It is used to display a grade meter that specifies the range of numeric constants between min, max, low and high. This is the syntax of meter. We will see a real world example where we use this progress and meter. Just open a Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, a6.html, create a document declaration, then create a document scope. Inside we have two sections, head section and a body section. Inside body section I will create a form. Inside form I will create a field set. Inside field set we have legend. In legend I will write download progress. Then we will use progress tag. Inside progress we have min attribute. I will give it as 1. We have max attribute. I will give it as 100. We have a value attribute. I will give it as 60. Then we will create another field set. For meter we will create legend. I will just mention 84% profile completed. So I will use a meter tag here. Inside this meter tag we have a attributes called min. In min I will mention 1. I will use a max attribute. I will use 100 and I will mention a value with 84. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to a browser, search for our page http://localhost, hemant slash a6.html. Yeah, this is the usage of progress and meter. Our first field set is on progress and our next field set is on meter. It is nothing but it is only to show the status of downloading, uploading, copying, installing. This is the status we can see through progress or a meter. Yeah, thank you. This is the example. Next we will discuss about text area. It is an RC data element, a rich content data element that allows multi-line text. It will not allow any HTML element and used only for presenting plain text. We have an attributes in text area. We have a rows attributes. Row specifies the number of row. We have calls attribute. Call specifies the number of columns. We have read only attribute, will not allow to edit the text. This is the syntax of text area. So we will see an example how to use it. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, Ctrl S. I'm saving it as a7.html. The document declaration, then document scope HTML. Inside document scope we have two sections, head section and a body section. Inside body section we will use a field set. Inside field set we have a legend. Inside legend I will use license terms. Then we will use text area. Inside this we will write something like this is the home page to learn something I'm writing like programming, and we will use the attributes which is there in text area element. We have a rows attribute. We will use a 4 and we have calls. In calls we use 40 and we will mention it as read only, not to edit by others. Others should not edit it. So let's come down. After text area I want to use a break line. After this I want to use a input tag. In this input tag I will give a type as checkbox. So I will just mention as accept terms. Yeah, just save it, Ctrl S. Go to the browser and search for a7.html. Yeah, this is our page. We have used text area and with field set with legend. So this is the thing. I have written a sentence. So I have used checkbox to accept the terms. This is not editable because I have used read only attribute. If we remove that, we can edit it. I have used read only, that's why it is not editing. So this is the use of checkbox. Next we will discuss about buttons. Buttons in web pages are used to confirm user actions, which includes records action, navigation. HTML provides 3 types of button controls: a button and a submit button and a reset button. So first we will discuss about button. It is an ordinary button without any predefined functionality. This is the syntax of button. Next we have a reset button. A reset button will reset all the form data to default values. This is the syntax of reset button. Next we will discuss about submit button. A submit button by default can submit the form data to server. If the form is designed for GET request, then the data will be appended into URL in query string. And for post, request data is added to message body. This is the syntax of submit button. So we will see an example of this buttons. Just go to Visual Studio and I will remove all this. I will remove this field set. So we will use an input tag. Inside this I will use a button. First we will discuss about a simple button. I will give a name. I will give a print. Just Ctrl S, save it, go to the browser, refresh it. So this is the simple button. I did not give any value. Print. Ctrl save, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah, this is the simple button with a print value. Next we will discuss on submit button. Just change this type button to submit and save it. You can change the value to submit. Ctrl S, save it, go to the browser, refresh. This is the submit button. And we have another button called a reset button. At last, 3 buttons are same. A reset. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh it. This is the reset button. At last 3 buttons are same, but their functionality is different. Yeah, we have seen all the buttons related and Textarea related stuff with examples. Thank you. Next we will discuss about mark in HTML. The mark is used to scrolling and sliding content into a web page. You can control the scrolling animation by using CSS and JavaScript. This is the syntax of mark. We will see an example how to use it and where to use it. We have some attributes in mark. Scroll amount, it defines the mark scrolling speed. A direction attribute, it specifies the scrolling direction, left, right, up, down. We have a width attribute, sets width and height of mark. We have a height attribute, content in the page. We have a BG color attribute, set a background for mark content. We have a loop attribute, it specifies the number of time a mark content to display after page load. We have a behavior attribute, it sets mark behavior to alternate. Sliding mark. We will see an example how to use it. Just create a new file, save it, a8.html and a document declaration. After that, document scope. Inside we have 2 sections, head section and a body section. Inside body section, we will use a mark. We will use a mark tag. Inside I will write welcome to this course. So we have some attributes in mark. We will use this. We will use those attributes. Like we have BG color attribute. I will change it to yellow. Then I will give a width. For width attribute I will give 600, and we have a height attribute. Height I will give 100. Then we have a loop attribute. Loop I will give 4 times. 4 times it should come. And we have a direction attribute. Inside direction attribute I will show it should come from right side. So we have another attribute, scroll amount. I will give as 10. So if this mark is not, Control S, save it, go to the browser, search for our page, http://localhost/ our alias name Hemant / A7, not A7, A8 I think so. Yeah, A8.html. Yeah, this is the usage of mark element in HTML. We have done with this. This is the usage of mark with attributes. Thank you. Next we will discuss about styles in HTML. Attribute defined for HTML elements to make them more interactive and responsive. We have inline style. Inline is not reusable. We have embedded style. Style are reusable. We have a CSS cascade style sheet. Styles are maintaining a separate sheet. Style sheet is extension of CSS. Style is not CSS. You have to see this. Again, style sheet is extension of CSS. Style is not CSS. So we will discuss about styles in HTML. Styles are set of attributes defined for HTML elements to make the presentation more interactive and responsive. So styles can be used for any web page by following the given methods. We have an inline style, we have embedded style, and we have CSS. CSS is a cascade style sheet. First we will discuss about inline style. In this method, the styles are defined within the start tag of any element. They are not accessible to other elements. So hence we cannot reuse the style. We will see an example of inline style, how to use it in our web page. Just open a Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it. I will save it as b1.html. b1 is already exists. I will create a b2.html. So first document declaration, then document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections, a head section and a body section. Inside body section we will use a heading tag h1. Inside this we will write welcome to this course. So for this h1 element I want to use a inline style. How we will use it? We have a style attribute. Inside style we can give background color. Background color I will give as red. So we can change color of text. I will change it to white. So we can change text alignment. Text align to center. Just save it, Control S, go to browser, search for our page http://localhost slash web page alias name Hemant slash and our HTML page name b2.html. Yeah, whatever the inline style we are using with style attribute, background color red, text color white, text align center, everything is coming on the screen, whatever we are expecting. So this is the inline style. Next we will discuss about embedded style. What is embedded style? In this method, the styles are defined within the page by using style tag so that they are accessible for any location in the page. We can reuse the style only within the page. We will see an example of embedded style, how to use it and where to use it. Just create a new file, save it, Ctrl S, b3.html. Inside this, I will create a document declaration and I will create a document scope. Inside we have two sections, head section and a body section. So inside head section we have a style tag. Inside style, first we will create in body section. So I will create heading h1. I will use 3 headings. HTML, CSS and JavaScript. For this, I want to apply styles through embedded styles. So just go to head section of style tags. Then we have a h1 element. For h1 element, I want to put a styles. So h1. In this, I have to use background color. Background color, I want to change it as red. Next, we want to change a text color to white. Next, I want to change text alignment to center. This is how we can use embedded styles in our web page. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, search for our page, http://hemant/b3.html. So this is what we are expecting, an inline style and embedded style. Note, style or using embedded method can be defined in head, body or outside of HTML section. A head section, when you want styles to be accessed manually. Body section, when you want them to load automatically. Outside HTML, not recommended but has fast in access. So this is what we are discussing about styles. In our next video, we will discuss about CSS. Next, we will discuss about CSS, Cascade Style Sheets. In this method, the styles are defined in a separate style sheet that have the extension .css, so that the styles are accessible for any page in the website. Using CSS method will increase number of requests to the page. Hence, this will affect the page load time. Page loads very slowly. So, we have a minification topic in CSS. Minification is the process of compressing the CSS and JavaScript file. It will remove line breaks, blank spaces and shorten the lengthy logic into single line. Some of the popular minification tools are modified, .css minifier, .js minifier, .ajax minifier, Smallify. These are the popular minification tools. So we will see the process how to do this minification. So just download any minification tool like Smallify or drag and drop into your style folder into Smallify. Click on Minify button. This will produce a new file heading.min.css. Link the minified file to your page. Through link tag we have to link it to our page. For rel is equal to style sheet, we have to give the location of our CSS mini file. href is equal to style slash heading.min.css. We can do it through online website also. We will see an example how to do this minification. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file with name c2.css. I am creating a CSS file. So I have created CSS file. Just I want to use an element called h1. In h1 I want to give a background color. As blue. Then I want to change color to white. Then I want to change text align to center. So this is our CSS file. Just save it, Ctrl S. Go to Google Chrome. Just search for a minifier tool, like we have CSS minifier. Search for CSS minifier. Yeah, this is the CSS minifier tool. Go to CSS minifier. So here you just copy our code, Control C, Control select all, Control C copy. Just go to the CSS minifier tool, paste it. Just click on minify. Our minification is done. Then click on download as into our physical path. This is our CSS minification file. Just right click it, open with. Just open with Visual Studio Code. Yeah, this is the minification file. It has been whatever, this is our CSS file. This is converted to a minification file. This is our minification file. Everything it has changed to one line. So this is the use of minification. Mostly this, whatever the CSS files we are creating, this will be used in development environment. But this minification files we will use in production. We will use in live environment using by client. So this is the use of minification. Thank you. Next we will discuss about various methods of defining style attributes for elements. The styles embedded or CSS will use a selector to define the attributes. These selectors are responsible for applying styles for elements. So we have some types of selectors. This is the syntax. We have to apply styles for selectors. So attributes will be inside selector. We will see an example how to do this. So we will discuss about the selector used for style are classified into 5 types. Selectors are classified into 5 types. They are a type selector, an ID selector, a class selector, a descendant selector, and an attribute selector. We will see a brief explanation on all this. First, we will discuss about type selector. What is a type selector? It defines the name of the tag to which the styles are applied. All such elements in the page will be used. Same style. You can't ignore or disable style for any specific elements. So we will see an example of type selector. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, Ctrl S, c3.html, document declaration and document scope. Inside document scope we have two sections, a head section and a body section. So in head section we have a style tag, inside style tag. So in type selector, for example, we will use some types in body. In body I will use a tag called heading tag h1, then I will write HTML. I will use another tag like paragraph, so I will write some text like welcome to HTML course. So I want to use this element type. I want to put some styles to this elements type. So for that we have a type selector. Go to our style tag, inside style tag. For h1 element I want to put some styles. So for h1 type you have to mention h1, and we have a element type p. For both I want, for this both elements I want to put some styles. So background color I want to put some red, and I want to change text color to white. Yeah, just save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, search for our page, http://localhost/hemant/c3.html. So this is the HTML page, and we have used a type selector with some styles. So everything is getting what we expected. So this is the use of type selector. Next we will discuss about an ID selector. The ID selector are defined by using hash and are accessed from any element by the attribute ID. However, every element can implement only one ID, hence multiple styles cannot be applied to element. We will see an example of ID selector. Just go to Visual Studio. So for this same page I just want to use with ID selector, just delete it, delete this type selector and give an ID to this h1 tag. I will give name as effects. Through this ID I want to put some styles. Through ID selector use a hash, after hash use an ID name effects. For this effects I want to change background color to red and text color to white. So save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh the page. Yeah, for HTML I'm getting some styles with background color red color and text color white color. This is what we are expecting from ID selector. We have given a name with ID. For that ID name, we are using a styles inside style tag. So this is the use of ID selector. Next, we will discuss about a class selector. The class selector are defined by dot operator and they are referred or accessed by using the attribute class. Every element can implement multiple classes. So we will see an example on class selector. Just go to Visual Studio Code and remove this ID, remove these styles. For this H1 element, I want to use a class selector. In class, I will give a name called back effects and I will use a text effects name. For P tag, I will use a class selector. Inside class selector, I will use back effects. Then we have to apply some styles by using a class name. First, we have to mention a dot whenever you are using class selector. Dot and class name. Class name is back effects. For back effects, I want to change background color. Background color to I want to use red. Next, we have another class name called dot text effects. Sorry, we should not give any gaps. For text effects, I want to use some styles. I will give text color as white and text align to center. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah, whatever the class selector we are using, we are getting those styles. Text, I have arranged it to center, that's why HTML is coming to center. So for welcome to HTML course, my styles is not applying. I have to see what is the error. Yeah, I have gave some gap here. Just remove it and Ctrl save. Yes, Ctrl S. Go to the web page, refresh. Yeah, welcome to this course, HTML course. This is what we are expecting by using class selector. Whenever you are using class selector, you should not forget to put dot here. After putting dot, you have to use class name. So this is the class selector. Next we will discuss about a descendant selector. It is used to define style to any child element in HTML. Several HTML elements use same type of child elements. Hence we have to use descendant selector. We will see an example how to use descendant selector. Just go to Visual Studio Code, remove this class related stuff, how to use by using class selector, remove this class name. Remove this heading and P also. Just we will use an ordered list tag. Inside ordered list, I will use list items with like HTML and I will use another list item CSS and I will use unordered list. In unordered list, I will use two list items. I will put HTML with capital letter and I will use another list item CSS with capital letter. Yeah. Now we want to put styles by using descendant selector. Just go to styles. In styles, descendant selector we can use by using a parent child elements. For li element, list element, I want to use some styles. In ordered list, I want to change the text color to red. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh the page. Yeah, for HTML CSS of ordered list, my styles are applying. As I have given red color for this, my red color style is applied to this, and I did not apply to my unordered list. That's why HTML CSS of this capital letter is seeing as black color. So this is the example of descendant selector. Now we will see attribute selector. Several elements in HTML are added to a page by using single tag but different attributes. Hence we need to apply styles for attributes. So we will see an example how to use this attribute selector. Just remove this OLLI and remove this. In body section, just create a field set. Inside field set, we have a legend. In legend, you can give just a name called any name, Hemant. Then I will use a form. Inside form, I will use your name. Then I will use an input tag. Inside input tag, I will mention type as text. Then I will use another input tag. I will use type as button. I will give a name for this as submit. Close the input tag. Now just go to the style tag. For whatever we have two input tags, we have two input elements, and both types are different. First one type is text and the other type is button. I want to apply styles for only input element button type. How you will get it? By using attribute selector. Just use the element name input and use in this you have to mention type is equal to, you have to give the name of the type. For button we want to apply styles. Inside open and close brackets. So I want to change background color to yellow. Yeah, just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah, we have two input elements, one is for text type and the other is button type. So I have used input element with button, with type button. That's why my yellow color is applied to only button type. So this is the use of attribute selector. So we have discussed about all five selectors with examples. So we have done with this. Thank you. Next we will discuss about Bootstrap. Bootstrap is world's largest repository of CSS and JavaScript. Bootstrap provides several templates and code snippets that you can implement in your pages. Bootstrap is an open source and a commercial resource provider that provides a CDN, content distribution network, for CSS and JavaScript. So you can install Bootstrap by following dependencies. You can install it through npm node.js, and you can install it through Bower. You can install it through Grunt. You can install it through Grovel. You can install it through GitHub. So we'll see how we can install it through Node.js of npm. So installing Bootstrap, this is the steps. We will see an example how to install it. So just open command prompt and change to your project physical path. Just install Bootstrap by typing the following command. This is the command of installing Bootstrap. Just type npm install bootstrap @3. This will add a folder node modules with Bootstrap. So we will see a live how to do this. Just press Ctrl Windows run. In run, just write cmd. It will open a command prompt. Then go to our website physical path. It's in E drive, and we have a folder with UI Tech. UI Tech is our physical path. Inside UI Tech, we will create a folder. Before that, inside UI Tech, just create a folder. This is our website physical path. I just want to create a new folder. I will give name as Bootstrap. So inside this Bootstrap, I want to install my Bootstrap. So we will go to Bootstrap folder. Just now we have created Bootstrap. So here you have to type the following: npm install Bootstrap @3. So this is going to install Bootstrap to our website physical path. It's installing. Yeah, successful. Everything is success. Bootstrap has been installed to our website physical path. To know that Bootstrap is installed, just go to our website physical path. Yeah, UI Tech Bootstrap. This is the module of Bootstrap. All the files, JS files, font styles will be there inside this. We can use those all in our project. So we will see an example how to use this node modules Bootstrap into our HTML web page. We will see an example in next video. So we will see an example on how to use Bootstrap in our web page in HTML page. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, save it, Ctrl S, save it as d1.html. just save it. First, document declaration. After that, document scope. Inside document scope, we have two sections: a head section and a body section. In head section, I want to give a title name. Title name has demo on Bootstrap. Something I'm writing, demo on Bootstrap. So we will go to body section. In body section, I will create a heading tag. So in heading tag I will use a name welcome to bootstrap page. So after this we will use a form. Inside form we will use a div. So inside div we will use our bootstrap classes. We have a form group class. Inside our bootstrap we will use this form group. So in this div we will use a username, input, type as text. So I will use a bootstrap class of form control. Then I will give a name for this as username. I will use a placeholder. In placeholder I will give as enter the text. Yeah, close the input tag. Just if you want to check it whether the bootstrap classes are working in our HTML page or not, just save it, Ctrl S, go to our browser, then open our HTML page. It's d1.html. Yeah, it's working. Welcome to bootstrap page, username, enter the text. It's working good. So after this div I just want to use a line break. And I want to use another line break. After this I want to use another div. So we can copy paste it. Just copy this div, Ctrl C and paste it, Ctrl V and paste the same, Ctrl V and paste the same, Ctrl V, and change the names, username, and the other is password, and other we will mention as age, and the last we will use as name, password, age, gender. We will use a gender. Just change the name. First password, placeholder I will change, enter the password. So for age I have to change the name to age, then I have to change placeholder, enter the age. For gender I have to change the name to gender, placeholder, enter the gender. Yeah, we have done this with this. We are using form control of bootstrap class. Then we will create another div. Inside this div I will use an input tag. Type I will give as checkbox. So I will close this input tag. I will just mention as keep me sign in. So I will close this bootstrap, this div tag. Then I will mention a line break and I will use another line break. Then I will use another input tag. I will give a type as submit. Then I will use a class. We will use a bootstrap class related stuff. Just give p/n and b/n, put success. We will give a value for this as submit and close the input tag. Yeah, we have done with this. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser and refresh it. Yeah, and placeholder, enter the text and it is showing password, age, gender, keep me sign in as checkbox and submit button. Everything it is showing as expected. So this is what we are expecting from Bootstrap. So we have to do some changes here. We have to move all these text boxes to straight line. So just go to Visual Studio Code. So beside age, just put ampersand NB SP, copy it, paste it again, put one more, ampersand NBSP, just Control save, go to Google Chrome. Now just observe the box of age, it will move aside. Yeah, we have to put one more ampersand NBSP and one more ampersand NBSP and one more ampersand NBSP. Save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh it. Just put a semicolon, go to gender, colon, use another ampersand NBSP, save it. Now go to browser, use one more ampersand NBSP, save it, go to the browser, refresh. Yeah, almost all the boxes are at same line. We have to change this bootstrap class name. This is not b/n, this is btn and btn success. So just do a correction on it, just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh it. Yeah, this is what we are expecting from Bootstrap. Username, password, age, gender, keep me sign in, a checkbox and submit button. So this is the example on how to work with Bootstrap. So we have done with this. Thank you. Now we will discuss about JavaScript language. JavaScript language. JavaScript is a programming language. Next, JavaScript is a OBPS language. OBPS is nothing but object based programming language. So many people will be having confusion on this. Whether JavaScript is a object oriented programming language or object based programming language. So it's not object oriented programming language, it's a object based programming language. What is difference between object based programming language and object oriented programming language? I will show you what is the difference. First we will discuss about all programming languages. Like we have POPs, POPs is nothing but process oriented programming system. Process oriented programming system. Now we will discuss about process oriented programming system. Process oriented program systems, like example we have C language is a process oriented programming language, and we have Pascal. Pascal language is also a process oriented programming language. Next we will discuss about object based programming system, OBPS. Object based programming system. Object based programming system will not support inheritance. Inheritance is nothing but, like, for example, we have Java, like .NET, Python, PHP. In those programming languages, those are object oriented programming languages. Object oriented programming languages will support inheritance and polymorphism. Inheritance is nothing but like implementing from one class to another class, implementing from super interface. Those interface features are not supported by object based programming system. And also object based programming system does not support and dynamic polymorphism. It doesn't support dynamic polymorphism, and it supports dynamic memory allocation, and inheritance is not reusability. It is extensibility. We have object-based programming system languages like, for example, we have JavaScript is a object-based programming system, and we have VB in our .NET programming, comma, etc. These are object-based programming systems. Now we will discuss about object-oriented programming system. Oops. Object oriented programming system required more memory. Object-oriented programming system requires more memory because it will be having some conflicts in configuration and is operatable with computer hardwares. For example, we have Java. Java consists of so many predefined libraries and compiler JVM, and we have all features in object-oriented programming system. So it depends upon our use. For what operations, for what is the purpose we want to use, then the use of purpose we can choose, either we have to use object based programming language or object oriented programming system. Object oriented programming systems required more memory because it's complex, it is having some conflicts in configurations. I will make a note about this. It is complex in configuration. We have object-oriented programming systems like example, we have Java, comma .NET, comma etc. are called object-oriented programming systems. Our JavaScript is not a object-oriented programming system. Our JavaScript is a object-based programming system which will not support any inheritance or dynamic polymorphism. It supports dynamic memory allocation. Next we will discuss about JavaScript. JavaScript is a interpreted programming language. Browsers provide interpreter. Browsers will provide interpreter, and JavaScript is a interpreted programming language. And JavaScript mainly we use for web development to handle client-side interaction and validation. In before video lecture we have discussed about this, why we use client-side script. Just we will make a note about this. JavaScript is a client-side script used in web development to handle client-side interaction and validation. Interaction and validation. Interaction is nothing but like, for example, my JavaScript web page should talk to any server-side programming like Java, .NET, Python, PHP. Then to interact with server-side technologies, we use JavaScript as a client-side script. We will see in further classes how to use this with examples. This is just an explanation. What is JavaScript? I am explaining to you. It is a programming language. Next, it supports object-based programming system. Just now we have discussed about this. Means object-based system like JavaScript programming language, it supports reusability and code separation and dynamic memory allocation. And it will not support inheritance and dynamic polymorphism. Just now we have discussed about that. Inheritance is like talking to superclasses, implementing and extending some classes. It is not supportable in object-based programming system, and it will not support dynamic polymorphism, which is supported by object-oriented programming languages. We will make a note about this. It supports object-based programming system. Supports reusability and supports code separation and also supports dynamic memory allocation. And it will not support inheritance. And it will not support dynamic polymorphism. And JavaScript is an interpreted programming language. Just now we have discussed about it. We will make a note about that. JavaScript is a interpreted programming language. Every browser have its own interpreter to translate JavaScript. JavaScript is an interpreted programming language. Just now we have discussed about it. And every browser have its own interpreter to translate JavaScript. What it is going to translate our browser in our JavaScript programming language? Whatever the elements we use, like we have form element, image element, link element, layer element, any element we use, those elements, like elements is nothing but say tags. Just to represent a element or a tag, we need DOM DOM is nothing but a document object model elements we use to represent a HTML page. But to manipulate or to do some actions with that element, we need JavaScript programming language to do manipulations in DOM. We will see in our programming with examples how to manipulate a DOM. And JavaScript reduces overhead and complexity as it refers the document elements like an array. JavaScript reduces overhead and complexity as it refers the document elements like an array. What it means to search or to sees to send some data. If we don't have array, then our data or our data whatever we have, it will be in some other memory locations. To retrieve it, we will be having some complexity. So if we use JavaScript, we will not get such issues because JavaScript reduces overhead and complexity because it refers the document elements like an array. For example, we are using a form. I will show you. I'm having a form. Like this is a form page. Just it's a static DOM, and when by using JavaScript we can manipulate it. If we want to send this form data to an server-side programming, form consists of so many data. Like for example, I want to save some student details in form. So many students will be having. So I entered a first student value. That first student value will be stored in my 0th array. Then I want to save, I'm submitting second student details. Then that form details will be stored in form 1 array. So by using like this array elements, our JavaScript will send data to our server side programming. From server side programming, our data will be stored in database. This is the main advantage of JavaScript because it reduces overhead and complexity as it refers the document elements like an array. Just now I have shown you example. I have submitted a student details. Every student will be stored in our form based on array index number. By using those index number, request will be forwarded to server side. From server side, data will be stored in database. This is the main advantage of JavaScript. I will show you examples in our next classes. This is just an explanation what our JavaScript will do. Next we will discuss about drawbacks of JavaScript. What are the drawbacks of JavaScript? JavaScript is not safe as the code is exposed to client from browser. This is the main disadvantage of JavaScript. Next, JavaScript have browser incompatibility. issues, as every browser have its own JavaScript. This is the main disadvantage of JavaScript. In before video lecture we have seen about browser incompatibility, and we have few more drawbacks for JavaScript, because JavaScript can be blocked by browser. These are the main drawbacks of our JavaScript. Next we will discuss about JavaScript BOM and DOM, browser object model and document object model. We will discuss about that. JavaScript BOM and DOM. What is JavaScript BOM and DOM? JavaScript BOM, it is a browser object model. Browser object model provides collection of objects that are used to handle browser. Provides a collection of objects that are used to handle a browser. This is a JavaScript BOM, browser object model. Next we have DOM. JavaScript DOM. DOM is nothing but document object model. It provides a collection of objects that are used to handle document elements. Document object model provides a collection of objects that are used to handle a document element. Browser object models are nothing but it provides a collection of objects that are used to handle browser. Like we have location, history, navigation. Those comes under browser object model. To get the location from browser, to get the history, like what clients are watching, everything we can see from location, history, navigation, and from window by using all those. We have document object model. Document object model are nothing but it provides a collection of objects that are used to handle document elements. Document elements are nothing but we have forms, images, links, and we have anchors, we have elements. Everything comes under document object model. We will see examples how to use this browser object model and document object model in our web page. I will show you an image of our DOM and BOM hierarchy. This is our browser object model and document object model. Browser object model consists of objects like we have location, history, navigator, and document, and window object. All these are browser object models which is used to handle browser. In our next video lectures, we will see how to use this location object and history object and navigator object and document object and Windows object. So these all whatever you are seeing on the top are BOM, browser object models. These are used to handle browser object models. I will show you the examples in our next video lecture. And we have document object model. Document object model are nothing but it is used to handle document elements, and elements are nothing but we have form element, image element, link elements. All those are elements. To manipulate those elements, we should to manipulate by using DOM hierarchy. By using DOM hierarchy, we have to manipulate it by using JavaScript programming language. This document object contains forms, images, links, and layers and anchors, and form array consists of elements array. All these are document object model, and form consists of element objects, button, checkbox, file, hidden, password, radio. All these are document object model. When we go to HTML, form, images, elements, and checkbox, password, radio, submit button, links, layers, all these we will use, but it is just a static DOM. We are not doing any manipulations in that forms we have seen in HTML. It's just a form page. To manipulate that forms or images, like I want to submit my form details, or I want to use link object. By using link object, I want to send data or receive data from my server side programming. We can do those manipulations by using JavaScript language with DOM hierarchy. We will see all these examples related to document object model in our next video lecture. If you have any doubts, just ping me. I will clarify you. Now we will discuss about browser object model, about window, history, location, document. We will make a note about this. What is the use of it? First we will discuss about BOM. Browser object model. We have window as a browser object model. What is the use of window in browser object model? It provides a set of properties and methods that are used to handle the browser window, like open, comma, close, or print. This is the use of window browser object model. And next we have history. It provides properties and methods that are used to access the client browser history. Next we have location browser object. These are predefined browser objects which is already given by a browser object model hierarchy. It provides the properties and methods that are used to access the client location. details. Like we have IP address, comma, protocol URLs, comma, etc. Next we have navigator object. Navigator. It provides the properties and methods that are used to access the client browser details, like browser name, comma, version name, comma, plugin supported, etc. All this you can get by using navigator object. And next we have document object. It provides the properties and methods that are used to access and manipulate document elements like forms, comma, images, comma, links, comma, etc. These are the browser object models. We have discussed about window, history, location, navigator and document. Document is also a separate document object model which consists of form elements, image elements, link elements. We have seen with diagram how to use it, and I will show you the examples with coding how to manipulate our DOM objects in our next video lectures. Thank you. Our topic is integrating JavaScript into our web page. We will see now how to integrate our JavaScript into our web page. Topic name is integrating JavaScript into web page. First we will see some discussion about integrating JavaScript into web page. So mainly we will be having HTML. HTML is used to present DOM, document object model. And next, JavaScript is used to manipulate DOM. JavaScript is integrated into a web page by using any one of the following methods. We have three methods. By using three methods, we can integrate our JavaScript into our web page. We will see what are those three methods. First one is inline. Our next method is embed. We will see an example of these three methods. And third, we have external file. In external file, we can write our JavaScript programming. Then we have to attach it to our HTML page. We will see example how to do this. First, we will discuss about inline method. Inline. So what is inline method? Inline is a method. In this method, the JavaScript functions are defined within the HTML element. HTML element is nothing but a tag. For example, we have so many tags. Inside those tags, and tag tag is nothing but a element. Inside that element we will define functions so that they are individual and accessible only to that specific element. For example, I am writing a function for one div element that is accessible for only that div element. It is not accessible outside to that div element. We will see example. First we will make a note about this. In this method, the JavaScript functions are defined within the HTML element. So that they are individual and accessible only to that specified element. We will see one example how to develop a JavaScript with web page by using inline method. Just open any, we have Visual Studio, go to Visual Studio Code, create a folder inside UI Tech, like I will mention it as JavaScript. So in this our JavaScript programs will be there. We will create a new file, like I will create a file with name sample.html. So we have our HTML web page. First we have to mention document declaration, then document scope. Inside document scope we have head section and body section. Inside head section I want to use a title tag. I want to give a name called, like, now we are developing inline method JavaScript integration into our HTML page. So we will give name as inline script. Inline script. So in body I want to use a div tag. Inside this div tag, we will use a form tag. Inside this form tag, I will use a heading h2. Click on print button. To print home page or to print page. Then I want to use a input tag. Inside input tag, I will give type as button. I will give some value like submit. Then here we will use JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have some inbuilt events like we have on-click event in our JavaScript. And we have a browser object model called window. Inside window, we have a method called predefined method print. This print function internally it uses some properties and methods. By using this window.print method, our page is going to print from our browser. On-click is a event used in our JavaScript. Now we will execute this. Just save it first. Ctrl S. I have saved it. Just open any browser and type http://localhost/ and our directory name is Hemant / our folder name JavaScript /sample.html. So my JavaScript page I am seeing in my browser from my virtual directory. So this is what I have written in my Visual Studio Code. I have used h2 heading tag, click on print button to print, and I am using on click event with a function called print from window object. So I want to check whether my JavaScript code is working or not. So now this is a static page. I want to make it dynamic by using JavaScript. So just click on submit. Yeah, it is showing print option to print my page. Then I can cancel. Whenever I click on submit, it is opening a print tab in my browser. So that means whatever I have written the code in my browser, whatever the code I have written in my Visual Studio Code is working. Whenever I click on submit, this on-click event is rising. Inside this on-click event, I am using window object with print method. Then the print method is Then after calling that print method, this print tab is opening to print our web page. By using this print option, we can print it. Now nothing is there to print, just cancel it. I just want to show you how we can work by using JavaScript. Just cancel it. Next we will discuss about embed method. Second one, embed method. So how we can use our JavaScript programming code in embed method in our web page. We will see with example. First I want to make a note about this embed method. In this method, the JavaScript functions are defined within the page by using a script tag or script element. So that the functions are accessible to any other element in the page. However, functions of current page are not accessible to elements in another page. So this is what embed method in JavaScript, how we can implement our JavaScript code in embed method. Embed method is nothing but a method. In this method, the JavaScript functions are defined within the page by using a script element or script tag. So in the initial classes, we have discussed that head section will be having title and style and script and meta. We have seen all those. So at that time we have discussed about script tag. So that we are going to use now. Script tag we use in head element inside head tag so that the functions are accessible to any other element in the page. If we write our JavaScript code in our script tag of our web page, then all the elements can access those JavaScript code. But outside of that page, whatever the code we have written in script code will not be accessible. Only for that current page, whatever the elements we are using, for that current page, whatever the script we have written, it will be accessible. We will see an example how to implement embed method. Just open Visual Studio Code. I want to create a file. Just like sample 01.html doc type HTML. Inside HTML we have head tag and we have body tag. Inside head tag we have title. Inside this I want to write like we are using embed method JavaScript, right? I just want to mention embed script. After this, in body I want to use a div tag. Inside div tag I am going to use font tag. Inside font tag I am going to use a heading. Inside this I will write click on print button to print page. We are executing same program, but we are changing the methods. Before we have implemented the same code, but we used inline method. Now we are implementing the same code but with embed method. How we can execute by using embed method? I will show you. Now I want to use input tag. Inside input tag I want to give type as button, value, submit, or we will write print instead. Now we are not using any inline method codes. We are using a script tag in head section. Inside script tag I want to write a function, like I will give a name called print page. Inside this function I want to call window dot print function. I have to call this function print page in my input tag. Just write on click. Here we are not using any predefined code. Here we are calling a function of our own function. Whatever we have written like print page, we are going to call by using on click event. Just write print page. This is my method. This is my function. So what happens when this code executed? This in input tag I have used with type button. I have gave a value called print, and I am using on click event. Inside on click event I am writing a function to call this function in browser. Whenever we have clicked on this button by using on click event, our print page function is going to execute. How we, after clicking on button by using on click event, execution process will go to my function called print page. Inside print page I am calling window.print method. Then a window will be opened to print my current page. This is how we can execute our JavaScript by using embed method, by using a script tag in head section. Just save it, Ctrl S, open browser. I want to execute my program. Our program name is sample01.html. sample01.html. This is our file, right? HTML file. Click on print button to print page. Just click on print. Yeah, it is opening a window with print option, and it is showing my page to print this page. And we have print option, we have cancel option. This is how our embed method will work with JavaScript. We will discuss some points about embed method. Whenever we are using embed method, you should not forget to specify script type, because HTML document can use various types of scripts, which includes both client side as well as server side. That's the reason you have to define the script type while writing the function for your document. We will make a note about this. Specify script type a HTML document can use various types of scripts, which includes both client side as well as server side. Hence, you have to define the script type while writing the functions for your document. You should not forget about this point. I will show you in our web page. Just go to Visual Studio Code. This is our HTML page and we have script tag. Inside the script tag you have to use type. In type you have to write text/JavaScript. And also you have to write language name which you are using. Language is equal to JavaScript. Then browser will understand we are using JavaScript language in our script tag. You should not forget about this when you are writing a JavaScript code by using embed functions. Program execution will be same. Just click Ctrl S, save it, refresh it. Nothing is changed. I have mentioned a type. We are using JavaScript and I'm telling to my browser I'm using language called JavaScript. Next we will see JavaScript in strict mode. JavaScript in strict mode. So what is JavaScript in strict mode? JavaScript we have discussed in before video lectures. JavaScript have browser incompatibility issues and it is a native language for every browser. That's the reason it is recommended to write JavaScript in strict mode so that developers can use only the programming techniques that are understandable across all the browsers. This is the most important point you should not forget. You have to mention your JavaScript file with strict mode because browsers will be having incompatibility issues. To come out of that problem, the developers we have to use JavaScript in strict mode so that developers can use only the programming techniques that are understandable across all the browsers. We will make a note about this. JavaScript have browser incompatibility issues and it is native language for every browser. It is recommended to write JavaScript in strict mode so that developers can use only the programming techniques that are understandable to all browsers all browsers. JavaScript have browser incompatibility issues and it is native language for every browser. That's the reason it is recommended to write JavaScript in strict mode so that developers can use only the programming techniques that are understandable to all the browsers. How we can use JavaScript, how we can use strict mode in our JavaScript code, we will see that. The strict mode is defined by using the keyword use script. This you have to use in your JavaScript code to come out of incompatibility issue problems. If you use script in your script tag, then programming techniques will be followed. Programming techniques will be followed by developers as same JavaScript which they are using. I will show you how to execute our JavaScript code by using use script. Just create a HTML file, sample02.html. This is my HTML web page. First you have to use document scope, document declaration, then HTML. Inside HTML we have head section and body section. In head section I want to use script tag. Inside this I will write a function called f1. It's just a random name, and in this function I want to print some integer value like x is equal to 10. Document dot write I just want to print this x is equal to 10 in my browser. I have to call this method f1. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser. Our HTML page name is sample02. Press enter. Here I am seeing my x is equal to 10 value, but I am not using any strict mode inside my use strict code in my scripted code. This is without using strict mode. Now I want to use strict mode. Just after script tag use strict. Save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, refresh it. You are not seeing the value x is equal to 10. Why? The reason is it is invalid. X is equal to 10 is invalid because it is not declared. To make it valid expression, you have to declare this variable. But how it is executed in before without using use strict, you will get a doubt. That is the reason we have use strict to use strict, because if you use script, JavaScript programming technique follows JavaScript related programming techniques. So this is browser incompatibility. Before we have not used use strict. That's the reason x is equal to 10 value is visible in browser. We are not using our JavaScript rules and guidelines in before script. Now we are following some rules and guidelines of our JavaScript. We are using use strict. When you are using use strict in your script tag, everything should be according to JavaScript rules and guidelines. Otherwise, your code will not be visible in browser. Your code will not be executed. So now I have to declare this X variable. Just how you can declare a variable? How you can declare a variable? Use var or let or const. Var we use in JavaScript to declare a variable. Now I am using var x is equal to 10. Now my x value is declared as var. Just save it, Ctrl S. Now go to browser, refresh it. Yeah, x is equal to 10. X is equal to 10 is visible in my browser. That means whenever I am using use strict mode, our script tag follows some rules and guidelines of our programming technique. That's the reason when I am using just x is equal to 10 without using use strict, our x value is executed. Whenever I am using use strict, my x value is not executed because I did not declare my x is equal to 10 by using var. Var is nothing but to declare JavaScript variable, we use var keyword to declare a variable. We have let, const also to declare a variable. Next we will see how to execute our JavaScript code by using external file. JavaScript in external file. In this method, our JavaScript functions are defined in a separate script file with extension .js, means JavaScript file, and that file we have to access from our web page. We will see an example how to do this. First, I want to make a note about this. In this method, the JavaScript functions are defined in a separate script file, and that file that have the extension .js. .js files are JavaScript files, so that the functions are accessible from any page. If you use your JavaScript functions in a separate external file, and if you want to use the JavaScript functions in a single HTML page or any 2 HTML page or 3 HTML pages, directly you can include your JavaScript external file into that HTML page. You can execute your JavaScript extension file in hundreds of HTML pages by including your JS file. We will see example how to do this. However, using external file will increase the number of requests to a page, as well as the page load time also increases. When you use your JavaScript functions in a separate .class file and you are using the .js file in multiple HTML web pages. So it will increase the number of requests to that page, and also page load time will be increased. We will see an example how to use our JavaScript from external file. Sample 03.html. We will execute our print function, but now we are going to use by using external file. Create one more file called external.js. This is my .js file. So you can use this script tag. Just copy it and go to our .js page, paste it. This is my external file. I want to print x is equal to 10, or else we will use print function in this. Window.print function. Method name we will give same f1, not issue. Now this external file I have to link to my HTML page. How you will include your external file to your HTML page, we will see now. HTML head section, body section. In head section we have script. Inside this script tag, I will use src attribute. Inside this I will mention my file name. My external JavaScript file name is external.js. I have added my external.js in my HTML page by using src attribute. Like this, you can add your external file in multiple HTML files. This is the advantage of external file. Now I have added my external file to my HTML page. I will just write a heading tag. Click to print. I will use input tag. Inside I will give a type called button. I will give a value with print. Then I will use onClick event. Inside this we have to call the function which is there in our external.js. Go to our external.js. Our function name is f1. Go to our HTML page. You have to call our function f1. Close the input tag. Just save it, Ctrl S. You have to save external.js also. Now we are calling f1 function from this external file. Go to our browser. Our web page name is sample03.html. Sample03.html. Yeah. Click to print. I am clicking on print. Yeah, my print window is opening from my browser. That means whatever the logic I have written is working. Whenever I click on my print button from this by using onClick event, execution process is going to my external.js. External.js is an external file which I am using from external file. I am calling f1 method. Then it will go to external.js. It will call f1 method. In f1 method I am using window.print. That's the reason it is opening print window in my browser. This is how we can execute our JavaScript logic by using JavaScript external file. Thank you. Now we will see how JavaScript refers our HTML elements. How JavaScript refers HTML elements. How JavaScript is referring our HTML elements. First thing is by using BOM hierarchy, browser object model. In this method, the HTML elements like HTML tag are referred by using BOM or DOM hierarchy, either browser object model or document object model hierarchy, which uses an array reference method. First we will make a note about this, then we will see an example, a real world example. First one is by using BOM hierarchy. In this method, the HTML elements are referred by using browser object model and document object model hierarchy, which uses an array reference method. We will see an example of JavaScript which is referring HTML elements by using BOM and DOM hierarchy. Just go to browser. I want to create a new file with name like example.html. In head tag, I want to use title tag. Inside this, what we are discussing about, like refer by BOM, right? Just we will give a name called refer by BOM and DOM, document object model. In body, I want to use div tag. Inside this div tag, I want to use a img tag, an image element. I am using a img tag which is image element. I want to pass an image to this img tag by using a BOM and DOM hierarchy from JavaScript. How we can do this, we will see now. Just go to head section, create a script tag. Inside the script tag, I will write a function called body load. Inside this body load function, I want to use BOM hierarchy, DOM hierarchy, document window dot document dot. I'm using img tag. Inside img tag, I want to send a image by using BOM and DOM hierarchy. You have to use image element, and we have array in this. Our array index starts with 0, and I want to send a image to this img tag. just give the address of that image. We have some images in our images folder, so we will use this car.jpg. You can use that image in this images folder slash we have image called car.jpg. This image should dynamically go from my JavaScript code to my img tag. How we are referring by using BOM and DOM hierarchy? We have seen, just I'm showing you the hierarchy of BOM and DOM hierarchy. How we are referencing it by using JavaScript. So here I'm using img tag, which is image element. I want to send an image to this img tag from BOM and DOM hierarchy by using JavaScript. So I am writing a script tag. Inside script tag, I am writing a function. Inside function, I am using BOM and DOM hierarchy code. I am using window.document.images element. How we are referring it? By this is a DOM and BOM hierarchy. We are using window.document. We have array of image objects. By using this BOM and DOM hierarchy, we are referring our HTML elements. Now we will use forms by using BOM and DOM hierarchy. How we can use it? Window.document.forms array of form object. Form will be having so many, like for example, I want to send some employees data. So whatever I'm typing first employee data, it will be in forms array position 1 and 2 3 4, like so many. That's the reason we have arrays in elements. Now we will see how we can refer form element by using BOM and DOM hierarchy. I'm using a div tag. Inside div tag, I'm using form element. Inside form element, I just give a name. I will give input, type as text. And I will use one more input. I will give type as button. Now I want to give this button name as register from my JavaScript code. How we can do this? Just now from BOM and DOM hierarchy we have seen. How we can refer form element? Window.document.form array. Window.document.form array. If you want to refer elements by using JavaScript DOM and BOM hierarchy, we will see how to do this. Just window.document. We have forms array. For index number 0, we have elements array. I want to give for value for first element. What value I want to give, you have to mention that here. I want to give a value as register. I want to send this value is equal to register to my button. How we will send? By using BOM and DOM hierarchy. Window.document.forms array 0 elements. In form, I am using 2 input tags, means 2 elements. This is a 0th element and this is element 1. For my button, I want to give a value register, means this is element number 1. Form is 0th index, elements is 1. For index number 1 element, I want to give my value as register to this button. We will see how this page will be executed. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser, execute our page, example.html. Oh shit. We forgot to use our event to call our function from our body tag. Just use a onload event. Inside onload event, call our function from this onload event. We have a function called body load. I'm calling this function body load from my body tag. Just save it, Control S, go to our browser, refresh it. Yeah, I'm seeing my car image. I have to give some, where is my image? Yeah, img tag. I will give some width 100 and height 100, border I will just give it as 1. Save it. Now image will be visible. Good. Save it. Image is little bit small. I'll just give width as 300. Height also 300. Save it. Control S. Go to the browser. Refresh it. Yeah. I'm seeing car image and register value in my button. In my code, I'm not using my image address in my img tag, and in form for button I'm not using any value in this HTML code. By using BOM and DOM hierarchy, by using JavaScript code, I'm sending my image address and value register to this HTML elements. How we have seen just now, by using BOM and DOM hierarchy we can do this. But if you refer elements by using BOM hierarchy, then any change in the position of element have to change the index reference in code. This is the major disadvantage of BOM and DOM hierarchy. If any change in the position of element, we have to change the index reference. So instead of using refer by BOM or DOM hierarchy, we have some more options. Next we have refer by using name. How we can refer our HTML elements by using name? In this method, every HTML element can have a reference name which is defined by using an attribute called name. JavaScript can access the element by referring to that name. We will see a real world example how to refer by using name from our JavaScript. First we will make a note about this. In this method, every HTML element can have a reference name defined by using name attribute. JavaScript can access the element by referring to name. We will see how we can refer a HTML element by using name from JavaScript. Just go to Visual Studio Code. Create a new file. I will just give name as example 01.html. In head section, we have script tag to write our JavaScript code. So I want to refer by using a name attribute from my HTML code. For example, I will use a div tag. Inside this div tag, I will use img tag. In this img tag, for this img tag, I will give a name by using name attribute. Tag is refers img tag is having img tag is a image element, and the attributes are nothing but which we use inside this tag. All those are called attributes. For name attribute, I want to give name for this image element. Like I want to give pic as a name, and I want to give width as 300, height has 300, border has 1. By using this name is equal to pic, I want to refer my image to this img tag. How we will do this? Inside script, just write a function body load. Inside this function, what is our img tag? I have given some name called pic. By using this pic, I want to give my image address to this img tag. So use that name pic dot src to give my image address car.jpg. By using a name pic, I am sending my image address from JavaScript to my img tag dynamically. And we will use another div tag. Inside this div tag, I will use form element. In form element, I will write a name, input, type, text. I will close this. Then I will give a button, input, type, as button. For this form, I will give a name. Like we will give a name called home. I have given a home name for this form element. By using this name, I want to send my value, which is a I want to send a value called register to my button by using this name. How we can do that? Just go to our function, and our form name is home. Just write home dot, we have to give name to our element, input element. Just give a name called any name like button, btn, or register. I'm giving a name called btn register. Now by using this name, I want to refer my value, home dot btn register dot value is equal to register. I want to send this register value from my function, JavaScript function, to my form element or form tag. That's the reason I am using a name, refer by using a name. So home is a form element name. Inside form element, I want to send this register to my index number 1. This is 0 and this is 1. But we should not use index in this. This is by referring name element. That's the reason I am giving a name to this input element. Like name is equal to btn register. That's the reason I am using btn register has name to this element. So btn register dot value is equal to register. Then this register value will be given to this button. Just save it, Ctrl S. Our HTML page name is example01.html. Go to the browser. Example01.html. I forgot to call our method onload. Our function name is body load. Save it, Ctrl S, go to our browser, example1.html, refresh it. Yeah, this is what we are getting by refer by using name. But if element is having descendant hierarchy, then you have to refer both parent and child elements. That means you cannot access any child element directly. Like we have a form parent element and we have a button input type is equal to button has child element. You cannot access those child element directly. This is the disadvantage of referring by using name. We have one more option. We will discuss about that. Refer by using ID. How we can refer by using ID? Every HTML element can have a reference ID. It is a unique ID given for element. JavaScript can access those HTML elements by referring to ID. We will see a real world example how we can refer by using ID. First we will make a note about this what we have discussed till now about refer by using ID. Every HTML element can have a reference ID. It is a unique ID given for elements. JavaScript can access HTML elements by referring to ID. We will see how we can refer by using ID. It requires a function. If you want to refer by using ID, we have to use document dot get element by ID function. This is a predefined function which is used to refer a element by referring using ID. This is a predefined function. The name itself is saying document dot get element by ID. Get element by ID. By ID we want to get element. The name itself is saying this is the function to which we use as a reference ID to refer a element by using ID. We will see a real world example how to use it. Just go to Visual Studio. I want to create a HTML page, example 02.html. So in body tag, we will use a div tag. Inside this div tag, I will use a img tag. For this img tag, I will give a id. id we will use name like any name. You can give any name. I just want to give name as hi. We will give hi as id. Then we will give width as 300. Height, I want to give 300. Border, I want to give 1. For this img tag, img element, for this image element, I want to send my image address by referring using id from my JavaScript code. How we can do it? Just use a script tag. Inside script tag, write a function like we have body load function. Inside this function, I want to refer my image element by using id. I have given a id is equal to hi for my image element. How we can refer it? Just now we have seen a predefined function document dot get element by id. Document dot get element by id. In this, we have to use id name. Our id name is hi. For this element, I have to send my image address. src is equal to car.jpg. This is how we can refer by using id. We will use form element also. Form, inside we will use name, input, type text, and we will give a id for this input element. Like I want to give name as txt name. Just close it. I want to use another input element. Type as button, and I'm giving a id. Name as txt button. Like, or else we will use button is a predefined keyword. We will use txt register. By using these IDs, I want to send a value to my button element. How we can do this? Just go to our function document dot get element by id. Inside this, we have to give name of our id. For button, I want to send a value. For button, I have given a id called id name is txt register. Use txt register. I want to send a value as register. So this is how we can use by referring id. Refer by using id. You have to call this function in your body. Just use onload event. Inside this, you have to call your function body load. I'm calling body load function. So everything is done, right? Just save it. Control S. And our HTML page name is example02.html. Go to browser. Example. HTML. Yeah, we are getting it. Refresh it. example02.html. We are getting output by using refer by using IDs. By using document.getElement by ID, we are saying image and register value. This is how we can refer elements by refer by using IDs. Thank you. Next we will see how we can refer elements by using tag name. Refer elements by tag name. How we can refer elements by using a tag name? HTML elements are presented by using tags. From first initial days of our HTML classes, we are discussing about this. Our HTML elements are presented by using a tag. For example, we have img tag. Img tag is presented by using a HTML element image. Image is a element. It is presented by using a tag called img. We will see an example how we can refer elements by tag name. First we will make a note about this. HTML elements are presented by using tag. You can access elements directly by referring to tag name. We will see an example how to do this. We have a predefined function to refer elements by tag name. We will see that the function document dot get element by tag name. Document dot get element by tag name is used to access all elements of specified tag name and return a collection. So this is about referring elements by using a tag name. We will see a real world example how we can implement referring elements by tag name. Just open a Visual Studio Code, create a new file. I want to create a new file. We will create example.example03 or else we will create A1. Now we will see an example how to refer elements by using tag name. Just open Visual Studio Code, create a new file, give it a name as any name you can give. I am giving a1.html. Inside this I am creating doc type HTML, then HTML tag, inside head section, and we have body section. Inside body section I am using a div tag. Inside this div tag I am using img tag. Inside this img tag I am using src, and I want to see car image, car.jpg. I will give width as 300, height as 300, border is equal to 1. I will use align as center. Just save it, Ctrl S. Now I want to see the collection of images of my img tag by using tag name from my JavaScript. Just go to head section, use a script tag. Inside this script tag, write a function body load. Inside this function, I just want to print the length of my tag. Just use a var declaration. I am creating x variable document dot get element by tag name, and my tag name is img. Close it. Now create alert box. Inside alert box, I want to print total number of images in page. Our variable name is x dot length. We have predefined function length. Now what we are doing here is I am using a img tag. I am giving my image address as car.jpg. I am giving width, height and border and align. And inside my script function, I am writing a function body load, and I am creating document.get element by tag name. This is my img tag. This img tag, it will access all the elements of specified tag name and return a collection. It will return a value how many images we have in our HTML page. That value I'm storing in a variable called x, and I'm printing that x in my alert box. With predefined function we have length. Our variable name is x, and I'm printing x dot length. Just save it, Ctrl S. We have to call this function from our body onload. Our function name is body load. Save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, and our HTML page name is a1.html. a1.html. Save it. Now it is showing total number of images in page is 1. Just click on OK. My image is visible in my browser. So this is what we get in by referring elements by using tag name. I am using image tag. I am using src location. I want to print my car. By using this get element by tag name, I want to print how many images are there in my img tag. That value I am storing in x variable, and I am printing how many number of images are there in my page by using a predefined function length with my variable. I am printing that in my alert box. This is what we get by using get element by tag name. Next we will discuss about referring elements by using class name. Refer elements by class name. How we can refer elements by using a class name? We will discuss about this. CSS provides a class selector which is defined with a dot. If we use styles in our CSS, for that styles we will mention a class name, and in our bootstrap also we have so many predefined classes to use styles for our HTML page to make more attractive for our HTML page. That class name we can use to refer elements. How we can use? We will see a real world example. First I will make a note about this. CSS provides a class selector defined with, we will define class selectors with dot. HTML elements can use CSS classes by using the attribute class. JavaScript can access elements that are using specific CSS class. By using, we have a method. By using the method, we have method called document.get element by class name. This is a predefined method we use to refer elements by using a class name. Class names are nothing but CSS provides a class selector which is defined with dot. That class names we have to use to refer elements by using class name. We will see a real world example how we can use it. Just go to Visual Studio Code. I want to create a new file with a2.html. Inside this we have to create doc type, then HTML tag, we have head section, and we have body section. Inside body section I want to use a heading h2 tag. Inside this I want to print welcome to JavaScript. I want to print this, and I want to give a class name for this h2 tag. Class, I want to use a name called, any name you can give it. I just want to give name like I will just use a class name called bstyle. Style. This is my class name for h2 tag. Now by using this class name, I have to refer elements by using class name from my JavaScript. Now by using this class name, we can print total number of elements using bstyle. We will see how we can do this. And the main intention of classes is to add styles to our HTML page. We will add some styles by using class name. Just create a style tag. Inside style tag, we will use bstyle as a class name. By using this class name, we will apply styles to our welcome to JavaScript. How we can use it? You have to use it. You have to use class name. Before class name, you have to use dot, and our class name is bstyle. bstyle. This is my class name, and I want to apply some styles to this welcome to JavaScript. I want to apply a background color. Like background color we will give as black. Then I want to add text color to yellow. Color we will use yellow. Now we have to use this class name in our script tag. Just write a script tag. Inside this script tag, I want to write a function. I want to name this function as body load. Inside this body load, I want to create a variable where x is equal to, I am creating a variable x. For this I am adding my class name, document dot get element by class name. We have here, just click on it. Then I will use my class name in this. My class name is bstyle. I will print this X value in my alert box. Inside this alert box, I will print total number of elements using bstyle. And I will print my variable name x plus. We have length function to print the value. Save it, Ctrl S. Now you have to call this function from your body tag. On load, my function name is body load. Ctrl S, save it. Now go to browser. Our HTML page name is h2.html, a2.html, a2.html. Now it is showing total number of elements using bstyle is 1. Click on OK. It is showing me welcome to JavaScript, and it is applying styles to my welcome to JavaScript. Has background color black, text color yellow. Whatever we are using in our HTML page, everything is applied. Everything is applied in our page in browser. Total number of elements using bstyle 1. This is what we are getting by using class name. Next we will discuss how we can refer by a common name. Refer by common reference name. First we will discuss about this, then we will see example. Refer by common reference name. HTML elements can use common reference name. A common name enables to access all elements with one reference. JavaScript can access the elements with common name by using we have a predefined function called document.getElementByName. By using this predefined method, we can use HTML elements. We will see a real world example after making a note on this. Just I will make a note about this. HTML elements can use common reference name A common name enables to access all elements with one reference. JavaScript can access the elements with common name by using the function predefined function, which is document.getElementByName. This is a predefined function. By using this, we can refer our HTML elements. We will see an example how to do this. Just open our Visual Studio Code, create a new file, name it as a3.html, doc type HTML, we have head section and body. Inside this body section, I just want to use a div tag. Inside this div tag, I will use a field set. Inside we have a legend tag. Inside we have legend tag. I want to write some, like we will write payment methods. Payment methods. Then I will use input tag. Type as radio. I want to give just a name, just a normal name, like I want to use name as pay. Then I will name it as cash on delivery for this. Next I want to use another input tag. Type radio, and I want to give a name for this, like we have pay. I will name it as credit card. Just save it. Now I'm using a field set. Inside this I'm using two input tags. For this I'm giving a common name called pay. By using this common name, we have to refer our HTML elements. We will see how to do this. Just write a script tag. Inside this script tag, write a function. Name it as body load. Inside this body load, I will create a variable where x is equal to document dot. For common name, we have to use get elements by name. This predefined function we use for referring our HTML elements by using common reference name. Get elements by name. Our common name is pay, which we are using in input tag. We are using a common name called pay, and that name we have to use inside get elements by name. The predefined function name itself is saying get elements by name. Get elements by name is nothing but get our HTML elements by using its name, and our HTML element, like input tag, for input tag we are using a name called pay. This pay we have to use inside get element by name. Then I am using alert box. Inside alert box I want to print total number of payment methods. My variable name is x. I want to see the length of this x. We have predefined function length. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to the browser. Our HTML page name is a3.html. a3.html. We have two payment methods like COD and credit card. I forgot to call my body load function from my body tag. Use event onload. Inside this onload, call my body load function. Body load. Just save it. Ctrl S. Go to the browser. Refresh it. Now it is showing total number of payment methods are 2. Click on OK. We have 2 payment methods, cash on delivery and credit card. Whatever we have written in our HTML page is working as expected. We have 2 input tags, means 2 input elements, which is using a common name pay. That common name we are using in our JavaScript in my function with document.getElementByName, and our common name is pay. That name I am using inside this and I want to print X value, how many input elements are there with this pay name. Then I am printing X dot length in my alert box. It is showing me 2 because we have two input elements with cash on delivery and credit card. This is how to refer HTML elements by using common reference name. Next we will discuss about JavaScript output properties and methods. How we can see output, how we can print output, what are the predefined methods to print output, we will see that. JavaScript output properties and methods. What are the JavaScript output properties and methods? Mainly in JavaScript is a client-side scripting language that handles the client-side interactions on client browser. It provides some properties and methods that are used to render output onto browser. In before video lectures, we are seeing output by using alert box. Like alert box, we have confirm, and we have document.write method, write function, and we have inner HTML, we have inner text and console.log. All this we will use to render output onto browser. We will make a note about this. JavaScript is a client-side scripting language that handles the client interactions on client browser. It provides various properties and methods that are used to render output onto browser. Just now we have discussed JavaScript is a client-side scripting language that handles the client interactions on client browser. It provides various properties and methods that are used to render our output onto browser. We will see what are the methods available to print our output onto browser. First property in before video lectures we have seen alert function. And we have confirm. And also we have document.write. And we have inner HTML. And we have inner text. And we have console.log. These are the predefined properties and methods which is used to render output onto browser. Alert we have seen in our before video lectures. Now we will see a real world examples how we can see output onto browser by using confirm and document.write and inner HTML and inner text and console.log. First we will discuss about our alert box. What is the use of alert box, alert method or alert function? It is an output function in JavaScript that pops up a message box in the browser and displays the specified message. It will not allow to perform any another task until or unless you confirm the message. It is an output function in JavaScript that pops up a message box in the browser and displays the specified message whatever we have written. It will not allow to perform any other task until or unless you confirm the message. How you can confirm the message? By clicking on OK. In before video lectures we have used our alert. I will show you the syntax. We have seen already. Syntax alert your message. This is the syntax of alert box, and already we have seen examples with alert box. That's the reason I am going to our next topic, confirm. It is an output function similar to alert box. It is almost similar to alert box but can confirm the user actions with OK or cancel buttons. It is a boolean function that returns true on OK and false on cancel. We will see an example how to use this confirm function in our HTML page. First we will make a note about this. It is an output function similar to alert but can confirm the user actions with OK and cancel buttons. It is a boolean function that returns true on OK and false and cancel. So this is about confirm. We will see an example how to use this confirm function in our HTML page. Just go to Visual Studio Code I want to create a new file in my JavaScript folder as a4.html. Inside this, I will use doc type, then HTML tag. Inside this, we have head section and we have body section. Inside body section, I will use a div tag. Inside this div tag, I will use a form tag. Inside this form tag, I will use input tag as type button. I will give a value as delete. Then I will use a event called onClick event. In this event, I will call my predefined function which I have written in my script tag. Go to head section. I want to write my function in my script tag. In script tag, I am writing my function delete click. This is my function. Inside this function, I want to use confirm function, confirm predefined function. I will just create a x variable and I will use confirm. Inside confirm, I will write record will be deleted. I have used a confirm function. Inside I have written record will be deleted. I have to close this input tag. Then this confirm function is returning a boolean value, either true or false. That will be stored in my x variable. Then I have to write logic for my confirm function. If x double equal to true. If my x is returning true value, I want to print alert record deleted. If my x is returning false, then I want to print the message which is there in my next alert box. In this alert box, action cancelled. Just save it, Ctrl S. What we are doing here is we have to call our function from this onClick event. Delete click. What we are doing here is I am creating a input tag with button type. I am giving a value delete. Then I am using onClick event. In this onClick event, I am calling my function delete click. Then control goes to my delete click function. Inside this delete click function, I am using a x variable. Inside x variable, I am storing a value which is returning from confirm function. Confirm function returns boolean value, either true or false. I am writing record will be deleted in this confirm message. If x double equal to true, if this x is returning true from this confirm function, then I want to execute record is deleted from my alert pop-up. If x is returning false, then I want to execute this alert box with action cancelled. So just save it, Ctrl S. Our HTML page name is a4.html. Go to browser. Our HTML page name is a4.html. Click enter. We have delete. We have delete button. Just click on it, delete button. It is showing record will be deleted. Record will be deleted we have written in our confirm function. When I click on OK, I forgot to call when I use this confirm function, record will be deleted. First, record will be deleted will be appeared on my screen. If I press on OK, then this confirm message returns a boolean value called true. When x is equal to true, x double equal to true, condition is true. then my alert box with record deleted will be executed. If I clicked on cancel, then our confirm function returns false, means x is equal to false. Then our condition is false. This alert box will not be executed because x is a false. That's the reason this alert box will be executed with action cancelled. We will execute our program. Go to browser, refresh it, just click on delete. It is showing me record will be deleted. I will click on OK. OK means our confirm function will return a boolean value called true, means x value will be true. Then what will be executed in alert box? Record deleted. I pressed on OK. That's the reason x is equal to true. My record deleted is appearing on my screen. Now I will click on cancel. Then my x value will be cancel. X value will be, when I click on cancel, my confirm function returns false, means x value is false. Then my alert with action cancel will be executed because condition is false. Go to browser, refresh it. I am clicking on delete. I am clicking on cancel. Then confirm function returns boolean value false. That's the reason action cancelled is printing on my screen. This alert box is printing on my screen. This is how we can work with confirm function. Next we have document.write function. Document.write function. We will see how to work with document.write function. First we will make a note about this. What is document.write function? It is an output function of document object that prints the output in the same page itself, but on a new screen. We will see a real world example how to work with document.write. However, the output is temporarily and it is cleaned up automatically when you reload the page. It allows to use HTML markup for formatting the output. When you use document.write, it prints the output in the same page but on a new screen. But output is temporarily and cleaned up automatically when we reload the page. We will make a note about this. What is document.write? It is an output function of document object that prints output in the same page but on a new screen. However, the output is temporarily temporary. And it is cleaned up automatically when you reload the page. It allows to use HTML markup for formatting the output. So this is about document.write. It is an output function of document object that prints output in the same page but on a new screen. However, the output is temporary and it is cleaned up automatically when you reload the page. It allows to use HTML markup for formatting the output. We will see a real world example how to use this document.write in our HTML page. So one more thing I want to discuss about you. Our alert function and confirm function will not allow any markup to format the message. Those message from alert function and confirm function will be written as a normal output. We cannot do for any markup formats for those messages. But in document.write we can apply formattings. We can use HTML markup for formatting the output. I will show you. First make a note about this. Note alert and confirm function will not allow any markup to format the message. We will see an example how to work with document.write. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, a5.html. Inside this, a5.rename, a5.html. Click on enter. Doc type HTML. Inside we have head section and body section. I will use a input tag. Inside this I will give a type button. Then I will give a value called delete. I will use a event, on click event. Whatever the function I will write, I should call that function from this event. Then only my function will be active. Go to our head section. Use script tag to write our JavaScript code. Inside the script tag I have to write my function. I will name my function as delete click. Inside this delete click function I will write, like, we will use confirm function first, then we will use document.write. I will create a variable x is equal to, I will use confirm function. Inside this I want to print a message called record will be deleted. Next I will write x double equal to true. If x is returning true, I want to print this. Here we are going to use document.write. Document.write. If x is returning true, I want to print record deleted. I am using a anchor tag here. With some alert.html. Then I am closing this anchor tag. I am just mentioning back. What I am doing here is, whenever x is returning true value, by using document.write function, I want to print record deleted. I am using a anchor tag to come back to our page, to come back to my, from there I have to mention my HTML page name a5.html to come back to my page. Then document.write. Inside document.write, I want to print action cancelled. We have to call this delete click function from our onClick event. Delete click. So what we are doing here is, I'm using a button with delete value. With my, whenever I click on my delete button, this onClick event will be raised. Inside this onClick event, I am calling a function called delete click. Then control goes to my delete click function. Inside delete click function, I am using a confirm function. Inside that I am writing record will be deleted. So whenever I open my screen, this confirm message will be appeared on my screen. If I click on OK, then this confirm function returns true value. The true value will be stored in my x. Then x is equal to true and this condition will be true. Then if this condition is true, then this logic will be executed, whatever I have written document.write first. If this x value is returning false, like I have pressed cancel for this confirm function, then it returns false. Then x value is false. Then this condition will become false, means this next document.write will be, this will be executed as action cancelled. We will see how it is going to execute. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to our browser. Our HTML page name is a5.html. a5.html. We have delete button, just click on it. Next we will discuss about document.write. Document.write. What is the use of document.write function? It is an output function of document object. It prints the output in the same page but on a new screen. We will see a real world example how to use document.write, and the output is temporary and it is cleaned up automatically when you reload the page. And also The main advantage of document.write is it allows to use HTML markup for formatting the output that you cannot do in alert function or confirm function. Alert and confirm function will not allow any markup to format the message. We will make a note about this. It is an output function of document object that prints the output in the same page but on a new screen. However, the output is temporary and it is cleaned up automatically when you reload the page. It allows to use HTML markup for formatting the output. So this is about document.write function. And one more thing we have to note down is we have a note. Just now we have discussed about that. Alert and confirm function will not allow any markup to format the message. We will see an example how to use document.write function in our web page. Just go to Visual Studio Code, go to JavaScript folder, create a file, name it as a5.html. Inside this doc type, after that HTML, then we have head section and body section. So inside body section we will create a form. Inside this form we will write some like enter name, input, type we use as text. I will give ID like text name, then close it. Use another input tag. I will give type as button. I will give a value or register. Then I will use a function. I will use an event to call my function, onClick event. After writing method, we will mention that after writing function, we will mention that function in my onClick event. So after this, I will put a BR for line space. Then I will write. Then I will use a div tag. This div tag is for showing our message. I will give a ID name as MSG. So I'm using a form and I'm using two input elements. One is to write a text like name or student name or employee name. and I'm using another input with type button to register that name. Then I'm using onClick event. I have to write function and I have to call that function from this onClick event. Then I'm using a div tag. In this div tag, I want to print a message like whatever the name I'm writing here. I want to print that message in this div tag. How it is possible we will do now. Just go to head section. Write a script tag. Insert the script tag. I want to write a function like function register. Click. This is my function name. Inside this function, I want to use a variable called name is equal to, and I want to use document dot get element by id. Get element by id. This is my id. So I have to get my name. For name, I have given type text and id is equal to txt name. You have to take this id name, txt name to this get element by id. Txt name dot value. What you are doing in this line, whatever name I am printing in my input element, for this input element I am giving a id name called txt name. In my function, whatever register dot click, I am creating a name variable and I am using document.getElementById by id. This text name, whatever I am writing here, I want to forward whatever the name I am printing, I am typing here. I want to forward that by using id name. Whatever the name, for example, I am writing a name like HTML. So I want to send that HTML to my name variable. How is it possible? I have to give for my input element a id name. By using that id name, I am getting that value, whatever I am typing here, for example, HTML. I'm taking that value and I'm storing in a name variable. The value I'm getting, the value or name, whatever I'm writing, I'm forwarding it to my name variable by using id name like txt.name. Then by using this id name, I'm storing my name, whatever I'm writing in my name variable. Then I want to print a message by using document.write function. Inside this document.write function, like we will print a message like hello. Then I want to use my variable name. Whatever I'm getting value from this id is equal to txt name, I'm forwarding this txt name to my document dot to my function. You have to call this function from onClick event. Our function name is register click. Now we will see execution flow of our page. Whenever I have written a name, like I am writing HTML, that HTML will be forwarded to my function. I have written a HTML in this. Then I have gave for this input element id is equal to txt name. Whenever I click on register button, my onClick event will be raised. After rising of my onClick event, inside onClick event, we have a function called register click. Control will goes to my register click function. Inside register click function, I am creating a name variable. Inside name variable, I want to store this name. How we can get that name? By using document.getElementById. By using document.getElementById, txt name dot value. Whatever the value we are storing inside this id will be forwarded to my name variable. Then whatever we are storing in name variable, I want to print on my print as output from my document.write function. So in this I'm using hello. After that I'm using name variable to print my name. Here we can use HTML markup to format this output. How? Just I want to use HTML element inside this. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible in document.write. I will use h1 tag from HTML. Now just save it, Ctrl S, go to browser. Our HTML page name is a5.html. Go to browser. Here we did a mistake. It is a function. Yeah, now it is perfect. Just save it, Ctrl S. So we have done with our program. After storing whatever the value I am getting from this ID, whatever I am typing, my name, for that element I am giving a ID is equal to txt name. Then control goes to register click method. After clicking on my register, then by using ID name I am taking the value whatever I am typing here. That value I am storing in my name variable. I want to print whatever I want to print by using document.write function. So in document.write function, I am just writing hello and I'm using this variable called name. Whatever we are storing in name variable, I want to print with hello string. That's the reason I'm using plus name here. And I'm using a div tag here. I'm using div tag here because whatever the output we are getting, I want to print in this div tag. Whatever the output I am getting from document.write function, that I am storing in a MSG variable, and I am printing this MSG variable in my div tag by using id is equal to MSG. This is the execution flow of our program. Just go to our browser, open our web page. Our web page name is a5.html. Refresh it. We are getting our HTML page. Just type HTML or my name, any name you can type, Hemant. Just click on register. Here we are getting output as hello Hemant. This is what we can achieve by using document.write function we are using in our program. Next we will discuss about inner text and inner HTML. Fourth one, inner HTML. What is inner HTML? It is a property which is used with HTML element that can present text, and it also allows various formats for that text. By using markup, we can use our HTML tags inside this inner HTML. We will see a real world program how we can use inner HTML in our web page. First we will make a note about this. It is a property used with HTML elements that can present text, and it also allows various formats for text by using markup or formatting functions. We will see inner HTML. We will see inner HTML and inner text at same time in same program. Next we have inner text. Inner text. What is inner text? We will discuss now. It is similar to inner HTML, but it will not allow any formats with markup or functions. Inner text will print only a plain text. It will not allow any HTML tags inside this inner text. First we will make a note about this. It is similar to inner HTML but will not allow any formats with markup or functions. We will see a real world example how we can use inner HTML and inner text in our web page. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file. In our JavaScript folder, I am creating a file with a6.html, then doc type HTML, head section and body section. So in body section we will use a div tag. In this div tag, for this div tag I will give a id name as msg message. In head tag I will write our JavaScript code. In our script tag, inside the script tag I will write a function like function delete click. Inside this function we will use confirm function. For example, I am using x variable. Confirm function I am using in this. In this I want to print a record will be deleted. Next I am using my msg variable. Inside this msg I want to store document dot get element by id msg. Next I will use if condition. I will write a condition like x double equal to true. I will use msg dot inner. I will use inner text here is equal to a record deleted. Then I will use else. In else I will use msg dot inner HTML. Inside this, inside inner HTML we can use HTML tags. So I want to use font tag and color. Color has red. Action cancelled. Then I want to close my font tag. So this is our web page. I will explain you the execution process, how our web page is executing. Here I am writing a div tag. For this div tag, I'm giving a ID name is equal to MSG, and I'm writing a function delete click. Inside delete click, I'm creating a X variable, and I'm writing confirm function with record will be deleted. Whenever I get this confirm message in my screen, if I click on OK, we will get two options like OK or cancel. If I click on OK, then this confirm function will return a boolean value called true. The true value will be stored in my X variable, and I'm creating a message variable, and I'm storing document.getElementById MSG. Whatever message I'm getting, I'm storing in my MSG. I'm using this MSG tag, MSG ID here. So by using document.getElementById, this whatever the div tag we have, whatever the message we are getting, I'm storing in my MSG variable, and I'm writing if else condition. If this X is returning true, I want to print this MSG dot inner text is equal to record deleted. If this X is returning false, if I click on cancel, it will return false to my X variable. If it is false, then our else code will be executed as MSG dot inner HTML, then action cancelled will be executed in our page. By using this div id is equal to MSG, I am creating a MSG variable is equal to document.getElementById is equal to MSG. In this MSG message, in this MSG, I want to store a value like record deleted or action cancelled. That should be printed inside my div tag. That's the reason I'm using inner text and inner HTML, but I'm writing if else condition. If our confirm message is returning true will be stored in X. Then if X is true, then our if condition is executed with MSG dot inner text is equal to record deleted. This our MSG variable inside this record deleted will be stored if our X is equal to true. If I click on cancel, then our confirm function will return false to my X variable. Then our condition our if condition will become false. Then else condition will be executed. Inside else condition, I am using MSG.innerHTML. This MSG.innerHTML indicates store this inner HTML inside this MSG variable. I am storing action cancelled with our HTML markup inside this MSG variable. Then our MSG variable, whatever we are storing, that will be printed inside this div tag. Save it, Ctrl S, go to browser. Our HTML page name is a6.html. Just a6.html, click on enter. We have to use onload function, onload event. Inside this onload event, call our delete click function, save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, refresh it. Yeah, confirm function is asking me record will be deleted. If I click on OK, our confirm function will return true. I am clicking on OK. It is showing me record deleted. Our confirm message returned true to my X variable. Then X is equal to true. Our if condition is executed with msg.innerHTML. I want to store, this indicates I want to store this record deleted inside this MSG variable, and I want to print whatever we have in MSG variable inside this div tag. This is what happening. Now we will click on cancel in our confirm function. Whenever I click on cancel, our confirm function will return false. That false will be stored in X variable. So if condition will not be executed. Control goes to else condition. Inside else condition, I want to store this action cancelled with our HTML markup inside this MSG variable and print that MSG variable inside this div tag. We will check it, go to browser, refresh it, record will be deleted. I will click on cancel. HTML should be capital HTML. Then save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, refresh it, click on cancel. Then our web page, in our web page we are seeing action cancelled with HTML tag font, and inside our font we are using color red. So this is the difference between inner text and inner HTML. Inner text will print just a record deleted without any HTML tags. We cannot use markup in inner text. We can use markup tags, markup language related HTML tags inside inner HTML. That's the reason action cancel we are seeing as red color. That is what we have written in our inner HTML property. Next we will discuss about console.log. We have console.log function. So what is the use of console.log function? Console.log function is an output function which is used in JavaScript to print the output in browser console, which is available in the browser debugger. You can invoke it by using F12 function key. Nothing will be printed in web page. Whatever we are writing in console.log, it will be printed in browser console, which is available in browser debugger. First we will make a note about this and we will see how to use it in our HTML web page. It is an output function used in JavaScript to print the output in browser console, which is available in the browser debugger that you can invoke by using F12 function key. So this is a note on console.log. We will see how to work with console.log. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file with a7.html. Inside I want to write doc type HTML. After that we have HTML tag. Inside HTML we have head and we have body. For this body I want to write onload event. I want to raise onload event with, first I have to write function onload. First I have to write function in my script tag. Inside I want to write a function body load. So we will use alert function. Inside this I want to print welcome to JavaScript, and I want to print on console.log2. In console.log I want to see page is loaded successfully. And call this body load function from my onload event. Body load, just save it, Ctrl S. Go to browser, our HTML page name is A7. Search for our HTML7 page, click on OK. So we are seeing welcome to JavaScript in our alert box. Just click on OK. Go to our browser debugger. Just click on F12 function key, console. In console, you will see page is loaded successfully. Where we have written this page is loaded successfully? Go to our Visual Studio Code. Page is loaded successfully, we have written in console.log. That's the reason it is printing in our console. Page is loaded successfully. This is how we can use console.log in our web page. Till now we have seen how to see output in our browser by using JavaScript. Now we will see handling inputs in JavaScript. Handling inputs in JavaScript. How we can handle inputs in JavaScript, we will see now. JavaScript is a client-side scripting language that can accept input from the browser and handle manipulations on that input value. We can handle inputs by using two types, from prompt and from HTML form input element. We will see a real world example by using these two types. First, I will make a note about this. JavaScript is a client-side scripting language that can accept input from the browser and handle manipulations on input value. Client side input can be handled by using two types. What are those two types? We can handle by using prompt and secondly HTML form elements, HTML form input elements. First we will discuss about prompt. How we can handle inputs by using prompt, we will see now. It is a function of JavaScript document object. It is a function of JavaScript document object. It pop-ups an input box in the browser that allows the user to input a value. It pop-ups an input box in the browser. So in that pop-up, you have to write an input value. This is how prompt will take input value from browser, and it returns the input value when clicked OK and returns null when clicked cancel. We will see. First we will make a note about this. It pops up and input box in the browser that allows the user to input a value. And also it returns the input value when clicked OK and returns null when clicked cancel. It returns the input value when we click OK and it returns null when we click cancel. We will see a real world example how to do this in our web page. Just open a Visual Studio Code, create a new file, name it as ai.html. Inside this, use doc type HTML, then HTML. Inside this, we have head section and we have body section. In body section, I want to use div tag. Inside div tag, I want to use form. Inside form, I want to use input tag. Inside this input tag, for this I will give type as button. I will give a value like create folder. Then I will use event, on click event. I will call my function from this on click event. First I have to create my function. Head section, I will create a script tag. Inside this, I will write my function like function. I will write and I will name it as create. So in this function, I will create a variable name. I will use prompt. Inside this prompt, I will use folder name. I will give name as new folder. I will create another variable where I'm messaging. I will use document.get element by id. First, I will use a div tag. Inside this div tag, I will give id as name msg. That msg I will store in my same MSD variable. Then I will use a condition here, name double equal to null. If my name variable is returning null, then I want to print document dot write action cancelled. If my name variable is not returning null, then I want to print msd dot inner HTML is equal to plus is equal to folder created I want to use the name, then I will use br. Now I have to call my function create from this onClick event. Just save it, Ctrl S. Now we will discuss how our program is executed. We will see execution flow. I am creating a form element. Inside form element, I am using input element. For this input element, I am giving a value called create folder. I am using onClick event. From this onClick event, I am calling my create function. Control goes to my create function. Inside this create function, I am using prompt function. Inside this prompt function, whenever this prompt function is visible in our browser, a pop-up will be appeared to input a value. That inputted value we will store in name variable. In our name variable, I am going to store that input value. And when name is written, if I did not input any value, my name will return, this prompt will return a null value. That null value will be stored in my name variable. When we come to our condition, if name is equal to null, then this document.write will be executed as action cancelled. If I have typed some input value, if I gave some name, that name will be stored in my name variable. When it comes to our condition, null name double equal to null, this condition is false. That's why document.write will not be executed. Message.inner HTML will be executed. In my message.inner HTML, I want to execute folder created with name, and I am using br for line space. Folder created this with my name variable. In my name, whatever input value I am giving, that input value I have stored in my name variable that I want to print here. That's why I am using plus name plus. This message.inner HTML will be stored in my message variable, and that whatever we have written in msd.inner HTML, whatever we have written inside message.inner HTML will be stored in my message variable, and that will be printed in my div tag. Whatever I have given id is equal to message, it will be printed in this div tag. Now save it, Ctrl S. Our web page name is a8.html. Go to browser, search for a8.html. Press enter. Now it is showing me create folder. Just click on it. It is asking me inside prompt. If I did not give any name, if I click on cancel, action cancel, it is showing me action cancelled. Now refresh it and click on create folder. I want to give name as my name, HEMANTH. I want to give Hemant as a name, and I am clicking on OK. It is showing me folder created with my name Hemant. This is what we will get by using prompt this is what we can get by using prompt. Thank you. Now we will see how we can handle input from HTML form elements. Handling inputs from HTML form elements. We will see how to handle inputs from HTML form elements. HTML provides several elements that allow the user to input a value. But JavaScript can access the values from form elements and can use in manipulations. JavaScript refers the elements and their values dynamically by using various reference methods like by name or by ID. For example, we have form elements used. Form inputs are, we have text box like checkbox and radio box, list box. We have seen in our HTML classes, whatever the form element consists of some input elements like text box, checkbox, radio button, list box, drop down list. All this consists of form elements. First we will make a note about this, then we will see a real world example. HTML provides several elements that allow the user to input values. JavaScript can access the values from form elements and use in manipulations. JavaScript refers the elements and their values dynamically by using various reference methods like by name, comma, ID, comma, etc. The form elements used form inputs are text box, comma, checkbox, comma, radio button, comma, list box, comma, drop down list, comma, etc. These are the form elements, form input elements we use inside form. So we will see a real world example how we can handle inputs from HTML forms. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a JavaScript file with name a9.html, doc type HTML, use inside HTML tag, we have head and body. Inside body, I will create a div tag. Inside div tag, I will use form tag. Inside form tag, I will use field set. Inside this field set, we have legend tag. Inside this legend tag, we will use register product. For this field set, I want to give an ID called show register. After this legend, I want to use a data list. Inside this data list, I want to give a use data term as product ID. Then I will use data definition. Inside data definition, I will use input tag. As type, product ID will be number. You have to use number type. Then I will use minimum numbers like 1. For max numbers, how many numbers they can use, like I will give 10. I will give a ID for this input. I will give ID as txt ID. Then close this input tag. At last, we will see how our HTML page is executed. I will tell you execution process after writing the code. Then we have one more data list. I will use product name. Inside this, I will use data definition. Inside data definition, I will use input tag. As type, name will be text. And I will give ID. ID I will give as txt name. Then we will create another data term. We will create product price. Data definition. Inside this, we will use input. As type. Type we will use as a range. We will use minimum 1000 and max 4000 or 40,000. We will use 40,000. Then I will give a ID. For this, ID I will give as txt price. Then I will close input tag. Then we will create another data term. Inside this data term, this is for product manufactured inside this data definition. I will use input type as type we will give as manufactured means it will be date. We will use date type. I will give ID name as txt mfd. Then I will close this input tag. Then I will create one more data term. For this I will give is in stock. Product is there in stock or not. Data definition. Inside this I will use input tag. Inside input type I will give as text, or else we will use all the form input elements we will use in this. For this is in stock I will use radio button. And I will give name as stock. And I will give a value available. I will give ID for this as OPT, option yes. And I have to use another input for this with type radio name. You have to give same name because it is for both input elements are for is in stock itself. Value I will give as out of stock. Out of stock. Then I will give a ID for this as OPT NO. Just write S here and no here. Then we will create another data term. This is for shipped to which city. We will use data definition. Inside this data definition we will use select element. For this select element I will give a ID as list of cities, like we will give name as LST cities. We will use option like value I give as Delhi. Close this option. Delhi. I want to use another option as Hyderabad. For this I will give value as HYD. Then come out of this data list. We will give a line break. After this line break, I will use a input element, input tag. I will give type as button. Value I will give as a register. Then I will use event, on click event. I will write a register method. First I will create a method. Whenever user gave all input values from this data list, like in my browser it is showing product ID, product name, product price, product manufacturer. After filling all these inputs in my data list, user will press my button which is having value register. When user clicked on register, on click event will raise my function. Means I have to create a function in my script tag. Inside the script tag, I have to create function. Function, like we will give function name as register. Inside this function, whatever the user is giving all the input values, I have to store that input values in a variables. I will show you how to store all those input values in variables. First you have to create a variable var id. I am creating var id is equal to document dot get element by id. What is the id name for our product id? For our product id, I have given id name as txt id. Just put this txt id in my get element by id. I want to store this value product id which is having id is equal to txt id in my id variable. That's the reason I have given this id to my id variable dot value. Next, where we have name. Name I have to take from document dot get element by id. For my product name, I have given an id name called txt name. This txt name id I want to store in a variable name. Dot value. Whatever the product name I am getting from this page has input value. By using id is equal to txt name, I'm forwarding that product name from my HTML page to by using id is equal to txt name. I'm storing that value in my name variable by using document.getElement by id. Now I have to store my product price in a variable. How we can store whatever we have done? Same thing we have to do. I want to store price is equal to document.getElement by id. Inside this, you have to give product price id name. For product price, we have given id name as txt price. Then whatever the value we are getting from here, by using this get element by id, by using this id name, value will be stored in my price variable. Now I have to store my manufacture date. How we can store it? Where? Just use mfd. Inside this mfd, you want to store your manufacture date, document.getElement by id. And our date element id is txt_mfd. Copy it and paste here. dot value. Then whatever the value, your input value you are getting from this ID, from this product manufactured, it will be stored in your MFD variable. Next we have is in stock. Is in stock we are using radio button, means either it will be yes or no, either it is available or not. Here we have to use if condition. How we can do it? I want to store the value either is in stock, either available or out of stock. How we can store it? First create a variable where yes, I am creating with yes name, document dot get element by ID. For yes, I have given a ID. For input type radio name stock. For yes, I have given a ID opt yes. Just take this ID name, copy and paste it here. This is for variable yes. Here you should not use dot value because you are not storing any value in this. You are just storing ID which is related to opt yes. And we have where no. Here you have to use document dot get element by ID. For no, we have given ID called opt no. Just copy it, give ID to this no. Here you are not storing any value, any input value. That's the reason we should not use dot value. Then we have to use if condition here. If yes dot, we have to use checked. If yes dot checked, if user is clicked on yes, then you have to create a variable called stock is equal to yes dot value. Here you have to store, here you have to use dot value because you are storing an input value which you are getting from user. That value you are storing in a stock. That's the reason I am using dot value. This dot value represent value should store in stock variable. If user clicked on yes, if user clicked on no, then what should be executed? No dot checked. If user clicked on no, then stock is equal to no dot value. If user clicked on yes, yes dot check, then yes dot value will be stored in stock. What value will be stored in stock? Value we are giving inside this input type. For yes, I have given a value called available. If user clicks on yes, then yes dot value. This available what we have given for yes opt yes, that yes will be stored in stock. If no dot checked, stock is equal to no dot value. What will be stored in stock? If user clicked on no. For no, we have given a value out of stock. Then out of stock value will be stored in this stock if user clicked on no. Next we have ship to, means city name. We have to store city name in our variable. Just use where city document dot get element by ID. For cities we have given, for cities we used select. For select we have given an ID name called list of cities, LST cities. Just copy this LST cities, paste it here. I am copy pasting because this name capital letter or small letter, this should not be wrong. You will get errors because of only capital letter and small letter in this program. Just check it because to come out of those problems, I am copy pasting this names. I am just copy pasting the names. Please don't mind. Whatever the value I am getting, either value Delhi or value Hyderabad from this ID LST cities, I want to store it in city variable. Here you have to use dot value because here from these two options I have to store value. I have two values, Delhi and Hyderabad. That value I have to store in my city variable. That's the reason I am using dot value. This is how you can store your product related information in variables. So you want to see in browser itself whatever you are storing the product information in these variables, you want to see that product information in browser itself. How you can see it? I will show you how you can see that product information in browser itself. Just come out of this field set, create a line break, use BR. After this, create one more field set. For this field set, I want to give name as I want to give ID is equal to show details. Then I want to use legend tag. Inside this legend tag, this field set is for product, seeing product information like product. We will give product details. Inside this field set, we will use a table. For this table, I will give a width is equal to, we will give 400. I will give a border with 1. Inside this table, I want to create a table row. Inside this table row, I want to use table data as product ID. I want to use one more table data. Inside this, I want to just create two table data. For first table data, give product ID, and for second table data, we have to get value from our JavaScript code that we will write next. Just create a table data and leave it. Create one more table row. Inside this table row, create one more table data. For this, give name or product name. Use one more table data. So here we are creating a table to see the information of that product. In this table, I am creating a table row with product ID. Whatever the user is typing product ID, I want to see here. How you can see here? For this TD, I want to give a ID with, like, we will give name as LBL ID. By using this ID, I have to see what I want to see the product ID in this table data. How we can get it? Just go to our JavaScript code. Inside our function register, just use document.getElement by ID. This ID, LBL ID, copy it, Control C, and paste it in this. Dot inner text, I want to use inner text is equal to, here you have to give your variable name, where ID I am giving here. What is happening here? I have created a table row with two table data. This is my product ID table data, and I want to see what the information. I want to see the information of product from my JavaScript code. How we can get it? Here I am giving a ID for this table data like LBL ID. By using that ID, I am using that ID here document.getElementById. That ID I am giving here for this ID, for this whatever the ID we have given for that element, inside that element I want to store a data. How we can store a data? By using dot inner text. Inner text meaning is store this text, inner text, whatever the data is there inside this ID, store in this LBL ID related element. This dot inner text is equal to ID. Whatever the txt ID we are getting here, that value I am storing in this ID. And whatever the value I am storing in this ID, I want to see that ID in this, I want to send that ID by using inner text. I am sending that to LBL ID to LBL ID element. By using this LBL ID element, whatever the data is storing in my ID will be forwarded to LBL ID element. That LBL ID element is here. Then whatever the product information is there, from that my ID will be visible in this product ID related table data. Same we can get it. Same we have to use for product name also. Here you have to create a table data. For this, give a name called LBL name. Just copy it, LBL name. We want to see product name. How we can see product name? Just create document.getElementById. Our ID name is LBL name. And for this LBL name ID, I want to store a value from my variable. How we can store a value from a variable? For that you have to use inner text is equal to what variable value you want to store in this LBL name. I want to store name variable in this LBL name. You have to use name variable here. Then by using this dot inner text, whatever the data is there in your name variable, this inner text meaning is whatever the text is there in this inner variable, that will be stored in LBL name. Then that will be visible to user in browser from this table data like this. We will create one more table row, table data. We have price. Table data. I want to give ID for this. ID has LBL price. Then I have to copy this LBL price. I want to see price in this table data. By using this ID, I have to store the value which is coming from my text price. Just come here, create a document dot get element by ID. Inside this, you have to paste LBL price. And I want to store variable. I want to store a price variable value which is getting inside price variable. How? By using dot inner text is equal to our variable name is price. Next, create one more table row. Inside this table row, I will create a table data. This table data is for manufactured. Then I will create one more table data. For this I will give a ID has I will give LBL MFD. Then I will copy this ID, document dot get element by ID, LBL MFD dot inner text. I want to store a value from MFD variable, MFD. Next I want to create a one more table row. Inside this I want to create table data. Inside this is for is in stock. I will create one more table data. I will give a ID for this. ID has LBL stock. Copy it. Document dot get element by ID dot inner text. For my stock I have a variable called stock. Just copy it, stock variable, and paste it here. Whatever the value I am getting from this stock variable, I want to store it in LBL stock, then it will be visible in browser. Next we will create one more table row. Inside this table row we will create one more table data. This is for ship to. For this table data I will give a ID like LBL. This is for city, right? LBL city. Copy it. Document dot get element by ID LBL city dot inner text is equal to, and for my city is I am storing in whatever the city I am getting from user, I am storing it in city variable. This city variable I have to copy it and paste it here. Then this city variable is stored in LBL city. Then that value will be visible to user from this table row. And from this table, if you want to register one more product, then you have to go for your, just save it, Ctrl S. I want to use some styles like for data term, font weight, I will use bold. Save it. Now open our HTML page in our browser, a9.html. Just go to browser. I forgot to call our function in our onClick event. Our function name is register. Register. Save it, Ctrl S. Now go to browser, refresh it. ID 1, Samsung TV, price something, date I am giving tomorrow's date 7/10/2020. Any date you can give, 2/10/2020. Is in stock, yes, ship to Hyderabad. Then click on register. Yeah, whatever the product related information I'm typing here, all those information is stored in my table. Product ID 1, product name Samsung TV, and price and manufacture date is in stock, available, shipped to Hyderabad. This is how we can handle input values by using form elements. Thank you. Now we will discuss about JavaScript variables. JavaScript variables. Variables are simply storage locations in memory where we can store a value in that and to use it as a part of any expression. In JavaScript, variables are implicitly typed. That is, the data type of variable will be determined according to the value assigned. For example, I'm having x variable and I'm giving a value as 10 for that x variable. If I store 10 value inside my x variable, then x will be considered as integer data type. If I store any string, like I want to store my name Hemant, I'm storing in x variable, then that x will be considered as string variable. We will see an example. First we will make a note about this, and they do not have any predefined data types. Variables are simply storage locations in memory where you can store a value and use it as a part of any expression. JavaScript variables are implicitly typed. That is, the data type of variable will be determined according to the value which is assigned to that variable. They do not have any predefined data types. And JavaScript allows to use variable directly without defining it. If not in strict mode. If our JavaScript code is not in strict mode, then it allows to use variable without defining it. We will see the syntax. For example, I am creating a x variable Inside this, I'm storing 10 as a value. If I store 10 as a value, then our JavaScript will consider it as integer data type. If I store x is equal to some name, then our JavaScript will consider this x variable data type as string data type. If I store x is equal to true, then our JavaScript will consider this as a boolean data type. This is how variables we can define in our JavaScript code. If we are using JavaScript without strict mode, it allows variable without defining it. Means we are not writing any var or let or const. We are not defining it. We are directly assigning we are directly assigning an integer number to my x variable. If our JavaScript code is not in strict mode, then it allows to store data inside variable directly. We will see an example. Just go to Visual Studio Code. Create a JavaScript file. I just want to create a10.java, a10.html, type HTML. Inside this, we have head section, then body section. Inside head section, I will create a script tag. Inside the script tag, I will write a function and I will give function name as f1. Inside this function, I want to use x variable. Inside this x variable, I want to store 10 as a number. Then I want to print this by using, we have output function called document.write. Inside this function, this is a x variable. I want to print my x variable. Then I have to call this function f1. Here I am not defining this variable with var keyword. Directly I am using variable name x and I am storing 10 as a value inside my x variable without defining it. This is valid if we are using our script without strict mode. I am not using my script code inside strict mode. That's the reason it will allow x is equal to 10. We will see in browser whether my x will be visible or not in browser. Just go to our web page name is a10.html. Save it, Ctrl S. Go to browser, search for our page a10.html. Yeah, x is equal to 10. It is showing me my x value. Now I want to use my script inside strict mode. Use strict. Now my JavaScript code is in strict mode. Then my x is equal to 10 will not be visible. It will not allow x is equal to 10 because we are using strict mode. If you use strict mode, then you have to define your x variable with a keyword called either var or let or const. We will discuss about all those keywords in our next video lectures. Now go to browser, refresh it. X is equal to 10 is 10 we are not x is equal to 10 we are not seeing in our browser. This is how use strict works in our web page. Now I want to see x is equal to 10 with strict mode. Means you have to follow JavaScript standards and guidelines. You have to declare your variable with var keyword. Now I am declaring or defining my x variable with var keyword. Save it, Ctrl S. Now go to the browser, refresh it, x is equal to 10. This is how we can work with our JavaScript variables. Our JavaScript variables are declared by using following keywords like var, let, const. We will discuss about that now. First we will make a note about this. JavaScript variables must be defined if it is in strict mode. Next we will discuss about the keywords which we use for variables. JavaScript variables are declared by using following keywords. They are, first one has a var, second one we have let keyword, and third keyword we have const. These are the keywords we use for our variable to store a data. First we will discuss about var keyword. When to use var keyword, we will discuss about that. var is used to define function scope variable. It is accessible anywhere within the function. We use var keyword to define variable in only a function scope. It is not accessible outside the function. It is accessible anywhere only within the function which we declared var keyword. We will see an example of var keyword. Go to Visual Studio Code. We will see from this page, just delete it. I want to write a function f1. Inside this function, I am using var keyword to store in x variable as value 10. I will write a if condition. Inside this, I will write a condition x double equal to 10. If x double equal to 10, then var y is equal to, I want to store 20 in this y. Then I want to print document dot write inside this x is equal to plus x. Then we have y I want to print my y variable. Just save it, Control S. Here x I have defined with var keyword inside my function. That's the reason x is equal to 10 is visible in our browser, because we are writing inside the same function. I'm using if condition. Inside this if condition, I am storing var y is equal to 20 and I am printing x value and y value. Y value also valid because we have declared y value inside if condition, but it is inside the function. We are not declaring our var y is equal to 20 outside this function. We are declaring inside this function f1. That's the reason y is valid. If I declare this var y is equal to 20 outside the function or in any other function, then this is invalid. You cannot print y value if you use in outside the function. This is valid function. Just save it, Control S. Our HTML page name is a10.html. Go to browser, a10.html, refresh it. I forgot to call our function f1. Save it, Control S. Go to browser, refresh it. X is equal to 10, y is equal to 20. It is showing both values because I have declared var y is equal to 10 inside the same function. That's the reason it is printing my x and y value. Next we have let keyword. Let is a keyword which is used to define block scope variable so that it is not accessible outside the specific block. Whatever the variable you are defining with let keyword, it is accessible only inside that block. That variable is cannot accessible outside the specific block. We will see an example. First I will make a note about this. Let is used to define block scope variable so that it is not accessible outside the specified block. We will see how this let keyword will work in our web page. Just go to our HTML page, delete this function. We want to use let keyword in our function. I am just creating function f1. Inside my f1 function, I am creating a var keyword first. With var keyword, I am storing x is equal to 10 in my x variable. Then I will use if condition. In this condition, I will write x double equal to 10. Then I will write let y is equal to 20. Then I will write document.write. I want to print x value and y value. Now in my function f1, y value y is equal to 20 will not be printed from my document.write. Why? Because my y is equal to 20, I'm using for my y is equal to 20, I'm declaring with a keyword let. Let is a block scope. This let y is equal to 20, I'm using in a if block. If I print this y from the same if block, then our y will be printed. But I am printing my y is equal to 20 outside of this if block. That's the reason y is equal to 20 will not be printed in my, will not be seen in my output. Only x will be visible because x is in function, and that too we are using with var keyword. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, refresh it. I forgot to call our function. F1, save it, go to browser or refresh it. In this function, I am using two keywords var and let. By using var keyword, in x variable I am storing 10, and by using let keyword, I am creating y variable, I am storing 20 value, and I am using document.write to print x and y value. I am using let keyword inside this if block. That is the reason our y is equal to 20 is invalid in our code. This is a invalid syntax because let keyword is a block scoped. We can print our output y is equal to 20 if we write our document.write inside this. Above syntax is invalid as y is a block scoped and it is not accessible outside this block, and we are printing our y outside of if block because I have defined my y is equal to 20 with let keyword, which is a block scope. That's the reason let y is equal to 20 is a if block scope. I cannot print outside this if block. That's the reason this is a invalid syntax. Go to browser, refresh it. You will not see any output because our code is a invalid syntax. Because why I am using, for y I am using let keyword which is block scope, and I am printing y value from outside this block. That's the reason this syntax is invalid. The variables declared using var and let will allow shadowing, which is the process of defining same name identifier with different value. The variables which is declared by using var or let will allow shadowing, which is the process of defining same name identifier with different values. Means if I use var and let keyword to define my variable, it will allow shadowing. Shadowing is nothing but, for example, I am storing a 10 value in my x by defining with var keyword, and I am declaring with var x is equal to 20. Then it will allow me shadowing for this var and lit keyword. X will be printed as 20. We will see an example how this var and lit will allow shadowing. Just go to Visual Studio Code, delete this function, function f1. Inside this function I will use a var keyword. First I will store 10 in my var keyword x. Then I will write if condition. Inside this x double equal to 10. Inside this I will do shadowing for my x variable with same x name. I am using var x is equal to 20. Now I want to print document.write. Inside this I want to print x value. What is going to happen, what is happening in our code is I'm using var keyword. I'm storing x is equal to 10 in my x variable by using var keyword. Our var keyword will allow shadowing. That's the reason if we use our x keyword our x variable again by using var keyword, then modified value will be printed as output. Now again I am doing shadowing for my x variable with var x is equal to 20. It will allow shadowing. That's the reason x value is modified from 10 to 20. Now x will be printed as 20. Just save it, Ctrl S. First call this function f1, save it, go to browser, refresh it. Now x is printing as 20. Just now we have discussed our var and lit keyword will allow shadowing. That's the reason x value 10 is modified to x value 20 with var keyword. And when it comes to lit also same, it will allow shadowing. Save it, Ctrl S. Just go to browser, refresh it. Why it is printing x is equal to 10? Why it is not taking our modified value? We have done some shadowing to my x variable with 20 value, but it is printing output as 10. Why? Because our lit keyword is a block scoped. I have declared my lit keyword inside if block. That's the reason we can print x is equal to 20 from this if block itself. We cannot print outside this if block, because in before classes we have discussed lit is a block scope. If I print this x is equal to 20, just I will remove this if condition. Now both lit keywords are having same value, x is equal to 10 and x is equal to 20. Our lit also allows shadowing, which means when we use same name by defining another modified value, then it will print the modified value as output, x is equal to 20. Just save it, go to browser, refresh it. Next we will discuss about const keyword. The keyword const is used to declare a constant value that cannot be overridden. Our const keyword will not allow shadowing, which means If I declare by using const keyword, like for example x is equal to 20, then again I am doing shadowing for my x variable as x is equal to 20. Then x is equal to 20 will not be printed and the code is invalid because const keyword will not allow shadowing. The value cannot be overridden. First we will make a note about this. The keyword const is used to declare a constant value that cannot be overridden. That is, it will not allow shadowing. We will see an example with our const keyword. Just go to Visual Studio Code. I will write a function f1. Inside this function I am going to use const keyword with x variable. I am storing 10 value. Then I will use if condition. Inside this I will write condition x double equal to 10. Inside this I will do shadowing for my x variable. Const x is equal to 20. Now I want to print this document dot write. Inside this I want to print x variable x. Save it. Now the syntax is invalid because x is already defined with const variable, whereas const will not allow to redefine the same variable as another data. It will not allow any shadowing. If we declare a variable with const keyword, that variable is a constant. You cannot change the variable, you cannot modify the variable data by using that variable name by shadowing. This is an invalid syntax. Just save it, go to browser, refresh it. You will not see any output because our syntax is invalid. Now we will see an overview of what we have discussed till now. We have discussed about 3 keywords. Keyword, scope, and shadowing. First we have discussed about where keyword. Where keyword scope is within the function. And it will allow shadowing. We can modify the value. Next we discussed about LET keyword. LET keyword is a block scope. It also allows shadowing. Then we have const keyword. Const keyword is a block scoped. Our const keyword will not allow shadowing. You cannot modify the value if you use const keyword. And our JavaScript variables support hoisting, which is a process used to translate, which is a process used by translator, where it will process the code declaration following by code rendering. We will see how to do this, and it is irrespective of the sequential order of the statements. First we will make a note about this. JavaScript variables supports hoisting. Hoisting is nothing but you can declare variable anywhere inside the function. You call it as hoisting. That means our JavaScript supports hoisting. We will see the example. First I will make a note about this, which is a process used by translator where it will process the code declaration followed by code rendering irrespective of the sequential order of the statements. JavaScript variable supports hoisting, which means we can declare our variable anywhere inside the function. This is how our JavaScript supports hoisting in our variables. We will see an example about JavaScript hoisting. Just go to Visual Studio Code. I will write a function f1. Inside this function, I will declare a variable x is equal to 10. Then I will print it document.write. Inside this, I will print x value x. Inside this, I am printing x. Then now I will declare my variable with a keyword. That means I will declare variable after document.write var x. I am declaring my variable with var keyword after assigning my integer value to my x variable. This is a valid syntax because you can declare variable anywhere inside the function because JavaScript supports hoisting. This is the process of JavaScript hoisting. First I have defined x is equal to 10 means I am storing my integer value in x, but here I am not declaring my x variable with any keyword. After writing document.write, at the end of my function I am declaring my x variable with var keyword. This is a valid syntax because our JavaScript supports hoisting. Just save it, Ctrl S. Now go to browser, just refresh it. I forgot to call our method f1. Save it. Now go to browser, refresh it. X is equal to 10. We are not getting any errors because x is equal to 10 document.write and I am declaring my variable at the end of the function because it's a valid code. JavaScript supports hoisting. This is what about hoisting. and we can define our variable as global scope. The global scope for variable is defined by declaring it outside the function and within the script element. If we declare a variable outside the function and within the script, then that variable is a global scope. Any function can use, if you write hundreds of functions, if you want to use that variable, you can use it in any functions because that variable is defined as global scope. First, we will make a note about this. The global scope for variable is defined by declaring it outside function and within script element. Global scope for variable is defined by declaring it outside the function and within script element. We will see example how we can work with global scope variables. Just delete this function. I will declare a x variable as global scope. I'm not declaring my variable inside any function. I am declaring my variable as global scope where x is equal to 10. This is a global scope variable. I can use this variable in any function. Now I am writing function f1. Inside this function I will print my variable document.write x. Now I will write another function f2. Inside this f2 function I will declare I will print document.write. I will print x variable x. Now I want to call these methods f1. I want to call these functions f1 and f2. I am declaring a global scope variable where x is equal to 10 and I am using this global variable inside two functions. From my two functions I want to print x is equal to 10 value. This is a valid syntax because our x is accessible to both the functions because our x is equal to 10 is a global variable. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, refresh it. Here we are seeing x is equal to 10 and x is equal to 10. Two function outputs we are seeing in our browser. This is how we can work with our global scope variables. Here I will write 1 and I will write 2. Save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, refresh it. x1 is equal to 10 and x2 is equal to 10. This is our first function and this is our second function. This is about global scope variables. And our global scope variables we can define within function by using the keyword window. If you declare a x variable with window keyword, then that variable is a global scope. If you define that variable inside the function also, if you declare it with a window keyword, then it is a global scope variable. First we will make a note about this, then we will see example. A global scope for variable can be defined within function by using the keyword window. A global scope variable can be defined within the function by using keyword window. In a function, I am declaring a x is equal to 10 variable and I am using window keyword to my variable. If I use window keyword to my x variable in a function, then it will be considered as a global scope variable because we are using it with window keyword. We will see an example. Just go to Visual Studio Code, delete all this. I'm writing a function f1. Inside this function, I'm declaring x variable with window keyword. Window dot x is equal to 10. Then I will write another function f2. Inside this, I want to print x variable. Document dot write x. Here in my f1 function, I am declaring x is equal to 10 has a global scope. This x is equal to 10 is a global scope within the function because we are using x is equal to 10 with window keyword. Then it will be considered as a global variable, means it can be accessible to any other functions in this script. Now I am using x is equal to 10 with window keyword. I want to print this 10 value from another function. This is a valid syntax if we use window keyword with x variable. This x is equal to 10 will be global scope. It is a global variable if we use inside the function also. Save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, refresh it. I forgot to call these functions. Now we can call just f2 function to print a value. Just save it, Ctrl S. I have to call f1 function, save it, Ctrl S, or refresh it. We are seeing x is equal to 10. I am printing x value from different function and I am initializing x value in a different function. This is how we can work with window keyword as global variable. And our JavaScript variables are case sensitive. JavaScript variables are case sensitive. Means I will show you the syntax. For example, I am using const keyword with x is equal to 10 and I am using const keyword with capital letter X is equal to 20. If I write the same code in my JavaScript, then above syntax is valid because we are using small letter x and capital letter X. Both are different identifiers in JavaScript. This syntax is valid because small x and capital X both are different identifiers in JavaScript. Our JavaScript will consider as this is a different identifier and this is a different identifier. because our JavaScript variables are case sensitive. Our JavaScript will take this as small x is equal to 10 and it will take our capital X is equal to 20. Both are valid because x and small x and capital X both are different identifiers. For example, I am using var name is equal to John and I am using var capital letter name is equal to some Paul. This is a valid syntax because our JavaScript will consider this is a valid syntax because small letter name is different and capital letter name is a different identifiers in our JavaScript. And JavaScript variable name must start with alphabet or underscore. It should not start with any digit. A JavaScript variable name must start with alphabet or underscore. I will show you the example. For example, var name is equal to var name. Name is a variable name. We are starting our variable name is starting with alphabet N. This is a valid. And I am using var keyword. I'm using underscore name. This is also a valid because our starting letter is underscore. We can use underscore. Now I am using var keyword and I am using digit. Second name. This is invalid because variable name should not start with digits. And one more thing, var first name. This is also invalid because if you are using two words in a name, then you have to use underscore in between. How? I will show you. Var first underscore then name. This is how we can define variable in our JavaScript. This is a valid. This is how we can define our variables in our JavaScript variables. Thank you. Next we will discuss about JavaScript data types. JavaScript data types. What are the types of JavaScript data types we have? We will discuss about that. Mainly, a data type determines the type of a value that can be stored in a reference. For example, I have x is equal to 10. This is I'm storing 10 value in my I'm storing my 10 value in X reference. Means if I store 10 value in X reference, JavaScript will identify this 10 as an integer value which is storing in X reference, and this JavaScript references are implicitly typed. Their data type will be determined according to the value. I'm storing 10 in my X, then it will implicitly determine the data type of X variable is 10. If I store 10.2 something 20 or 203, then our X JavaScript will implicitly determine their data type as double or float. Data type will be determined based on the value we are storing in our variable. First we will make a note about this. A data type determines the type of value that can be stored in a reference. JavaScript references are implicitly typed. Their data type will be determined according to value. The data type supported by JavaScript to store values in a reference The data types supported by JavaScript to store values in a reference are classified into two types. The data types supported by JavaScript to store values in a reference are classified into two types. They are, first one is primitive types. Next we have non-primitive types. We will discuss briefly about primitive types and non-primitive type. First we will discuss about primitive types. Primitive types. Primitive types are nothing but the primitive types are stored in a memory stack, and this stack is accessible with a mechanism called last in and first out. They have a fixed value and the range of value changes according to the standardization. We will see how it will store our data in our primitive data type, and a single memory space is allocated to store the value, and variable directly holds that value. Just before we have seen this is a primitive data type. If you assign the variable x is directly holding the value 10. A single memory is allocated to store a value. Like this is a memory. In this memory, 10 will be stored. Variable name is X. This is how it stores our variable value inside memory. X is a variable name and 10 is a variable value. If you assign the variable to another variables, then the same value will be stored. For example, I am having X is equal to some 20. Then I am having Y variable. I am storing X in this. If I do like this, then 20 will be stored in my X, because inside X variable we are storing 20. So whenever I am using this X variable to another variable, whatever the value we have inside X variable, that will be stored inside Y variable. Now X consists of 20 and Y also consists of 20. We will see a real world example of this. First we will make a note about this. The primitive types are stored in memory stack. The stack is accessible with the mechanism last in, first out. It's nothing but LIFO. This is how it will store our data inside a stack. Next, they have a fixed value and the range of value changes according to the standardization. They have a fixed value and the range of value changes according to the standardization. And next, a single memory space is allocated to store the value and variable directly holds the value. A single memory space is allocated to store the value and variable directly holds the value. If you assign the variable to another variables, then the same value will be stored. This is how primitive types works in our JavaScript. And the primitive types are created at compile time and they are stored in a stack. Inside stack, they are also known as value types. Primitive types are created at a compile time and stored in a stack. The stack consists of some value types. The value types are number, string, boolean, null, undefined. We have those value types in our JavaScript. We will discuss about that. The primitive types are created at compile time and stored in a stack. Hence, they are also known as value types. The JavaScript value types are, we have number type and we have string type and we have boolean type and we have null type and we have undefined type. These are the primitive data types of our JavaScript. We will discuss briefly about all these primitive data types. These are the primitive types of, these are the data types of our primitive types. We will discuss one by one. First, we will discuss about number. Number data type. What is the use of number data type? A number data type in JavaScript is used to specify signed or unsigned integer. For example, I have x is equal to 10. This is a signed integer. And I have x is equal to minus 10. This is a x is equal to minus 10. X is equal to minus 10 is a signed integer. And where x is equal to 10 is a unsigned integer. If you use negative value to store in our variable, this is a signed integer. If you store positive value, this is a unsigned integer. A number type in JavaScript is used to specify signed or unsigned integer. Syntax: where x is equal to minus 10 is unsigned integer. and where x is equal to 10, x is equal to minus 10 is a signed integer and x is equal to 10 is a unsigned integer. This is about number data type in our JavaScript. And also a number type can also be a floating point or decimal point value. Depends upon the value we are storing in our variable. A number type can also be floating point or decimal value. Means syntax where x is equal to 4.5. This is a floating point. And where x is equal to 10, 12 point some 9785. This is a decimal value. Decimal point. A number type can also be a floating point or decimal point. If I store 4.5 value in my x variable, then implicitly it defines the number type as floating point. If I store 12.976 something, then our x variable implicitly defined as the value is a decimal point. We no need to mention the data type to our variable. It is implicitly typed. Depends on our value which we are storing inside variable. And also a number type in JavaScript can also refer to exponent value. We can store exponent value inside a number type. First we will make a note about this, then we will see the syntax. A number type in JavaScript can also refer to exponent value. We will see the syntax. For example, where x is equal to 2e3. This is a exponent value. We can store exponent value inside my variable. Then internally, implicitly, this x variable will determine the number type of this value is exponential value. Like internally how it is defined is 2 into 10 power. Internally it will take 2 into 10 power 3. This is how exponential value we can assign to our variable in number type. And in number type, a string representation starting with number type value can be converted into a number in JavaScript. For that, we have a predefined methods called parseInt and parseFloat. We will see about this. First, I will make a note about this. a string representation starting with number type value can be converted into a number in JavaScript by using the methods we have two predefined methods that is used to a string type representation with number type value can be converted into a number. Here a string represents starting with number type value can be converted into a number in JavaScript by using the methods. We have two predefined methods. Those are parseInt and we have parseFloat. These are the two predefined methods which can convert the number type which is starting with a string representation which is starting with number type value can be converted into a number. For example, I will show you example. I am having where a is equal to 10 AB. This is my string representation starting with, here we are seeing this is a string representation which is encoded in double quotes. My string representation starting with number type value can be converted into number type by using two predefined methods parseInt and parseFloat. A string representation starting with number type. A string representation starting with, this is a string representation which we have written in double quotes. Whatever you are writing in double quotes, JavaScript will treat it as a string representation. This is my string representation starting with number type. Value can be converted into a number. This can be converted into a number by using two methods called parseInt and parseFloat. We will see how we can do this. Where b is equal to, this is a string representation, inside I am storing number type, and where c is equal to, I want to add a plus b, but my AB is a string type which is representing a numeric value which is a number value. I am using double quotes to represent a string value, but inside this string representation I am using number value. I have to convert this string representation into a number type by using predefined methods called parseInt, parseInt A. This will convert my string representation into a number type. parseInt B. Now if I print this C, answer will be C is equal to 30, because it is converting my string representation into a number type by using predefined method called parseInt. This parseInt method is converting my string representation, which is encoded in double quotes, it is converting into number type as a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20. Then 10 plus 20 is added, storing in C variable. That C I am printing as 30. And when you are using string representation in number type, you cannot store starting value as a alphabetic order, where a is equal to like AB 10. This is a invalid expression because you cannot use string representation to convert into number type which is starting with alphabets. This is a invalid expression. So this is about number data type in our JavaScript primitive types. Next we will discuss about string types. Next we will discuss about string types. String types are nothing but, in JavaScript, a string is a group of characters enclosed in double quotes or single quote. A string is a group of characters enclosed in quotes, either double quote or single quote. The quotes include double quote, and single quote. The single quotes and the single quotes are must be used for substrings. I will show you the syntax. For example, on click is equal to double quotes. Inside we will write alert. I want to use substring inside this. Then we have to use single quotes. I will write hello as string. This is how we can we can represent substring into a string. And also a string representation can use special characters. But the compiler or interpreter which is there in the browser cannot print the type of characters. It requires the use of escape sequence characters. Means, first I will show you the example. First we will make a note about this. A string representation can use special character, but compiler or interpreter cannot print certain type of special characters. It requires the use of escape sequence characters. For example, I will show you difference between escape sequence and what it is going to print in browser. Just now we have discussed a string representation can use special characters, but compiler or interpreter cannot print certain type of special characters. It requires the use of escape sequence character. Means, for example, I am having double slash. If I use double slash, then in my browser it prints only single slash. If I use slash double quotes, then it will print only double quotes. This is how string representation is done with special characters. Next we will discuss about Boolean types. Boolean types. In JavaScript, Boolean type stores either true or false. The Boolean values contains only two, either true or a false, and the Boolean conditions are directly satisfied by using the keywords true and false, and the Boolean conditions are directly satisfied by using the keywords true and false. We will see the example of Boolean types. First we will make a note about this. What is Boolean types in our primitive types. A Boolean type in JavaScript stores either true or false. The Boolean values are keywords true or false. The Boolean conditions are directly satisfied by using the keyword true or true and false. So in JavaScript, Boolean type stores either true or a false. The Boolean conditions are directly satisfied by using just keywords true and false. Except true and false, we cannot store anything in our Boolean type. The Boolean values are keywords such as true and false. It will satisfy only with true and false. You cannot use other than this in your Boolean type. I will show you the syntax. For example, where in x variable I am storing true. Then internally, implicitly, our JavaScript take this x variable data type as Boolean type. Then our Boolean type allows only true or false. You cannot use other than this. I am using x is equal to true and I am using if condition. Inside if condition, I am using x is double equal to true. If condition true, I want to just alert as valid. This is how you can represent Boolean type in our primitive types. This is the syntax. Next we will discuss about null type. The null type is a primitive type which specifies that a reference is not created dynamically. A null type is a primitive type which specifies that reference is not created dynamically. Undefined is different from null type. For null type, reference will not be created dynamically. I will show you the example. The keyword null is returned when reference is not defined. The keyword null is returned when reference is not defined. And the keyword null is used to verify whether reference is defined or not. This is the use of null type in primitive types. We will make a note about this. The keyword null is used to verify whether reference is defined or not. If a value is not specified in any reference, then it is verified by using empty. If a value is not specified in any reference, then it is verified by using empty. I will show you how we can use null type in our JavaScript. Syntax. For example, I am creating a var name variable. Inside this is a empty variable. Now I want to verify whether this name consists of any string representation or it is not defined. How we can verify it? By using null type. If a reference is not defined, you can verify by using null. How we can verify whether this name consists of some string representation, either it is empty, you want to check it. How you can verify it? By using null type. Name is equal to name double equal to null, name double equal to null. Then this condition will return true or false. This is how you can work with null type. Null type is a primitive type which specifies that reference is not created dynamically. The keyword null is written when reference is not defined. And if a keyword is not specified in any reference, then it is verified by using empty. We have var with name variable. Inside, if you want to check whether this name variable consists of any string or it is empty, you can verify it by using null type. This is the use of null type in our primitive variable. You can use this condition. You can write in for loop, you can write in if condition, else condition, in any condition. You can write this condition name double equal to null. If this condition returns true, then your name variable consists of, then your name variable is not defined. If this name variable, if name double equal to null returns false, then your name variable consists of some string representation. This is how you can work with null type. We will see an example how to work with null type. Just go to JavaScript, create a new folder, a11.html, doc type, HTML, body section. Inside it section, I want to use script tag. Inside this script tag, I will write a function. Function f1 inside this function I will use var name variable. I want to take input from my prompt. In the initial classes we have discussed how we can take input values from JavaScript browser. Inside prompt I will mention your name. Then I will use if condition. Inside if condition I will use a primitive type called null. If this name is written, if this name doesn't consist of any string representation, then this should print document dot write name can't be empty, and I will use else if condition. Inside this I will use name double equal to null. Then I want to print document dot write you cancelled. Then I will write else. Inside else condition I want to print document dot write I want to print hello with whatever the name user is giving for me. I want to print that. Then we have to call this function f1. So what we are doing here, from my browser I want to take a input value by using prompt function. I am using prompt function to take input value from my browser. Then the input value I am storing in name. If that input value is undefined, then I have to print name can't be empty. Then it should print name can't be empty. If it is null, then it should print you cancelled. Means user if user did not type anything, then it is undefined. That's the reason our if condition will be executed. If user cancelled the code, if user cancelled the prompt function, then our name is double equal to null will be executed. It will print you cancelled. If user typed some other name, then our else condition will be executed as document.write hello with whatever the user has written name, that will be printed. This is how our program will be executed in our web page. We will execute this, save it, Ctrl S, go to browser. Our web page is a11.html. So my prompt is appearing in my browser. Now I did not write anything in this. If I click on OK, that means it is undefined. I did not write anything. I am clicking on OK. This doesn't mean this value will be null. This is not null. This is undefined. If I click on OK, our if condition will be executed. Click on OK. It is saying name can't be empty. I did not give any name. That's the reason our name is undefined. That's the reason if condition is executed, name double equal to undefined. It is executing name can't be empty. Now next we will cancel that program. Go to browser, refresh it. I will click on cancel. If I cancel, then our name variable will be null. Just click on cancel. Then it is showing me you cancelled, because whenever I click on cancel, null will be stored in my name variable because I cancelled it. That's the reason if else condition will be executed, name double equal to null. It is showing you cancelled. Now I will give some other name called HTML, or any name we can give. Like we will give document. I want to just give document, and then if I click on OK, it is showing me hello document. This is how we can use null type in our web page. Null type is different and undefined is different. Undefined is for if we did not write anything. If we click on OK, then it is undefined. But if we cancel it directly, then it refers to null. This is how we can work with null type. Next we will discuss about undefined type. JavaScript variables are implicitly typed. The data type will be determined according to the value assigned to that variable. If I assign x is equal to 10, then our data type of that x variable will be integer. If I assign a string value, then the data type of that variable will be string. If a value is not defined to any reference, then it will return undefined. I will show you what is undefined type. The data type will be determined according to the value assigned. If value is not defined to any reference, then it will return undefined. I will show you the syntax of undefined. Syntax, for example, I am having var name double equal to double quotes. This is a string data type. Internally, whenever you use double quotes, this name variable will internally assign string data type. If I use var name is equal to 10, then our JavaScript internally will determine this name variable has a number data type. If I use var name and I did not assign any value for this name, then this is called undefined. Our JavaScript internally will determine this name variable is undefined data type. This is how undefined type works with our JavaScript. Mainly we use this undefined is used to verify whether the value is defined for any reference or not. The keyword undefined is used to verify whether a value is defined for any reference or not. How we will write condition? Like we can write name double equal to undefined. Then it will return either true or false. This is how we can verify whether the value is defined for this name reference or not. We will see an example how to work with undefined type. Just go to browser. We will create a function in this function f1. I want to create x variable. I am not assigning any value to this x variable, means my x is undefined now, and I am writing if condition. Inside this if condition, if x double equal to undefined, then I want to print document dot write data type of x is not known, or else I will use else document dot write x, then I want to print x value. We have to call this method f1. Yeah, now what we are doing here, I am writing a function and I am creating a variable called x, but I am not assigning any value to this x. If I assign a string value, then internally it will determine x as a string data type. If I assign a 10 value, then internally my JavaScript will determine that our x variable data type is integer. Now I did not assign any value. That means my JavaScript internally will determine that my x data type is undefined because I did not assign any value to this x variable. That's the reason our if condition will be true, x double equal to undefined. Then my document dot write data type of x is not known. This will be executed as output. Just save it, Ctrl S, go to browser, refresh it. It is showing me data type of x is not known. My if condition is executed because I did not assign any value to this x. If I assign any value, then based on that value my x will be determined, based on that value JavaScript will determine data type to this x variable. If I did not assign any value, then it will determine the value, then it will determine undefined data type for this x variable. This is how we can work with undefined type in our primitive types. We will see summary what we have discussed till now. Primitive types. Data type and description. First we have discussed about string, String represents sequence of characters. Next, number data type. Represents numeric values. Next we have Boolean data type. Represents Boolean value either true or false. Next we have undefined data type. Represents undefined values. Next we have null data type. Represents null, i.e. no reference at all. This is about primitive types in our JavaScript. Thank you. Now we will discuss about non-primitive types in JavaScript. Non-primitive types in JavaScript. What are the non-primitive types in JavaScript? We will discuss now. Non-primitive types are a reference types which is stored in a heap memory, and this heap memory specifies multiple locations to store values. They do not have any fixed value. The value varies according to the browser memory. This heap memory specifies multiple locations to store the value. Our non-primitive types in JavaScript will be stored in a heap memory like this. This is a heap memory. Heap memory specifies multiple locations to store the value. For example, like this, we will be having multiple locations in our heap memory to store the value. They do not have any fixed value. The value varies according to browser memory. First we will make a note about this, then we will see real world examples. The non-primitive types are reference types stored in memory heap. The heap memory specifies multiple locations to store values. Hence, they do not have any fixed value. The value varies according to browser memory. We will see what are the types of non-primitive types are there in our JavaScript. The JavaScript non-primitive types are we have array. Array is a non-primitive type in JavaScript. And next we have object. And next we have regular expression. These are the non-primitive types in our JavaScript. We will discuss briefly about all these three types. First we will discuss about array. First one, array. What is array? Arrays in programming are used to reduce overhead and complexity. Means array stores our data in a sequential manner. This reduces overhead and complexity. That means each memory will be having a index number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a array memory structure. Each memory will be having a index number. With this, it reduces overhead and complexity to retrieve or to store any data in our JavaScript array. For example, I want to retrieve my fifth element. It's very easy to retrieve by using index number. By using index number, we can retrieve the data which is there in my fifth index. This is how arrays in programming are used to reduce overhead and complexity. We will make a note about this. Arrays in programming are used to reduce overhead and complexity. Arrays can reduce overhead by storing values in sequential order. Just now we have discussed about this. Arrays can reduce complexity by storing values multiple values under the reference of single name. This makes to reduce overhead and complexity. JavaScript array is a collection of various types of values. And also JavaScript array size can be changed dynamically. And our array type in JavaScript represents a stack, queue, hash table and enumeration. This you can see in collections of any of programming languages in server side, and that too we have in our JavaScript. JavaScript array type represents a stack, queue, hash table or enumeration. The array types are defined by using double brackets or array constructor. We can use array symbols or array constructor. We will see the syntax of array. Syntax var names. I want to store multiple names. We can store inside array by using array type, and also we can store by using var names is equal to, just now we have discussed, by using array constructor. By these two types we can define arrays in our JavaScript. We will see an example how to use JavaScript arrays in our web page. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new file, a12.html. Inside this, doc type HTML, HTML, head section and body section. Inside head section, we have script tag. Inside script tag, I want to write a function f1. Inside this function, I want to create array where I want to create a product array. I want to mention any product like with number 1 mobile, and I want to mention some price like any 13,000 50 comma. Then I want to mention stock is available or not. I want to mention as true, available. So I want to see this product array has my output in my browser. How is it possible? Document.write. Inside write function, first I want to see ID. How we can see ID? Just use product. You have to use array index number. Our product ID array index number is 0. Index number start with 0. Next, I want to use line break. Next, I want to print name of the product. Product and array index number of my name is 2. Product name is 2. Sorry, 1. Then I want to use line break. Then I want to print price. Product array index number 2. Then I want to print is in stock or not. Is in stock. Product array index number is 3. Now I have to call this function f1. What we are doing here, I have created a product array with mobile. This is my product array. How it is storing inside my JavaScript heap memory? 1 mobile, 13,000 true. I will show you. It will create an array. Inside this array, it will store product ID, product name, and is in stock or not, and price. Product ID has 1. Next, product name. Next, product price. Next, is in stock or not. True, it is in stock. This is how our product array will be stored in heap memory with index number starting with 0. And 1, 2, 3. By using this index number, I want to print my product array in my browser. That's the reason inside document.write I am using my product variable name. By using product variable name, by using array index, I am printing my product ID, product name, product price, and product is in stock or not. Then I am calling this function. Just save it, Ctrl S. Our HTML page name is a12.html. Go to browser, search for a12.html. Here we are seeing ID is equal to 1, name is equal to mobile, price is in stock, true. This is how we can see the output by using. This is how we can store product. We can store data in array format. Here I want to use double quotes. It will look nice. Save it, Ctrl S, go to browser. Yeah, ID 1, name, mobile, price 13,000.5 is in stock, true. This is how we can work with our arrays in JavaScript. And we will see a real world example how to work with an array in our real time. Just close this. I want to create a new file. Now we will see an example how to work with array in our JavaScript. We will see an example. Image slider with collection of images dynamically from an array. This example we are going to see now. Image slider with collection of images dynamically from an array. We will see an example. Just go to Visual Studio Code, create a new JavaScript file. Like I want to create a13.html, doc type HTML, inside this head section, and we have body section. Inside this body section, I will use div tag. Inside this div tag, I will create a table. Inside this table, I want to see image name and image. Even image name and image I want to see in this table. For this table, I will give width as 500, border 2, cell spacing 5, cell padding 5, align center. I want to see my table in center. Inside this table, I will create a table row. Inside this, I will create a table data. Inside this table data, I want to see the name of my image. First, I will align it to center. Then I will give a ID as prod name. Then I will create one more table row. Inside this table row, I will create one more table data. Inside this table data, I will use image tag. For this image tag, img tag, I will give ID name as pic. Then I will give src. I will give a image like I want to see bike.jpg. Width I will give as 500, height 300, next I will create one more table row. Inside this table row, I will create a table data. Inside this, I will create an input tag with type, range, ID. I will give a ID name as txt range. And I will give minimum value as 0 and max as 4. Value should start with 0. And I will use onClick event. I will use onChange event because we are changing our image. We have to use onClick. Next we will use in this table data. I will create input tag. I will give type as range and ID I will give as txt range with minimum value 0 and max 4, value as 0. Then I will use onChange event. In this, I will call our function. First, we have to create our function in our script tag. I have written a table to see product name in my first row and product image in my second row, and I am creating one more table row to change the range of the image. Whenever the range is changed from 0 to 1 and 1 to 2 till 4, our image will be changed dynamically from an array. Image and product name also will be changed dynamically from our array. I will show you how we can do it. Inside script tag, I will create a function show products. Inside this show products, first I will create a product's name and product images arrays where product names. We will create a product names array. Inside I want to put Samsung TV and iPhone and Nike shoe and Lee Cooper. Next I will create product images. Product images is equal to I want to see Samsung TV image in my first index. Then I have to print Samsung.jpg. Then in next index I want to see iPhone. Then iPhone.jpeg. Next we have Nike shoe image. Nike.jpg. And next we have Lee Cooper. Lee Cooper.jpg. I want to change images dynamically from my array, and I am having two arrays with product names and images. I want to change this product name and images dynamically in my web page in this table. How we can do this? We will see now. In product names, I have given Samsung TV, iPhone, Nike shoe, Lee Cooper names. In product images, I have given address of the images. I have to send my product name and product images dynamically to my HTML elements. We will see how we can do this. First, I will create a variable called prod name. Inside this, I will take the ID of my prod name. Document.getElementById. Inside this, I will give my prod name ID of table data. Prod name. Next, I will create one more variable with pick. In this document dot, I will get element by ID. For my image tag, I am using ID pick. I will give my ID here. I will type my ID in my pick. Next. By using this ID names, whatever I have given for my table data, ID is equal to prod name, and for image element, I am using ID is equal to pick. I have to send my images and my product names and product images dynamically to this prod name and prod pick by using these IDs. How we can send it? First we have to use the variable name of product names. First I will change product names, then we will change product images. First I will change product name dot inner HTML is equal to, I want to send my product names array whenever my text range is changing its value. Product names, inside this I will use txt range dot value. What I am doing here is I'm having input element with id is equal to txt range. Whenever my range value is increasing from 0 to 1, 1 to 2 till my max number 4, whenever this value is changing from 0 to 1, then control comes to my JavaScript. Whenever text range is changed to my number 1, then from my product names I have to take from my index number 1 whatever the value I am having, Samsung TV, I have to send it to my prod name variable. How I can send it? By using that variable dot inner HTML. Inner HTML we use to send some input to prod name variable. That's the reason. What I want to send to my prod name variable? My first element of product names. That's the reason I am giving products names txt range dot value. My txt range dot value is changed to 1. In my first index I have Samsung TV. Then my Samsung TV will store in prod name variable, and that prod name variable will be displayed in that Samsung TV will be displayed in my table data in first table row. Now for Samsung TV, when my table data is changed, my product name is changed to Samsung TV, image also should change to Samsung image. How we can change it? For image tag I am using id is equal to pic dot, you have to change location, you have to change the address of the image. Where we will store address of the image? In src. So you have to use pic dot src. Then you want to change images from product images. Then you have to use product images dot you have to use product images array. Inside this you have to use text range dot value. Whenever text range dot value is changing dynamically, if it is changed to 1, product name will be changed as first index number Samsung TV. And whenever text range dot value changed to 1, I have to change image also. Then whatever the image I am having in my first index will be stored in my pic variable. My pic variable, by using document.getElement by id pic, it will change the image address by using id. By using id is equal to pic. Then my first image will be appeared in my next table row. This is how we can work with arrays in our JavaScript. Save it, Ctrl S. You have to call your function in your HTML code. Our function name is show products. Just go to onChain. Here you have to call our method show products. Just save it, Ctrl S. Go to browser. Our HTML page is a13.html. You have to create a variable txt range is equal to document.getElement by id. Our txt range id is txt range. Save it. Now txt range value, whatever we are storing in our txt range variable, it will be dynamically appeared in our product names txt range.value array. Whatever the value we are getting here, it will be stored in my txt range.value. Then our product names and product images will be changed dynamically. Save it, Ctrl S. We have done with our code. Just go to browser, search for our page a13.html, just press enter. Then our first image what we have written bike.jpg is coming on our screen. Whenever I change the range of the image, then dynamically my images is changing. Samsung, it is showing my product name on the top of the image. You can see Samsung TV and image, iPhone and phone, Nike shoe and shoe, and Lee Cooper. This is how we can dynamically change images by using array. Whenever I am changing the range of my from min value, it will from min value 0, it is changing to 1. Whenever my text range is changed to 1, by using this id, it will change my text range value variable to 1, and that 1 will be stored in my text range.value. My product names array inside text range.value we have 1. That 1, by using that text range 1, from my product names, whatever the first index value we stored, that will be visible in my page. And same when we come, and same will be and same thing happening for product images text range.value. My text range value is my range is changed to number 1. That 1 will be stored in my product images text range.value is 1, product images 1. In my first index I have Samsung 01.jpg, and that image will be stored in my pic.src. My pic variable consists of document.getElement by pic id pic. This src will be changed. Before I have bike.jpg in my src. After changing my product images text range.value as 1, my Samsung 01.jpg will store in my pic.src. Pic.src is this. In this src, my image address will be changed to 01.jpg, and same thing is going to happen for all the array index by using text range.value. This is how we can work with index. This is how we can work with arrays in our JavaScript.